Okay. Yusek Jello, sakto na tayo ay nag-uusap ngayon kasi may mga ilalapit din po kaming concerns. Base na rin po sa naging panayam ko po sa kinatawan po ng mga bata. At nakakalungkot po na ilan po sa mga bata na dapat po sana ay nag-aaral, nasa eskwelahan. Marami po sa kanila ay nagtatrabaho na. Ano po yung mga ginagawang hakbang po ng CWC para po masiguro na ang mga bata po ay nag-aaral at hindi po nagtatrabaho?
Ang child labor po sa ating bansa ngayon, as of 2021 data po ng PSA, talagang tumaas po yan ng bahagya. Aktibo po ang Council for the Welfare of Children dito sa tinatawag na National Council Against Child Labor. Ito po ay isang konseho na pinamumunuan po ng DOLE para po talaga pag-usapan at sugpuin or at least po pababain man lang yung child labor po sa ating bansa. Kung meron pong mga child labor po talaga dyan, yung pinagbabawal po ng ating batas, yan po ay pwedeng isumbong sa Makabata Helpline 1383 po. So dyan sa number pong 1383 po na yan.
Okay. May mga cases ba, Yusek Jello, na mismong mga magulang pa ang talagang nagbubuyo sa kanilang mga anak na kailangan mo magtrabaho tapos ang dahilan nila kasi ang hirap ng buhay?
Alam niyo po, Ma'am Dayan, batay po sa mga pag-aaral na rin po, ang pangunahing rason po talaga nung pagtaas ng child labor ay kahirapan. Yan po ay talagang tinutugunan po ng ating pamahalaan sa pangunguna na nga po ng National Anti-Poverty Commission kung saan po kami ay nakikilahok din po talaga. Habang sinusolve po ng pamahalaan po, ang DOLE naman po through the National Council Against Child Labor na aking nabanggit po, yan naman po ang naninigurado na ang mga panuntunan na inilabas po ng DOLE na nagbabawal po ng child labor ay nasusunod po. Whether yan po ay sinusunod po ng mga employers sa private sector o yung mga magulang po mismo. Kaya lang po talagang, alam nyo po, talagang nakakalungkot po yan. Hindi po natin maikakaila na pag ang kabataan po ay nasa sadlak po sa child labor, yan po ay nauubusan ng oras sa kanyang sarili, nakakalimutan ng pagiging bata at siyempre po yung pag-aaral. Meron pong mga ahensya ng gobyerno na tumutugon po sa kahirapan. Isa na nga po dyan yung NAPSI. Ang DOLE naman ho na namumuno po doon sa National Council Against Child Labor, ang ginagawa po natin dito sa konseho na to ay of course sinisigurado po natin na mga panuntunan ho ay nasusunod. Pero ang DOLE po ay nagbibigay po ng livelihood programs din po sa mga magulang.
Ang DOLE ay isa sa mga ahensya na nangunguna sa pagsugpo ng child labor sa bansa. Kabilang sa kanilang mga hakbang ay ang pagbibigay ng kabuhayan sa mga magulang ng child laborers sa ilalim ng kanilang DOLE Integrated Livelihood Program at TUPAD. Sa ilalim ng mga programang ito ay nabibigyan sila ng mga kagamitan at kasanayan para makapagsimula ng maliit na negosyo at pagkakakitaan. Bilang pakikiisa sa World Day Against Child Labor 2023 na may temang buong bansa, lahat ng bata sama-sama para sa batang malaya, ay isinasagawa rin ng DOLE ang Project Angel Tree. Sa ilalim ng proyektong ito ay binibigyan ng mga profile child laborers ng iba't ibang klase ng assistance kasama na ang school supplies at gift packs. Bukod sa mga ito ay may stress debriefing at psychosocial activity din para sa mga bata kung saan maaari nilang ipahayag ang kanilang mga karanasan. Katulad ng ibang programa sa ilalim ng Project Angel 3 ay may ibinabahagi ring livelihood grants sa mga magulang ng batang benepisyaryo. Paano po ninyo napapaalam sa mga bata at lalo tigit sa kanilang mga magulang na ganito ang karapatan ng mga bata at dapat itong maipatupad at maibigay sa kanila?
Alam niyo po, all year round marami po tayong awareness campaign na ginagawa. Maliban po sa aming mga national programs po, like yung meron po kaming mga PEP programs po every year. Kunyari yung Child Sexual Abuse Awareness Week po namin. Meron din po tayong Safer Internet Day for Children. Para po magbigay babala naman sa mga magulang at sa mga bata doon sa tamang paggamit po at sa mga panganib na pwede pong makuha sa internet.
Isa rin po sa mga problemang kinakaharap ng sektor ng mga bata ay ang issue naman po sa sexual abuse and exploitation. Ano po ang mga hakbang po natin para labanan po ito?
Alam nyo, Ma'am Dayan, nakakalungkot po yan. Even as early as 2015, when the Council for the Welfare of Children and UNICEF rolled out with this national baseline study on violence against children, lumabas po dyan sa pag-aaral na yan na 1 out of 5 children po, Filipino children, has experienced some form of sexual violence, ano. So you can just imagine, this is pre-pandemic. So pagdating po ng pandemic, yan po ay inasahan po talaga nating tumaas pa, ano. So kami po sa Council for the Welfare of Children bilang punong abalang ahensya ng gobyerno tungkol sa kabataan, kami po ay aktibo na nakilahok sa paggawa po nung bago nating batas. Ito po yung naging batas nung July 30, 2022, itong Online Sexual Abuse and Exploitation of Children and Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Materials Act.
Ang Anti-Online Sexual Abuse or Exploitation of Children and Anti-Child Sexual Abuse or Exploitation Materials ay isang batas na naglalayong protektahan ang mga kabataan sa iba't ibang uri ng sexual na karahasan, pang-aabuso at pagsasamantala kabilang na ang banta sa seguridad na dala ng teknolohiya. Isinasaad ng batas na ito ang pagbabawal sa pagpapakalat ng mga material gaya ng video, audio, writings at iba pang anyo kung saan makikita ang isang bata na nakikibahagi o nasasangkot sa mga aktibidad na sexual o naglalarawan ng mga gawaing sexual na pang-aabuso o pagsasamantala sa isang bata bilang isang sexual na bagay.
Meron din pong isa pang struktura sa pangunguna naman po ng DOJ. Ito po yung Committee on the Special Protection of Children. Aktibo po ang ating butihing kalihim ng Department of Justice po na mas palakasin pa po itong committee na to at tingnan ang lahat ng instances ng violence against children. Kasama na po dyan yung sexual violence, ano.
Yung Makabata Helpline, I understand, nandito po yan mismo sa building na ito. Pwede po ba natin yung bisitahin at silipin po, Yusek Jello?
Opo, nasa third floor po namin yan ngayon. Pwede po natin silang bisitahin.
Sige, tara po, Yusek Jello.
Center namin.
So kasalukuyan silang tumatanggap ngayon ng mga tawag.
Opo. Talaga pong live na live po yan. Tumatanggap na tawag through the landline, the cellphone, and pati po yung Facebook Messenger and email, gumagana po yan.
Okay, so may mga iba't ibang platforms, sir, aside from the landline para makapag-sabi sa inyo ng mga dulog at concerns.
Tama po yan, Ma'am Dayan, kasi po ang mga kabataan po natin, unang-una, karamihan sa kanila ayaw nang naririnig ng boses nila. Gusto anonymous. Yung iba naman, siyempre, hindi gusto makita ang muka. So, bulk of the calls that we receive for the Makabata Helpline is through Facebook Messenger, through emails, or yung mga cellphone po, ano. So very useful po yan. Ngayon po yung landline po namin na 1383, yan po ay gumagana na. Tapos po ang CWC Makabata Helpline ay available na po sa Council for the Welfare of Children website. Okay. So if you click the icon there, mapupunta po kayo sa computer nitong ating mga agents.
Ano-anong mga klaseng concerns, sir, ang pwedeng itawag dito sa 1383?
Of course, unang-una pong pwedeng itawag po dito ay from the simplest corporal punishment, verbal abuse, physical abuse, hanggang sa sexual abuse at rape, hanggang mga bullying po. Marami na po kaming na-receive niyan. Tsaka po yung tinatawag po na, of course, usong-uso po sa mga kabataan ngayon, yung mental health concerns po nila. Ginagawa po natin, if we can resolve it at the CWC level, we have lawyers here and social workers. Kami po ay nagpo-provide ng mga first aid po. Pag yan po ay medyo komplikado at talagang hindi sa amin ang mandato, kami po ay nagre-refer ho sa tamang ahensya. When we refer to the proper government agency or even to the private sector, we have a monitoring system. Talaga pong minomonitor natin kung talagang ina-actionan po nila. Kunyari po, kung may kasong ipafile, na-file na po ba ang kaso, anong estado niyan, at kung natapos na po. Ano. So we monitor ho everything that we refer.
How about Yusek Jello, yung mga bata na nasa lansangan, ano po ang ginagawa niyong hakbang para sa kanila?
Lahat po ng bata mahalaga, no? Hanggang pong mga bata po na nasa lansangan, yung tinatawag po nating children in street situation. In fact, may subcommittee po ang Council for the Welfare of Children, particularly handling CISS concerns. Ngayon po, kami po, yung subcommittee namin ay may close coordination po with DSWD dun sa nilulunsad po ng DSWD ng mga reach out programs. Ang plano po kasi ng DSWD dyan ay abutin ho ang mga pamilya, pati na po ang mga kabataan na nasa lansangan para po sila'y maalis dyan. Temporarily mailagak po sa mga centers na kakalinga po sa kanila, and eventually maibabalik po sila sa probinsya at mabibigyan po ng livelihood.
Yusek Jello, maraming salamat sa inyong oras at hangad natin na patuloy na maibigay ang mga nararamdaman nararapat na karapatan at mga serbisyo para sa ating mga bata. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat din po, Ma'am Dayan, at maraming salamat po sa NAPSI.
Tunay na katuwang po natin ng CWC para po labanan ng kahirapan, partikular itong nararanasan ng ating mga bata. Kaya naman, sabayan po ninyo ako at sama-sama tayong umaksyon laban sa kahirapan. Patas na oportunidad. Na buhay. At nag-aaral.
Matatag, maginhawa at panatag na pamumuhay para sa bawat Pilipino. Ito ang mga hangarin ng Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. sa paglatag ng estratehiyang bumubuo ng Philippine Development Plan ng administrasyon na magsisimula sa pagpasok ng taong 2023. Ito rin ang siyang magsisilbing gabay para isulong ang mga plano, programa at polisiya ng Administrasyong Marcos na huhubog sa masigla at maunlad na bagong Pilipinas. Development Authority o NEDA board meeting nitong Disyembre, inaprubahan ni Pangulong Marcos ang Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 kung saan nakalakip ang mga programang magpapausbong ng ekonomiya at lilikha ng milyong-milyong trabaho para sa mga mamamayang Pilipino. Ito'y kasunod sa kauna-unahang paglagda ni Pangulong Marcos sa General Appropriations Act na may pondong nagkakahalagang mahigit 5 trilyong piso na ilalaan sa mga programa, proyekto at operasyon ng bawat ahensya at opisina ng pamahalaan para sa taong 2023.
A very important day. It is always an important day when we sign into law the General Appropriations Act. It is always very important that the GAA has been put together in consonance with all of the plans of the executive. And that kind of coordination and that kind of synergy that we will gain from that is going to be an essential part of the way that we move forward.
Nakaangkla naman ang Philippine Development Plan ng Administrasyong Marcos sa sinusulong na 8-point socio-economic agenda ng Pangulo para tugunan ang mga pangunahing suliranin na kinakaharap ng bansa sa pamamagitan ng pagtukoy sa short-term at medium-term development goals tulad ng job creation, economic transformation, and acceleration of poverty reduction.
Itong mga short-term issues, these are the ones that have to do with or will deal with yung mga high prices, yung aggravated inequities, created some other forms of inequity like sa inequity for access to IT or internet, mga ganun. So the short-term part of the agenda is to address those, ensuring that learning losses will be recovered quickly. Inflation is addressed. We are able to take care of those issues creating that. Medium term naman, issues, those are the things that have been hampering us from achieving rapid growth, from attracting investment, from reducing poverty, and even making growth more inclusive. No? So, anong mga yun? Diba? Anong mga yun? Marami, well-identified na. No? Number one, yung the huge backlogs in our infrastructure. You name it, these are the connectivity infrastructure, like telecommunication, the roads, the highways, the mass railway, mass transit, and even things like power, or energy and water infrastructure, drainage and sewerage systems, and so on. Not even counting yung mga social infrastructure naman like hospitals, clinics.
Batay sa pag-aaral ng TBS Bank ng Singapore, nananatiling matatag ang ekonomiya ng Pilipinas kung saan nakapagtala ito ng 7.7% economic growth bago matapos ang taong 2022. Ayon din sa pag-aaral, bahagyamang itong bababa sa 6.3% sa taong 2023 dahil na rin sa mga hamong patuloy na kinakaharap ng mundo, gaya ng pagtaas ng mga pangunahing bilihin sa pandaigdigang merkado at pagkakaroon ng tensyon sa pagitan ng magkaibang bansa. Patuloy na mamamayagpag ang ekonomiya ng bansa kung ihahambing ito sa mga karatig bansang napapabilang sa Association of Southeast Asian Nations o ASEAN.
Part of the framework ng PDP is the innovation ecosystem improves because at the end of the day, what drives continued increases in productivity, in profitability of firms is this constantly flowing innovations. Of course, that's not something that comes out of nowhere. No, governments have to invest into that ecosystem innovation.
Sa pamamagitan ng mga inilatag na estratehiya na papaloob sa PDP, inaasahan na mapapanatili ang mabilis na paglago ng ekonomiya ng bansa sa taong 2023 na inaasahang nasa 6 to 7% ang maitatanang GDP growth at inaasahan na mapapanatili sa pagitan ng 6.5% hanggang 8% mula sa taong 2023 hanggang 2028. Kaakibat na ng paglago ng ekonomiya ang pagdami ng trabaho na siya namang magsisilbing solusyon para maiangat ang kalidad ng pamumuhay sa bansa. Sa paglatag ng pamahalaan ng mga estratehiya na papaloob sa PDP, inaasahan ang unti-unting pagbaba ng unemployment sa bansa mula sa dating 5.4%, maibababa ito ng 4% hanggang 5%.
The only way you can grow rapidly, grow that labor market is you get the investors because without capital, kasi for the labor to be productive, to produce something, you have to have the capital. No? So that's what we are quite limited of. So you have to bring the investors, foreign investors in particular. No?
Yes, so to be able to generate not just more jobs, but quality jobs, we need to attract more investments in the right sectors. That means attracting private investments, local private investments, and foreign direct investments. So we're banking on the amendments to the three economic liberalization laws, the amendments to the Public Services Act, the Foreign Investments Act, and the Retail Trade Liberalization Act.
Isa rin sa mga hangarin ng Philippine Development Plan ang mapababa ang poverty incidence mula sa 18.1% na naitala sa taong 2021 sa 8.8 hanggang 9% bago matapos ang panunungkulan ni Pangulong Marcos.
Makikita yon sa poverty numbers mo. Kaya dito sa PDP natin, sinasabi natin, poverty will be reduced from 18% of the population in 2021 to single digit by 2028. Ganun. The quality of jobs will improve. So may mga metrics tayo na inilagay doon. May measure natin yan every year so that we can see kung how we are progressing.
Bagamat mataas ang dinaranas na suliranin dahil sa global inflation, Bunsod ng mga hindi kontroladong sitwasyon sa pandaigdigan, nananatili ang kumpiyansa ng pamahalaan na mapababa nito sa 2 to 4% ang inflation rate pagdating sa presyo ng pagkain at mga pangunahing pangangailangan ng mamamayan.
The framework of the PDP is whole of government, whole of government, whole of society. Kasi one of the lessons that we learn kasi is many of the things, economy and society are interconnected. I think the good thing about the PDP is the president already sets the direction, the agenda. No? So, yung 8 points socio-economic agenda, ito na yan, buo na yan. So, gagawa lang ng PDP naman is, okay, let's develop the roadmap to operationalizing that agenda so that all the goals that we wanted to achieve will be achieved.
Higit sa paglatag ng mga mekanismo at programa ng pamahalaan tungo sa ikauunlad ng bansa, maaaninag din dito ang sinserong dedikasyon ng pamahalaang Marcos upang maabot ang pangarap na kaunlaran para sa sambayan ng Pilipino.
Sa pangarap na maging maunlad ang ating bansa, ang pangarap nyo ay pangarap ko. At sa pangarap na maging mas masinang ang kinabukasan natin at ng ating mga anak, ang pangarap nyo ay pangarap ko.
Nailatag na ang mga plano ng pamahalaang Marcos para sa bansa at sa pagtutulungan at pagkakaisa, mas mapapadali nating maaabot at maisasakatuparan ang ating pangarap tungo sa isang matatag at maunlad na bagong Pilipinas.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiserbisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
I urge the government to enact a new government procurement law and a new government auditing code. This to make government procurement and auditing more attuned to these changing times. We will give effect to the mandate of the Constitution and the Local Government Code as clarified by the Supreme Court very soon. Almost all the required devolution transition plans of the LGUs are done. To fully prepare them for optimal devolution, the necessary technical and financial assistance is being extended to our local government. In everything that we do, the enduring Filipino quality of bayanihan will still be our guide.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV. Tatlong bagong programang sumasalamin sa kwento ng Pilipino. Mapapanood na sa inyong People's Television.
Mr. President, what do you do every day? Maraming bagay naman talaga na ginagawa ng isang Pangulo na hindi alam ng publiko. Kaya dito ko na lang sasagutin sa vlog yung katanungan na yan.
The Philippine President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., like you've never seen him before on BBM Vlog.
Madami na ako nakitang picture ng beach at iba pang lugar sa Pilipinas. Pero ngayon ko lang talaga masasabi. Ang ganda pala talaga ng Pinas, no?
Tunghayan ang mga nakakaantig na istorya ng buhay ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa On the Ground.
Ang oras ng pagpapatrol ko sa dagat, alas 8 ng gabi.
10 taong gulang pa lamang ako nang matuto akong magpayot.
Ako pala si Alvin Cristobal. Isa po akong mandarames.
At sumabay sa pagbuo ng mga bagong pangarap, katuwang ang mga programa ng pamahalaan para sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Tinupad niyo po yung pangarap namin. Na ang pangarap po namin ay pangarap niyo rin po pala para sa aming mga mahihirap.
BBM Vlog, On the Ground, Bagong Pilipinas. Mapapanood na dito lang sa PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Nagsisimula pa lamang tayo. Ang pagbangon ng ating bayan ay magpapatuloy pa. Hinihiling ko ang inyong tiwala at pakikiisa. Sa ganitong paraan, makakamtan natin ang ating tanging hangarin, ang maginhawa, matatag at panatag na buhay para sa lahat ng Pilipino.
Disaster Watch. Alamin ang heavy rainfall warning system ng Pag-asa. Yellow rainfall warning. Maghanda sa posibleng pagbaha sa mga mabababang lugar at tabing baybayin. Pinapayuhan ang lahat na mag-monitor ng mga weather updates sa inyong lugar. Orange rainfall warning. Mas malawak na pagbaha ang inaasahan at posibleng magka-landslide sa mga tabing bundok. Bumuo ng isang emergency kit at maghandang lumikas sa anumang sandali. Red rainfall warning. Inaasahan ang matinding buhos ng ulan sa loob ng 2 oras na magdudulot ng malawakang pagbaha at landslide. Para sa inyong kaligtasan, lumikas agad ang mga nasa mabababang lugar, baybayin at tabing bundok. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Narito na ang mga balitang dapat tutukan sa Ulat Bayan. Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. tiniyak na may sapat na supply ang DA ng bigas sa kabila ng bagyo at habagat na nagpalubog sa mga sakahan sa bansa. Presyo ng asukal nananatiling stable ayon sa Trade Department. Hinihinalang smuggled at expired na frozen meat products mula China nasabat ng Customs at DA. Metro Manila at malaking bahagi ng Luzon at Visayas patuloy na inuulan. Ilang probinsya lubog pa rin sa tubig baha. Kaso ng leptospirosis tumaas ayon sa Health Department. Night differential sa mga kawani ng pamahalaan pirmado na ng CSC, DBM at GOCCs. Anti-Terrorism Council binansagang terorista si suspendidong Congressman Arnie Teves at 12 iba pa. Fare hike sa LRT ipatutupad na bukas. At buwan ng wika, ginugunita ngayong Agosto. Magandang gabi, Pilipinas. Bayan, mahigit 1 bilyong piso na ang halaga ng pinsala ng bagyong Egay sa lalawigan ng Cagayan. Ayon kay Cagayan Vice Governor Melvin Vargas Jr., karamihan sa mga nasira ay mga pananim na mais, mga bahay ng mga residente na pinasok ng baha, pati na rin ang mga mangingisda na nasiraan ng mga bangka. May mga lugar din anya na lubog pa rin sa baha at walang supply ng kuryente. Isinailalim na sa state of calamity ang lalawigan upang agarang mabigyan ng tulong ang mga apektadong residente. Nasa 52 milyong piso naman ang calamity fund na inilaan ng probinsya para sa mga apektado ng bagyo. Nagpaabot naman ng pasasalamat ang LGU ng Cagayan sa tulong ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. at Department of Agriculture upang mabigyan ng binhi ang mga magsasakang nasiraan ng pananim, gayon din ang DSWD para sa kanilang patuloy na assistance sa kanilang probinsya sa taya ng lokal na pamahalaan. Nasa 50,000 individual na ang apektado sa buong lalawigan.
Agarang utos naman po na ating pumahal na presidente ay tinugunan ng pansin. More than 50,000 na po ang beneficiaries na ibigay po ng DSWD according to their list of yesterday. Kaya kami naman po ay nagpapasalamat.
Daang-daang residente ang inilikas sa barangay Bagong Silangan sa Quezon City dahil sa patuloy na pagtaas ng tubig sa ilog. Habang sa Bulacan, daang-daang pamilya rin ang mas pinili na lang manuluyan sa mga evacuation center. May ulat si Patrick De Jesus.
Mahigit 200 pamilya o katumbas ng mahigit 800 individual ang inilikas at pansamantalang nanunuluyan sa evacuation center sa Barangay Bagong Silangan, Quezon City. Karamihan sa evacuees ay mula sa 31 lugar sa barangay na itinuturing na medium at low-risk flood areas.
Super Typhoon Egay, nagkaroon po kami ng preemptive evacuation. So ginamit po namin before yung elementary school, then medyo gumanda yung panahon, pinabalik, nagsiuwian po yung mga evacuees natin. Then suddenly, nagkaroon na naman ng pagpasok po ng habagat and ng Typhoon Falcon. So, nagbalikan po yung mga evacuees natin dahil sa pagtaas ng tubig.
Pero ayon sa LGU, hindi pa rin pinapayagan na umuwi ang mga residenteng malapit sa ilog dahil sa posibleng pag-apaw muli ng tubig. Habang daang-daang residente rin ang mas pinipili na pansamantalang manuluyan sa mga evacuation center sa Bukawi, Bulacan, bunsod ng nararanasang pag-ulan at matinding pagbaha sa lalawigan. Karamihan sa mga residente ng Barangay Igulot at Bunlo ang nagpasya na lamang na sa mga evacuation center muna mamalagi, lalo't tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang pag-ulan at mataas pa rin ang baha sa kanilang mga tahanan. Gaya ni Nanay Rosario, nas ng baha sa kanilang lugar.
Kaya lang, muulan. Hindi kami makalabas, hindi kami makauwi dahil malaking tubig sa amin, lampas tao. Hindi ko mabuti na rito saan para makaano kami. Ay doon, lubog ang bahay namin.
Ayon sa LGU, bago nila pauwiin ang mga evacuee, ay sinisigurado muna nila na wala ng baha sa kanilang mga lugar. Patrick De Jesus para sa Bayan.
Maraming eskwelahan education aabot sa 160 eskwelahan ang nasira dahil sa bagyo. Mula yan sa 9 na rehiyon sa bansa, kabilang na ang Cordillera, NCR, Calabarzon at iba pa. Tinatayang aabot sa mahigit 800 million pesos ang pondong kakailanganin sa pagkukumpuni ng mga eskwelahan. Sa ngayon, nasa 68 eskwelahan sa 4 na rehiyon ang ginagamit bilang evacuation center.
Nagkaroon ng sectoral meeting sa Malacanang upang pag-usapan na naging pinsala sa agrikultura ng bagyong Egay. Pero ayon kay Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., walang dapat ikabahala ang publiko dahil sapat ang supply ng bigas sa bansa. May ulat si Kenneth Pasyente.
Kasunod ng pananalasa ng bagyong Egay, tiniyak ng pamahalaan na sapat ang supply ng bigas sa bansa. Tinalakay sa sectoral meeting sa Malacanang kanina, kasama ang Department of Agriculture, ang lagay ng sektor ng agrikultura sa bansa. Dito tiniyak ng Pangulo na walang dapat ikabahala ang publiko dahil sapat ang supply ng bigas.
Nag-usapan namin ang effects ng Egay sa ating rice production at kung anong dapat gawin para maging sapat ang ating supply. Mukha naman, sa ngayon, the supply is okay. Yun lamang ay yung mga inputs pa rin ng agricultural inputs ay tinitignan natin na mabuti para tiyakin na hindi naman masyadong tataas ang presyo ng bigas.
Kabilang dito ang paghahanda ng pamahalaan sa posibleng epekto ng nakaambang El Nino phenomenon at ang pagpapataas ng buffer stock ng bigas.
Gagawa na kami ng schedule kung saan tayo kukuha ng production, kung saan tayo bibili dito sa local, kung kailangan mag-import, mag-import na naman tayo. Mabuti naman at sa usapan namin, nakita naman na ang pag-import natin ng bigas ay pababa naman ang pababa.
Pero sa panahon ng emergency gaya ng bagyo, hindi raw maiiwasan ang pag-aangkat. Kaya tinitingnan na ng pamahalaan ang posibleng pag-aangkat ng nasa 1.3 million metriko tonelada ng bigas.
What we're going to be doing is to really encourage the private sector to get this in. No, I think the president will really have to do some discussions, consultations with the private sector so that for them to help us. I think we really need the help of the private sector in situations like this.
Binigyang pansin din ng DA ang umano'y mababang buffer stock ng NFA at muling sisilipin ang mga datos para matiyak na hindi ito kakapusin sa supply.
Their stocks really is very low. We really need to beef up their stocks, and there are some ways by which we have identified also for them to help them beef up their stocks.
Sa tala ng DA, lumalabas na aabot sa mahigit 1 bilyong piso ang halaga ng pinsala sa agrikultura. Pero tiniyak ng pamahalaan ang pag-agapay sa mga apektadong magsasaka.
Baka maging alternative yung livestock raising na muna kung hindi nakapag-ani yung magsasaka. Kaya ito yung mga scheme ang ginagawa natin. Sapat naman ang mga supply natin sa binhi. Hindi tayo magkukulang, mabibigyan natin lahat ng mga nangangailangan.
Kenneth Pasyente para sa Bayan.
Walang nakikitang dahilan ng Sugar Regulatory Administration para itaas ang presyo ng asukal sa bansa kahit pa magkakasunod na ang bagyo na nakaapekto sa ilang pananim. May ulat si Joshua Garcia.
Tiniyak ng Sugar Regulatory Administration na walang dapat ipag-alala ang mga consumer sa presyo ng bentahan ng asukal sa kabila ng nararanasan na hindi magandang panahon. Hindi katulad ng gulay at iba pang produktong agrikultura na nagtataasan ng presyo tuwing tag-ulan. Ipinaliwanag ni SRA Administrator and CEO Paul Luis Ascona na walang nakikitang dahilan para tumaas ang presyo ng asukal maging sa mga susunod na buwan sa kabila ng magkakasunod na bagyo na dinaranas sa bansa.
Sa ngayon, this is the rain at the moment is still welcome because some of the sugarcane is still growing. So rest assured, so far, this will not affect our sugar supply as of the moment. For the consuming public, there is actually no reason for the retail prices to go up at the moment. Okay talaga yung supply natin, both raw and refined.
Dagdag pa ni Ascona, nananatiling stable ang presyo ng per kilo ng asukal sa 85 pesos. At kung may pababago man dito, ay hindi ganun kalaki. Ano pat dedepende lang sa kung ano ang brand na nagbebenta nito. Ayon sa SRA, wala ding dapat ipag-alala sa inaasahang epekto ng El Nino sa mga tubuhan, partikular sa lalawigan ng Negros. Ayon kay Ascona, wala itong direktang epekto lalo na kung panahon naman ng pag-aani. Kasabay nito ay tiniyak na patuloy ang mga isinasagawang mitigasyon ng ahensya sa kung paano mapaghahandaan ang ilang sitwasyon na maaari magdulot ng masamang epekto dahil sa pabago-bagong panahon, partikular na sa produksyon ng asukal.
We are trying our best to come out with an accurate weather forecasting as well, and we are checking effects of weather on productivity. So that's all part of the El Nino mitigation program. Meron din tayong shallow wells program, solar pumps, and other mitigation factors including cloud seeding.
Samantala, nilinaw din ng SRA ang posisyon nito sa usapin hinggil sa pagtataas ng buwis sa asukal na maaari magdulot ng pagbaba sa demanda, kung saan hinihiling ng mga stakeholders na dapat ay maging uniform ang gagawing tax increase hindi lamang sa asukal, kundi maging sa lahat ng klase ng sweeteners. Joshua Garcia, para sa Bayan.
Toneladang expired meat products at frozen goods ang nasabat ng mga otoridad sa sinagawang operasyon sa Caloocan City. Nagpapalik si Joshua Garcia.
Sinalakay ng pinagsanib na puwersa ng Bureau of Customs, Department of Agriculture, National Meat Inspection Service, AFP at ng Caloocan LGU ang storage compound na ito dito sa Caloocan. Walang taong nadatnan na nagbabantay sa lugar. Nang buksan ang 5 40-footer na refrigerated container vans, tumambad sa kanila ang nasa 70 tonelada na halo-halong karne ng baboy, manok, baka at iba pang processed foods na tinatayan nagkakahalaga ng 30 milyong piso. Ayon sa paunang investigasyon ng otoridad, bagamat frozen, unfit for human consumption o expired na ang mga karne at ibang food products. Nang tanungin ng BOC hinggil sa lugar na posibleng pinanggalingan nito,
based on the packing na nakita o markings nakita ng China to mga China products.
Ayon pa sa BOC, oras na mapatunayang iligal na ipinasok sa bansa ang mga nasabing produkto, ay may nakahanda silang smuggling case kasama ang iba pang kaso sa ilalim ng National Security Food Act ng DA.
After 15 days that they will be given enough time to produce documents kung these were legally imported, pag wala sila ibigay, then we will issue a warrant of seizure and detention for future proceedings.
Panawagan naman ng BOC sa publiko.
This is a national security concern. Tayo rin po ang ultimate victims dito Kaya nananawagan ako na sa inyo po lahat, kung meron kayong ganitong alam na ganitong klaseng importasyon again, please sabihan niyo lang po ang inyong Bureau of Customs ay handa maglingkod sa inyo.
Joshua Garcia, para sa Bayan.
Sisimula na ngayong taon ang panunumbalik sa negosasyon ng Free Trade Agreement ng Pilipinas at European Union. Ayon sa Department of Trade and Industry, target nitong palawakin ang benepisyo sa kasalukuyang GSP Plus o ang Generalized System of Preference Plus. Nakapaloob sa kasunduan ng pagpayag sa mahigit 6,000 produktong Pilipino na may export sa Europe ng may zero duty. Pinag-aaralan ng DTI na isama ang digital trade, energy at critical minerals sa mga sektor na idaragdag sa FTA.
Government technical experts from the Philippines and the EU will engage in comprehensive discussions covering topics including market access of goods and services, investment liberalization, trade and sustainable development, government procurement, dispute settlement, etc. Well, we expect that these discussions will start with the scoping exercise. And our expectation is that we can commence this right after the usual summer holidays in Europe, maybe in early September. And hope to finish this scoping exercise before the end of this year.
Simula bukas, dagdag pasahe ang sasalubong sa mga pasahero ng LRT-1. Ayon sa pamunuan ng tren, kailangan nila itong ipatupad dahil tumaas ang kanilang operational expenses. May ulat si Karen Villanda.
Malakas ang buhos ng ulan kaya imbes na maghintay sa e-jeep at mabasa, minabuti ni Paul na mag-LRT-1 na lamang patungong Manila. Di hamak kasi na mas mura para sa tulad niyang estudyante. At kahit may taas pasahe bukas sa LRT-1, tipid pa rin naman siya.
Actually, mas okay pa rin compared sa UV. Kasi mas mahal pa rin. Pero, kasi ngayon, since yung mga bilihin din nagmamahal, diba? Parang kahit pa paano sana, balance kung sa pag-commute, hindi masyadong mataas yung price.
Pero si Tricia nakatataas pa lamang ng 40 pesos ang sahod bilang minimum wage earner, nangihinayang dahil sa pasahe lang napunta ang aumento niya.
Siguro dapat ma-enjoy muna ng mga commuters, ng mga manggagawa yung increase kasi alam naman natin na lahat ng bilihin tumataas. So, what if hayaan muna nilang i-enjoy yung pagtasong sahod ng bawat. Parang naaalat din po yung increase dun sa expenses natin. Hindi rin siya ganun ka-affected sa pantustos sa araw-araw.
Simula bukas, madadagdagan na ng 5 piso ang end-to-end fare ng LRT-1 mula Roosevelt hanggang Baclaran, mapa-single journey ticket o stored value card. Tataas naman ang piso o magiging 14 pesos na ang minimum na pasahe sa stored value card habang mananatiling 15 pesos naman sa single journey ticket. Ibig sabihin, piso na lamang ang matitibit sa minimum na pamasahe kung stored value card ang gagamitin. Sasabayan rin ng LRT2 ang taas pasahe bukas.
Sa ngayon, kapag bumili ng single journey ticket, yung mga pasahero gamit itong vending machine, magmula Roosevelt hanggang sa Baclaran, iyan yung end-to-end fare ay nasa 30 pesos pa yung nakalagay dito. Pero mamaya pagkatapos ng operasyon ng LRT-1 ay i-update na itong vending machine para maging 35 pesos na yung pamasahe. At i-update din nila yung kanilang mga signages dito sa mga istasyon para hindi na malito ang mga pasahero bukas.
Ayon sa pamunuan ng LRT-1, mahalaga sa kanila ang taas pasahe lalo't tumaas na rin ang gasto sa kanilang operasyon, partikular na ang ibinabayad sa kuryente.
Hindi rin naman po naging exempted ang rail, ang aming kumpanya sa unang-una sa pandemic effect. And also number 2, yung rising electricity cost. Dahil over the years, since we filed the request for new fares since 2016, di pa siya nag-grant ever, and we know that the rates before are very much different now.
Dahil dito ay mapapalitan na ang mga lumang tren ng LRT-1 na madalas ay inirereklamo ng mga pasahero na nawawalan ng aircon. Masisiguro na rin ang pagtatapos ng konstruksyon ng LRT-1 Cavite Extension na target ang magamit ng mga pasahero sa susunod na taon. Karen Villanda para sa Bayan.
Ilang araw matapos manalasa ang bagyong Egay, labis-labis pa rin ang hinagpis ng magulang na mga PCG personnel na nawala sa gitna ng rescue operation sa Cagayan River. May ulat si Noel Talakay.
Abot hanggang langit ang hinagpis ni Aling Edlin dahil hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa rin nakikita ang kanyang anak na miyembro ng Philippine Coast Guard. Isa ang kanyang anak sa 4 na PCG personnel na nagsagawa ng rescue operation sa Cagayan River noong kasagsagan ng bagyong Egay sa Aparig, Cagayan. Pero sa kasawiang palad, tumaob ang gamit nilang aluminum boat dahil sa lakas ng hangin at alon.
Ramdam na namin ang sakit. Ang bagal-bagal, sir, kung ano nila ng PCG.
Panganay niyang anak si Lester Renz Campo, 29 na taong gulang, 2020 nang pumasok ito sa Philippine Coast Guard. Anya, isang mabait at maaasahang anak si Lester. Para maibsan ang kanyang pangungulila sa anak, tanging mga larawan na lang nito ang niyayakap at pinagmamasdan araw-araw.
Mabuting anak yan. Yun lang ang inaano ko kung bakit siya pa.
Samantala, tulala si Aling Marilu habang pinagmamasdan ang kalmadong Cagayan River at maalong Babuyan Strait. Ito ang ginagawa niya halos araw-araw mula nang mawala ang kanyang anak na miyembro rin ng PCG.
Na sana nakaligtas na silang lahat, na sana maibalik na. Kinakausap ko po yung dagat na kahit ganyan nasa mabuti pa po silang kalagayan.
Kasama rin kasi ang panganay niyang anak na si Rodel Rita Grado, 27 taong gulang, isa sa 4 sa nawawalang PCG personnel sa Apari. Ayon kay Aling Marilu, si Rodel ang inaasahan niya lalo't kamamatay lang ng kanyang ama noong nakaraang taon.
Gusto niya makapagtapos lahat yung mga kapatid niya. Gusto niya na mapagandang buhay namin, sir, kasi siya lang inaasahan ko sa kanilang lahat.
Umaasa pa rin siyang muling makakapiling ang anak.
Ano man mangyari, hindi ko kaya, sir. Mamamatay siguro ako, sir, kung mawala ang anak ko.
Patuloy naman ang search and rescue, foot patrol at aerial search ng PCG. Katuwang ang Cagayan PDRRMO, PNP Maritime at Office of the Civil Defense. Una nang nakita sa karagatan ng Calayan at Fuga Island ang aluminum boat na ginamit ng 4 na nawawalang PCG.
Ongoing pa rin yung search and rescue operations natin dun sa 4 na nawawalang tauhan ng Philippine Coast Guard. Lumayo na po yung ating mga rescuers, lumabas na po sila ng hanggang Babuyan Island.
Sa pang-anim na pagkakataon, muli nilang hahalugugin ang mga isla ng Camiguin, Fuga, Kalayaan, Babuyan at Ritigatin.
Tayo ay gagawin natin lahat ang kaya natin gawin at ang mga kasama natin yan sa Coast Guard at hindi natin sila papabayaan.
Tulad sa pagkakakonekta ng Cagayan River at Babuyan Strait na ito, umaasa ang mga magulang na sina Aling Edlin at Aling Marilu na muli nilang makakasama ang kanilang mga anak para muling makasabay sa agos at alon ng buhay. Mula dito sa Apari, Cagayan, Noel Talakay para sa Bayan.
Nakalabas na ng Philippine Area of Responsibility ang bagyong Falcon.
Pero patuloy pa rin itong hahatakin at paiigtingin ang hanging habagat. Kaya't patuloy na nakararanas ng pag-ulan ang malaking bahagi ng bansa.
Nananatili namang baha ang ilang lugar sa bansa, kabilang na dyan ang Bulacan. May ulat si Ryan Lesige.
Sa munisipyo ng Hagonoy, Bulacan sana ang sadya ng news team kaninang umaga para kumustahin ang sitwasyon nila dahil sa baha. Pero sa bungad pa lang ng bayan, hinarang na kami ng mga tauhan ng Philippine Army. Hindi na raw kasi kakayanin ng aming sasakyan ang hanggang bewang na tubig baha. Mula sa aming crew cab, sumakay ang aming team sa 6x6 na truck para marating ang munisipyo. Para marating ang pinakasentro ng Hagonoy, kinailangan natin na sumakay ng 6x6 na truck na ito. Itong mga kasama natin ay magtutungo lamang daw sila sa kanilang palengke para mamili ng kanilang mga pangangailangan.
Dito po sa bibili po ng gamot sa Mercury. Kasi po yung darling ko may cancer yan.
Napakahirap, sir. Wala man lang hanap buhay yung mga tao. Ilang araw na din eh. 4 na araw na yata. Naku, kalalo kawawa yung mga tao.
Pagkababa sa truck, sa bangka naman kami sumakay para marating ang mismong munisipyo na lubog din sa tubig baha. Nagmistulang malaking ilog ang buong bayan ng Hagonoy.
Kasabay nung bagulan, yung pag-high tide at saka yung nanggagaling doon sa parting Nueva Ecija, Pampanga, Tarlac, sa amin bumababa yun, plus yung galing ng dam na nakaka-apekto sa amin sa paglaki ng tubig.
Lubog sa baha ang 26 na barangay. Kaya naman ang mga residente walang magawa kundi lumusong sa baha. Ang mga establishmento lubog din sa tubig baha. Pero tuloy ang buhay at hanap buhay. Ang ilang bahay, lubog ang kalahati sa baha. Ang mag-anak na ito na maglilibing ng kaanak, sumuong din sa tubig baha. Sa ambulansya na lang din nag-oopisina ang mga taga-MDRRMO. Aabot sa halos 48,000 pamilya ang apektado sa baha. katumbas ng mahigit 161,000 individuals. Sa nasabing bilang, 286 na pamilya ang nananatili sa mga evacuation center.
Kami po yung first respondents pagka po if in case na may nalulunod or kailangan magpalikas po.
Sa Pampanga, walang naitalang casualty kahit lubog din sa baha ang karamihan sa bayan doon. Isinailalim na sa state of calamity ang lalawigan dahil sa baha. Umaabot na sa 232 barangay ang naapektuhan. Mahigit 300 milyong pisong halaga ng mga pananim naman ang nasira sa baha. Patuloy ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga kinaukulan sa OCD, DSWD at mga LGUs upang mas matulungan ang mga nasalanta ng kalamidad na ito.
At mabuti na lang po talaga na napaghandaan po talaga ang maigi ng ating probinsya, pamumuno ni Governor at ng ating Provincial Risk Disaster Management Council, napaghandaan naman po para na magkaroon po tayo ng zero casualty.
Ryan Lisiges para sa Bayan.
Idiniklara ng terorista ng Anti-Terrorism Council si suspended Congressman Arnolfo Teves Jr. Nilinaw naman ng ATC na walang kinalaman ang desisyon sa pagpaslang kay Governor Roel Digamo. May ulat si Luisa Erispe.
Itinuturing na ng Estado si suspended Congressman Arnolfo Teves Jr. bilang isang terorista. Ito'y matapos ilabas ng Anti-Terrorism Council ang desisyon ngayong araw na opisyal nang idinedeklara ang mambabatas na terorista sa ilalim ng umano'y Teves Terrorist Group. Kasama umano sa kanyang grupo ang kanyang kapatid at dating gobernador na si Pride Henry Teves. Miyembro din ng 11 mga sospek na nasasangkot ngayon sa kaso ng pagpaslang kay dating Negros Oriental Governor Roel Digamo.
Ang sinasabi ho natin, may ebidensya. Nakita ho natin on the ground kung ano talagang nararamdaman ng mga tao sa Negros Oriental. Meron po tayong higit 50 na affidavits na nagsasabi na takot sila. At yung dahilan kung bakit ayaw gumalaw ng polis ay dahil din sa takot. It just goes to show that there really is that widespread fear and intimidation present in Negros Oriental.
Sabi pa ng ATC, walang koneksyon dito ang ginagawang investigasyon sa Department of Justice hinggil sa pagpaslang kay Digamo.
Matitiyak ko na sinundan talaga ng TWG ang proseso na to at ang recommendation ng TWG ay unanimously in-adopt ng ATC. No? Kayang-kaya namin pagtanggol na sinundan namin ang due process at rule of law sa pag-designate sa grupo ni Congressman Teves or sa kahit ano pang designation na nangyayari sa ATC.
Hindi pa naman maaaring maaresto ngayon ang kongresista at ang iba pa niyang kasama kahit itinuturing silang terorista. Pero batay sa anti-terror law, hindi na pwedeng hawakan o gamitin ang kanilang mga ari-arian. Ikinatuwa naman ni Pamplona Mayor Janice Digamo, asawa ni dating Governor Roel Digamo, ang desisyon. Pero si Congressman Teves, tinawanan lang ang desisyon ng ATC.
Dapat bumili sila ng malaking freezer, baka hindi magkasya. Hindi, joke lang. Joke lang. Wala naman po akong ilan na po yung asset. Sino namang politiko ang magsuso ng fear? Nangangampanya ka nga para mahalin ka ng tao, sabay pananakot ka. Klaseng katangahan yun, di ba? Sa totoo lang, di ba? You're wooing people to love you, to vote for you. Paano ka mananalo ng eleksyon kung tatakutin mo yung tao?
Sabi pa ng kongresista, posibleng ginagamit na ang anti-terror law para sa politika. Sabi naman ng kampo ni Pride Henry Teves, hahanap sila ng mga legal na paraan para maalis sa listahan ang dating gobernador. Ang iba namang abogado ng mga suspect sa Digamo case, hindi makapaniwala sa desisyon ng ATC. Kasabay ng Teves Terrorist Group na deklara ding terorista sina Hafida Romate Maute at Nahara Carita City Hamim. Hindi sila maaaring umapela, pero base sa implementing rules and regulations ng batas, pwede silang humiling sa ATC na maalis sa listahan kung pasok sa 6 na grounds o dahilan. Maaari nila itong isumite 15 araw matapos maisa publiko ang desisyon. Luisa Erispe, para sa Bayan. Tinalakay ng mambabatas ang pagiging lagay ni suspended Congressman Arnie Teves Jr. Kamustahin natin ang naging desisyon? May ulat si Mela Les Moras. Live, Mela.
Dayan, tiniyak ng Kamara na mananaig ang tamang proseso ukol nga rito sa estado ni Congressman Arnie Teves. Kanina sa hiwalay na press conference, muli namang itinanggi ni Teves ang mga alegasyong ibinabato laban sa kanya. Kasunod ng pagtatapos ng ikalawang suspensyon na ipinataw ng Kamara laban kay Negros Oriental 3rd District Representative Arnie Teves, nagsagawa na ngayong araw ng closed-door deliberation ang House Committee on Ethics and Privileges para tukuyin kung ano na ang magiging bagong hakbang nila laban sa kongresista. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin kasi nagpapakita ng personal ang mambabatas kahit pa balik-batas ang pambansa na dapat siya. Sa deliberasyon ng Ethics Committee, kabilang sa mga humarap ang kinatawa ng Anti-Terrorism Council at isa sa mga lubos na natalakay ang deklarasyon ng ATC bilang terorista sa mambabatas. Ayon sa Ethics Committee, isa ito sa mga pagbabasihan nila ng kanilang desisyon kung ano nga ba ang magiging bagong rekomendasyon nila laban kay Teves. Pero inaasang magtatagal pa nila ng kanilang mga pagdinig ng 1 o 2 linggo bago sila magkaroon ng pinal na pasya. Sa hiwalay na press conference naman ni Congressman Teves kasama ang abogado niyang si Attorney Ferdinand Topacio, kinwestiyon nila ang timing ng paglalabas ng ATC ng resolusyon sa deliberasyon ng House Ethics Committee. Muli ring itinanggi ni Teves ang mga alegasyon laban sa kanya. Pakinggan natin ang pahayag ng mga opisyal na ating nakausap kanina.
We are doing everything we can to let our people realize na hindi ito railroading, hindi ito yung nais na natin makalimutan. No? Sapagkat apektado rin kami dito. So we really would like to be very objective sa decision namin.
Kasama yun sa mga issues na kinoconsider ng Ethics Committee.
Second, bakit po kaya nagtatagal? Mahirap po ba?
Hindi, kasi kailangan pakinggan kasi dapat yung mga resource persons DOJ, ATC, NBI, and Bureau of Immigration. DFA also was there.
Unang-una, dapat kung ako yung nililitis, dapat akong pakinggan. So they never gave me the chance.
Kita niyo naman, hindi naman coincidence ito na ilalabas nila ito at this moment. Alam namin lalabas ito sooner or later, pero tinimingan pa talaga nila. I'm confident na dito sa kasong ito, lalabas yan eventually ang katotohanan.
Yan, ipaliwanag lang natin, no? Idagdag ko lamang para maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan. Bali, ang mangyayari ngayon, inaabangan natin kung ano yung magiging rekomendasyon ng House Ethics Committee. At kapag nagkaroon na sila ng rekomendasyon, yan naman ay iaakyat sa plenaryo ng Kamara at ito nga ay pagbobotohan kung tuluyan ng ipapatupad. Dahil nga nagkaroon na ng 2 suspensyon laban kay Congressman Teves, inaabangan na kung magkakaroon na nga ng expulsion o tuluyan na siyang tatanggalin. Pero Dayan, as I said earlier, talagang kailangan mo na yung pagbotohan ng mayorya ng mga kongresista bago ipatupad o kung magkakaroon pa nga ng iba pang rekomendasyon ang House Ethics Committee. Dayan?
Okay, Mela, with all this development, ano ba yung sinasabi ng kampo ni Kong Teves? Bakit hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin ito makabalik ng Pilipinas para personal na harapin ang lahat ng ito, Mela?
Dayan, mabuti na lamang din at naitanong mo, sa press conference kanina ni Congressman Teves ay isa nga yan sa mga naitanong sa kanya. Sabi nga, nasaan na nga ba siya? At ang sabi ni Congressman Teves ay nasa isang farm siya. Pero hindi niya in-specify kung saan mismo. At ang ibinabanggit nga niya, talagang may banta sa kanyang buhay kaya hindi siya makauwi pa ng bansa. At ngayon nga, dito naman sa Kamara, Dayan, no, i-gate lang din natin ulit na ang sinasabi nga ng mga mambabatas, kailangan under the rules ay kailangan magpakita na rin kasi siya dito ng personal para nga magkaroon na ng kalinawan itong ang kanyang estado. Pero at una na rin sinabi ng ating mga otoridad na kung meron ngang banta sa kanyang buhay ay handa naman siyang ingatan ng ating mga otoridad para nga matiyak din yung kanyang kaligtasan. Dayan?
Okay, Mela, panghuli na lamang, kailan inaasahan yung resulta ng deliberasyon ng Ethics Committee at may limit ba yung suspension sa isang kongresista?
Dayan, para lang din na backgrounder sa ating mga kababayan, nung mga nakaraan ay kahit 1 o 2 pagdinig lang ng House Ethics Committee ay nagkakaroon na sila ng pasya kung ano nga yung magiging rekomendasyon nila. Pero sa ngayon, ang sinasabi ng komite, inaasahang aabot ng 1 linggo o hanggang 2 linggo ang itatagal bago nga sila makapaglabas ng rekomendasyon. Dahil kung ano yung pinakamainam sa lahat, kung ano yung pinaka-valid at ano yung talagang dapat ipatupad, yun yung kanilang ire-rekomenda. So then, after naman ang recommendation yan na iakyat dito sa komite, sa plenaryo ng Kamara, para nga mapagdesisyonan at dapat nga 2/3 ng mga mambabatas yung bumoto para yan ay tuluyan ng ipatupad. At dayan, no, idagdag ko na lamang din, sabi nga ng mga mambabatas sila, ay pinaiiral talaga nila yung fairness and due process dito sa sitwasyon, kaya talagang ayaw nilang magkamali at gusto nila itong pag-aralang mabuti. Dayan?
Kaya antayin na lang natin ang magiging resulta na yan. Maraming salamat sa update, Mela Lesmoras.
Nanindigan ang mga senador sa resolusyong kanilang napagkasunduan hinggil sa patuloy na panggigipit ng China sa West Philippine Sea. May ulat si Daniel Manalastas.
Pinagtibay ng mga senador ang isang resolusyon na naglalayong kondinahin ang patuloy na ginagawa umanong panggigipit sa ating mga mangingisda sa West Philippine Sea na ginagawa umano ng Chinese Coast Guard at militia vessels. Ilang araw din pinagtalunan ng mga senador kung magpapasa sila ng resolusyon na naglalayong hikayatin ng gobyerno na iakyat na sa United Nations General Assembly ang nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea. Pero kanina nagkasundo ang mga senador na himukin ng pamahalaan na gawin ang nararapat na hakbang upang ipaglaban ang Philippine sovereign rights sa ating exclusive economic zone. Nakapaloob sa resolusyon ang panawagan ng mga senador sa China na itigil ang kanilang mga illegal na gawain bilang pagsunod sa United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea at arbitral ruling noong 2016.
Napakahirap po na makakuha ng consensus sa 24 na senador na iba-iba ang perspektibo, pare-parehong nagmamahal sa ating bansa.
This bipartisan effort tells the Filipino people that when it comes to matters of national sovereignty, we will never be bullied into submission.
Ang Pilipinas ay para sa Filipino. Ang yamang dagat na nasasakupan ng teritoryo ng Pilipinas ay kailanman hindi pag-aari ng kahit na anong banyagang bansa.
Sabi pa sa resolusyon, inaasahan ng DFA na patuloy makikipag-usap sa Chinese government para isulong ang ating karapatan sa ating EEZ. Pati na ang pagbuo ng Code of Conduct na base sa international law at sa UNCLOS. Pero kung hindi pa rin daw ito papansinin ng China at magpapatuloy ang umano'y pangharas, iaakyat sa international community ang ginagawa ng China at maaaring maghain ng resolusyon sa United Nations General Assembly. Gini Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, hindi watered down ang resolusyon.
Now we gave them several options to choose on how to deal with our neighbors in the north. And the beauty of this is with proper consensus and of course consultation amongst our colleagues, we had come out unanimous with these options. And we thank our dear colleagues that we stand by each other and by our country, regardless of political color.
Daniel Manalastas para sa Bayan.
Susunod, isasugatan sa pagsabog ng Granada sa Cotabato City.
Bilang ng mga nagkakaroon ng leptospirosis, tumaas.
At big-time price hike sa LPG, ipinatupad. Kung magkano, alamin. Lahat ng yan at iba pa sa pagbabalik ng Ulat Bayan.
Pilipinas nangunguna sa overall ranking ng 2023 Asian Weightlifting Youth and Junior Championships. Gilas Pilipinas Women Mainstay Jack Animam maglalaro sa Wuhan Shengfan Professional Basketball Club ng Women's Chinese Basketball Association. Sa kabila na tuloy-tuloy ng pag-ulan sa Marikina City, Games Extension ng 2023 palarong pambansa, malabo na para sa DepEd. At kasabay ng pagtatapos ng kampanya ng Pilipinas sa 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, nagbukas na rin ang serbisyo ng Australian mentor na si Allen Stajcic sa Philippine Women's National Football Team. Abangan yan mamaya sa PTV Sports.
The campaign against illegal drugs continues.
but it has taken on a new face. It is now geared towards community-based treatment, rehabilitation, education, and reintegration to curb drug dependence amongst our affected citizenry. We will relentlessly continue our fight against drug syndicates, shutting down their illegal activities and dismantle their network of operations.
Gusto mo ba ng career sa broadcasting? Ito na ang pagkakataon mo para maging bahagi ng PTV. Kasama ang mga batikang broadcaster na naghahandog ng mga award-winning na programang pang-telebisyon para sa Pilipino. Ipadala na ang iyong resume. Panahon ng ibahagi ang iyong kakayahan para sa bayan. Pasiglahin ang inyong weekday mornings kasama ang #1 kabalitaan ng bayan. Siksik sa mga balita at kaalaman. Mga dagdag impormasyon at istorya na inyong kagigiliwan. Tara at makibanding na kasama ang inyong RSP barkada. Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Dito lang sa PTV. PTV Consumer Watch, bantay presyo sa gasolina.
Wala ng buhay ng matagpuan sa isang motel sa Cubao, Quezon City ang isang 20 anyos na babae. Batay sa inisyal na investigasyon ng Cubao Police Station, nagtamo ang biktima ng mahigit 30 saksak sa iba't ibang bahagi ng katawan. Trabaho mo nito ng mag-alok ng aliw sa mga parokyano sa lugar. Kwento naman ng isang saksi, madalas niyang makita ang biktima sa lugar na posibleng binalikan ng customer nito para gawin ang karumal-dumal na krimen. Sa ngayon, patuloy na nagsasagawa ng follow-up operation ng mga pulis laban sa suspect.
Mistulang naging sumbungan ang Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs hinggil sa umano'y irregularidad na ginagawa ng mga pulis laban kay Mayor Samson Dumanjug ng Bonifacio, Misamis Occidental. Reklamo ng kampo ni Dumanjug, naging marahas ang kapulisan at di umano makatao ang naging trato sa kanila. Pinakita pa ng kampo ni Dumanjug ang video kung saan hindi nakilala umano ang nag-implementa nang sapilitan umano silang paalisin ng munisipyo. Matatanda ang meron silang suspension order dahil umano sa ilang violations.
Tinutukan ako ng baril. Pumasok siya, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Pumunta sa akin, tumutok ng baril niya. Naghawak sa akin. Yung nakabunit. Paglabas ko doon sa pintuan, mayroon ng wheelchair nakaabang doon. At saka nagsabi naman si Kwan, Ampong na dalian nyo para matapos nito. Tinalian ako nila sa kamay, 2 kamay at saka 2 paa doon sa wheelchair.
Yung sinasabi niya, sir, I vehemently denied with that allegation, sir.
The mere fact na dinala ka doon sa ambulansya, wala naman sigurong masamang balak ang pulis na patayin ka.
Itatali ninyo, nag-iisa lang ngayon na aresto ninyo. And that is very humiliating on their part. And he being a public official also. Wala na kayo respeto.
Nilalatag na mga probisyon para sa amnesty program sa mga dating rebelde. Ayon sa NTF-ELCAC at Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, magiging komprehensibo ang proseso para rito. Sa ikalawang sona ng Pangulo, sinabi nito na kabilang sa kanyang isusulong ang pagbibigay ng amnestiya sa mga susukong rebelde upang matuldukan na ang insurgency.
With all the experiences that we had right now,
we are fully confident that the framers of the amnesty program would factor in all of this and would come out with an amnesty program that is suited to the changing times, which is applicable to the current times.
Ngayong taon, most likely yung organization ng NAC, and next year, fully yung tinatawag nating yung tinatawag nating yung 2024 and 2025, hopefully ma-extend hanggang 2025, ay matapos natin po lahat yung tinatawag natin na mga applications ng MILF, MNLF, RPAPP at saka itong Communist Party of the Philippines.
Patuloy na tumataas ang kaso ng leptospirosis. Kaya naman ang Health Department nagbigay ng babala sa publiko para maiwasan ang naturang sakit. May ulat si Mark Fetalco.
Sa harap ng mga pagbaha, dulot ng mga pag-ulan, nakakita ang Department of Health ng pagtaas ng kaso ng leptospirosis sa bansa. Sa datos ng ahensya, 182 ang mga bagong kaso ng leptospirosis mula June 18 hanggang July 1. 42% na mas mataas kumpara sa naitala sa naunang 2 linggo. Mula Enero aabot na sa mahigit 2,000 ang leptospirosis cases, 225 dito ang namatay. Ayon sa DOH, Region 3 ang nakapagtala ng tuloy-tuloy na pagtaas ng kaso sa nakalipas na 6 na linggo, kung saan 9 na kaso ang naitala mula July 2 hanggang 15. Bukod dito, nakakita din ang DOH ang pagtaas ng dengue cases. Mahigit 9,400 cases ang naitala sa nakalipas sa 3 hanggang 4 na linggo, 16% na mas mataas sa sinundang 2 linggo. Sa kabuuan, nasa mahigit 80,000 na ang dengue cases sa buong bansa mula noong Enero. Lahat ng rehiyon, maliban sa Region 3, BARM at Caraga, ang nagpakita ng pagtaas sa nakalipas sa 3 hanggang 4 na linggo. Nasa halos 300 na ang nasawi dahil sa dengue, kung saan nasa halos 4 na po sa kanila ang nagka-dengue nang walang kahit anong senyales. Ngayong nauuso ang wild diseases o waterborne diseases, influenza, leptospirosis at dengue. Paalala ng Department of Health, maski hindi tag-ulan, iwasan magtapon ng basura kung saan-saan. Iwasan ng paglusong sa baha at kung hindi maiwasan, magsuot ng bota. Huwag uminom ng marumi at kontaminadong tubig. Laging tandaan ang 5S strategy na pang-iwas sa mga lamok at laging ihanda ang go bag, lalo na sa mga nakatira sa mga bahaing lugar. Mark Fetalco, para sa Bayan.
Matapos ang big-time oil price hike kahapon, iba't ibang kumpanya ang magpapatupad ng taas singil sa liquefied petroleum gas o LPG. Ang Soleil at Petron parehong magpapatupad ng halos 5 piso o 4 pesos and 55 centavos na aumento sa kada kilo ng LPG. Nangangahulugan ito ng 50 pisong aumento sa 11 kilong tangke ng LPG. 2 pesos at 54 centavos naman ang aumento sa kada litro ng Petron Auto LPG. Ayon sa Petron, alinsunod ang taas presyo sa international contract price ng LPG sa buwan ng Agosto.
Inisa-isa ni Quezon Province Governor Dr. Helen Tan ang kanyang mga nagawa sa unang taon sa pwesto. Kabilang dito ang mga serbisyong nagpaunlad sa kalagayan ng lalawigan. Nagbabalik si Luisa Erispe.
We resolve to do more good to our people. We hope for the best. And the best is yet to come.
Ito ang makabuluhang pahayag ni Governor Dr. Helen Tan sa ginanap na pag-uulat nito sa lalawigan sa Quezon Convention Center sa Lucena City. Matapos ang 1 taong pagkakaluklok bilang kauna-unahang babaeng gobernador ng Quezon, masinsinan niyang isa-isa ang mga matagumpay na serbisyong naisakatuparan upang mabaunlad ang kalagayan ng lalawigan. Aminado ang gobernadora na hindi naging madali ang unang 1 taon ng kanyang panunungkulan, pero siniguro niya na may patutunguhan ang inumpisahang gera laban sa mga hamon na kinaharap ng bawat mamamayang Quezonian.
Malayo pa tayo. Pero malayo na tayo.
Kasama ang mga lingkod bayan ng lalawigan ng Quezon, binigyan diin nito na hindi sila titigil sa patuloy na pagpapatupad ng mga pulisiya, programa at proyektong nakapaloob sa healing agenda upang makulayan ang pangarap na komportableng buhay para sa mga Quezonians. Ang paglilingkod na may puso at malasakit sa panahon ng pangangailangan. Pumalo na sa mahigit 1.2 trillion pesos na halaga ng buwis ang nakolekta ng Bureau of Internal Revenue sa unang 6 na buwan ng taon. Ayon kay BIR Commissioner Romeo Lumagi Jr., mataas ito kumpara sa kaparehong panahon ng nakaraang taon. Kampante sila na maabot nila ang target na higit 2.6 trillion pesos ngayong taon dahil sa mga fiscal activities na ginagawa ng ahensya. Aniya kabilang na dito ang paghabol nila sa bumibili ng fake o ghost receipts.
May mga nakasuhan na tayo at patuloy pa rin sa darating na panahon. Siguro in the coming few weeks, ongoing ang aming development ng cases at meron kaming isasampa ng marami-raming mga kaso laban sa bumibili ng mga ghost receipts.
Samantala, isang granada ang inihagis at pinasabog sa may gate ng isang bus company sa Cotabato City. Isa ang sugatan at isang bus ang nasira dahil sa pagsabog. Hawak na ng otoridad ang kopya ng CCTV footage sa lugar. Upang matukoy kung anong klaseng granada ang ginamit, gayon din ang sample ng explosive na dadaan sa technical evaluation.
Tuloy pa rin yung investigation at pagkikipag-ugnayan ng ghost station po sa management po ng Husky Bus Terminal. No? At lahat po ng mga baring possibility, no, kinoconsider po yan.
Naniniwala ang Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas na babagal pa ang usad ng inflation sa susunod na buwan. Samantala, ang Joint Circular para sa Rules and Regulations sa night shift differential pay ng mga government employees nilagdaan na. Yan at iba pa sa Express Balita ni Patrick De Jesus.
Tiwala ang Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas na babagal pa mula 4.1 hanggang 4.9% ang usad ng inflation sa mga susunod na buwan, ayon sa BSP, dahil ito sa pagbaba ng presyo ng karne, prutas at isda. Dagdag pa riyan ang naitalang rollback sa presyo ng LPG, gayon din ang patuloy na pagsigla ng piso kontra dolyar. Nilagdaan ng DBM, CSC at GCG ang Joint Circular para sa Rules and Regulations sa night shift differential pay. Sakop sa mabibigyan ng compensation premium ang mga empleyado ng gobyerno, GOCC, at mga appointed sa posisyon na may trabaho sa pagitan ng alas 6 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Hindi naman sakop ang mga nagtatrabaho mula alas 6 ng umaga hanggang alas 6 ng gabi, pati ang mga on-call duty, uniform personnel, maging ang mga job order o contract of service. Ipinagdiwa ngayong araw ang 122 anibersaryo ng Manila City Council, ang pinakamatandang konseho sa bansa. Isinabay sa pagdiriwang ang paglulunsad ng official City Council website kung saan matatagpuan ang mga ordinansa, resolusyon at mga executive order. Samantala, binigyang pugay din ng pamahalaan ang mga visually impaired individuals kasabay ng selebrasyon ng White Cane Safety Day. Nakiisa sa selebrasyon ng Department of Education na tiniyak ang hakbang at mga programa para sa kanilang inclusive education. Maging ang pamunuan ng MRT3 na nag-alok pa ng libreng sakay hanggang August 6. Patrick De Jesus para sa Bayan.
Ngayong nalalapit na ang pagdiriwang ng Buwan ng Wika, binigyang pagkilala ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang kahalagahan ng ating sariling wika upang mapaunlad at mapanatili ang ating kultura. May ulat si Gabi Natividad.
Ang wika ay bahagi ng kultura ng isang bansa. Ito ang nagdurugtong sa kasaysayan ng ating mga ninuno sa makabagong panahon. Sa pagdiriwang ng Buwan ng Wika ngayong Agosto, sinabi ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. na malaki ang bahagi nito sa lipunan, hindi lamang sa komunikasyon kundi sa pagkakaisa at pagpapaunlad ng Pilipinas bilang isang bansa. Paliwanag naman ni Batasan Hills National High School Filipino teacher Cirilo Castillo, mahalagang bigyan pansin ang ating gramatika sa ating sariling wika upang mapayabong pa ang ating kultura at pagkakakilanlan.
Dapat matatas tayo, kabisado natin yung ating sariling wika at doon natin ay ipapakita na kung mahal natin ang ating wika, mahal din natin yung ating pagka-Pilipino, yung ating mga kababayan.
Nais niya rin na suportahan at gamitin ng mga mambabatas at mga lider ng bayan ang wikang Pilipino para mapalawig pa ang paggamit nito.
Kahit anong pagsisikap naming mga guro sa Pilipino na itaguyod at palaguin pa itong ating wika, kung ang ating mismong mga lider sa bansa ay hindi tumutulong o mismong nangunguna sa pagsusulong nito, parang nababaliwala rin yung ating ginagawang mga pagsisikap.
Taong 1997 ang lagdaan ng dating Pangulong Fidel Ramos ang Proclamation 1041 na nagdedeklara sa buwan ng Agosto bilang taong-taong selebrasyon ng buwan ng wikang pambansa. Gabi Natividad, para sa Bayan.
Opisyal nang binuksan ng panibagong opisina at showroom sa Mandaluyong City ng pinakamalaking coffee machine distributor sa Pilipinas na Allegro Beverage Corporation. Bahagi po ito ng agresibong pagpapalawak ng kumpanya kasabay ng ika-24 na taon nito sa coffee industry. Ang Allegro ay may opisina sa Metro Manila, Cebu, Davao at Pampanga. Mayroon din silang dealership sa Iloilo, Bohol, Quezon Province, Laguna, Cavite at Pangasinan. Plano naman nilang magbukas ng panibagong branch sa Legazpi, Albay ngayong Oktubre at susunod naman sa Palawan. Bukod sa espresso machines, brewers at iba pang industrial coffee products, plano ring palawakin ng kumpanya mga produkto nito sa pagbebenta ng kape, sauce, syrup, oat milk at iba pa.
The partnership is to bring Allegro Beverage to a very different level in the industry, bringing their sales force and its showroom to a level that is outstanding and very competing with to the public.
At dyan po, nagtatapos sa mga mahalagang balita ngayong Martes. Ako po si Maan Makapagal para sa Bayan.
Patuloy na magbabantay at maghahatid ng totoo at saktong mga balita. Ako si Diane Querer para sa Bayan.
Hanggang bukas, kasama ng taong bayan sa muling pagbangon. Para sa mas magandang kinabukasan, ako po si Audrey Goriseta para sa Bayan.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Isang bansang nagkakaisa, sama-samang babangon muli. Yan ang patuloy na isinusulong ng ating pamahalaan sa pamumuno ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. Magandang gabi, Pilipinas. Sa ngalan po ni Atty. Bico Clavano. Ako po si Audrey Goriseta at ito ang The Chatroom. Ang mambabatas nating makakasama ngayong gabi ang siyang nagbigay halaga or emphasize the need of science-based strategies sa Philippine agriculture, lalo na sa pagtugon sa soil health problems ng ating bansa. Panukalang batas din niya ang National USAID or Upland Sustainable Agroforestry Development Program na naging matagumpay na sa lalawigan ng Agusan del Sur. Ang representante ng 2nd distrito ng Agusan del Sur sa Kongreso. Representative Adolf Edward Edibong Plaza. Sir, Congressman, magandang gabi po sa inyo.
Magandang gabi din sa iyo, Audrey. No?
Bago po ang lahat, maraming salamat po sa pagpapaunlak sa aming invitation dito sa The Chat Room. Pero nais po muna namin kayong ipakilala sa ating mga tagapanood. Ano? Congressman Plaza, ano po yung tinapos ninyong kurso at anong klaseng estudyante po kayo nung kayo'y nag-aaral pa lamang?
I took up industrial engineering. Kaso I'm an undergraduate industrial engineering student. But I was exposed sa mga negosyo ng aking ama because he used to own the Apo Cement in Cebu City, Inaga, Cebu, and a lot of marketing corporations. So doon po ako na-assign. So nakalimutan ko na yung pag-aaral dahil kumikita ako. Then after which, nung naibenta yung Apo Cement ng aking ama, ako'y lumipat sa Agusan del Sur and I was into trading also. Most of the time, when I was a private sector, entrepreneur and a trader at the same time.
Alright, Congressman, bago po kayo pumasok sa mundo ng politika, ang pinagkakaabalahan niyo po ay pribadong sektor, pagnenegosyo, no? So, bakit po kayo naitulak na pumasok sa public service?
Unang-una may interest na ako. But nangyari noon, my father was sick, very sick, during 1995. Nagulat ako dahil sa isa sa mga speeches niya, bigla niyang minention na tatakbo ako ng board member. Hindi ko maintindihan that time kasi ang turo niya sa akin naman, never get into politics if you don't have enough financial capability. During that time, medyo masama ang takbo ng negosyo ko. But then when he announced it, wala na akong magawa. No backing out. At sa awa naman ng Diyos, I won as a board member in 1995.
Well, pero lumaki po kayo na yung inyong mga kaanak nasa politika. So, in other words, talagang kabisado niyo na rin po.
I was observing, inoobserbahan ko sila at nakikita ko naman yung takbo at kumbaga pinag-aralan ko unti-unti din, ano yung trabaho na bilang isang public servant. It became an interest to me. Kasi ang una ko, my personality, madali akong, malambot na puso ko. Pag may lumapit humingi tulong, mahirap hindian. So when I was a board member, naging malaking problema ko yun because I was not earning enough that time. Tumigil ako sa negosyo. I was focusing on yung pagka-board member ko. Talagang that time, mahirap ang sitwasyon ng probinsya. So maraming humingi, lalo yung mga dugo, about health services. So minsan nauubos sweldo ko para doon. But then, again, yun ang sakripisyo mo pag nasa public service ka. Slowly, I was able to develop and gain trust sa taong bayan ng Agusan del Sur. So I became governor in 2001.
Personal decision, hindi po kayo inimpluwensya ng inyong mga magulang? Tama po ba?
May konting coercion, no? I should say, naging board member ako ng 1995. Nung pag-re-election, 1998, parang my mom told me na, are you ready to be the next governor? And sinikap kong maging ready ako that time because naniniwala naman ako na dito sa politics, walang yung sabihin na natin inexperience, kailangan maupo ka muna for you to learn what public service is really all about. And it's all about the heart. Kung ang puso mo para sa tao, kakayanin mo ito.
Alright. Hindi na po bago yung pangalang plaza, no? Pagdating sa Agusan del Sur. In fact, sa mga nagdaang taon, sinasabing ang probinsya daw ng Agusan del Sur ay pinamumuluan ng inyong angkan ng halos 50 taon na. So, ano po yung mga development na nagawa ng inyong mga kamag-anak din sa inyong lugar?
Masasabi ko, yung aming, sabihin na natin, ang tawag ng tao, dynasty that time. Para sa akin, merong dalawang klaseng dynasty. Merong good and bad dynasty. But sa aming, when we were okay, maraming development na nangyari kasi nabawasan ng politika. No? Yun ang number one problema ng mga probinsya. Pag heavy ang politics, apektado ang development ng probinsya at bawat barangay at bawat munisipyo. Kasi nagkakaroon ng kung saan kakampi. But during that time, 9 years na kami walang problema sa isa't isa, talagang malaki ang development in terms of infrastructure kasi yung probinsya namin talagang kulang sa infrastructure. It's a very big agricultural area, almost 1 million hectares, pero walang mga kalsada. So during 2011 up to 2019, marami tayong nagawang pagbabago in terms of infrastructure. Ang naging problema naman ngayon lang itong Maharlika Highway natin, in which ito yung ating pinupush ngayon. Nakikiusap tayo sa national government na bigyan pansin, lalong-lalo na itong Maharlika Highway is really the main road. No? At saka ito ang gawa ng ating Pangulo, former President Ferdinand Marcos during his time. And kami yung naiiwan aming area at saka sa summer area na masama ang kalsada. So eto ngayon, hopefully matulungan tayo ni Speaker at ni Presidente na mapaganda na yung kalsada.
Well, sir, napaka-busy nyo po dahil sa napakaraming programa ang inyong sinusulong sa Kongreso at mabigat ang responsibilidad ng isang mambabatas. Pero sa inyo pong free time, sa inyong personal time, ano po bang pinagkakaabalan ninyo? Well,
most of the time, kasama ko yung pamilya ko, my wife and my son. And pupunta ako sa farm because therapy ko talaga is manok. I'm into cockfighting ever since since 1980s. I was not yet in government then. Talagang na-influence ako ng father ko sa sabong. And at the same time, we travel to beaches, try to relax. Because one thing good about my situation na isang bilang kongresista, maganda yung relationship sa aming gobernador. So kasi 15 years ako governor, yung mga staff din doon is really nagkakaintindihan po kami together with the governor. So ako naman, yung mga staff ko sa Congress are very efficient and nakakatulong matanggal yung problema ko because they do the necessary research. At saka pinakamaganda pa nito, if we're talking about soil science, I have the Soil Society of the Philippines behind me. So most of the soil scientists, the new generation, young soil scientists are behind me in technical terms. Kasi kung ako lang, hindi ko kakayanin to.
Ididetalye pa po natin yung usapin na yan sa mga programa ninyo, Congressman. Kaya wag po kayong bibitiw dahil magbabalik pa ang The Chat Room.
I urge the government to enact a new government procurement law and a new government auditing code. This to make government procurement and auditing more attuned to these changing times. We will give effect to the mandate of the Constitution and the Local Government Code as clarified by the Supreme Court very soon. Almost all the required devolution transition plans of the LGUs are done. To fully prepare them for optimal devolution, the necessary technical and financial assistance is being extended to our local government. In everything that we do, the enduring Filipino quality of bayanihan will still be our guide.
Nagbabalik po ang The Chat Room. Kasama pa rin po natin si Representative Adolf Edward Edibong Galido Plaza, 2nd District of Agusan del Sur. Sir, simula noong manilbihan ang inyong pamilya sa Agusan del Sur, ano na po ba yung mga masasabi ninyong naging major development sa probinsya?
I'm proud to say na after serving 15 years bilang isang gobernador, malaki ang nagawa natin in terms of infrastructure, lalong-lalo na sa main role ng provincial government is really yung provincial roads para sa ating mga farmers. So I was able to make about more than almost 200 kilometers of provincial roads sa probinsya namin, linking one municipality to another, and then yung mga circumferential roads na provincial road. Lalong-lalo na yung paakyat sa bundok. No? Then ang nangyari nun, when my sisters became congressman also, nagkaroon lalo ng mas mabilis na infrastruktura na paggawa ng kalsada papunta ng bundok. And these mountains are agricultural areas, highly potential for agricultural areas. At dito din ang maraming rebelde nung araw. No? So through roads, medyo nabawasan ang rebelde ng ating probinsya at naintindihan nila. Kasi ito namang mga tao na nagiging rebelde or NPA, I should say, napapasok to sa organisasyon ng ganito dahil sa kakulangan ng sikmura. Pagkain sa sikmura, sa kahirapan, madali silang ma-influence ngayon. Kaya nagkakaganon. Ito yung nakita ko na hindi only in armed, mabigyan ng pagkakataon ang ating mga tao, lalong-lalo na sa upland areas, na magkaroon ng magandang hanap buhay at makakain ng 3 beses sa isang araw at mabigyan ng tamang edukasyon.
Well, sir, sa inyo pong palagay, bakit po patuloy na pinipili o iniluluklok ng taong bayan sa Agusan del Sur ang inyong pamilya?
Ang akin naman is really, nag-evolve ako from my father. My father was well-loved by the people kasi nga grassroots din siya, rags to riches din yung tatay ko. And he's also an undergraduate, grade 6 lang ang inabot niya. Pero marami siyang relatives and at the same time, he became successful in his business kasi may laging company yung tatay ko that time during the 50s and the 60s. Then accidentally, he was appointed by then President Magsaysay as councilor ng Butuan City at doon na nag-umpisa yung kanyang political career. That was way back 1957.
Gaano po kalayo yung narating ng inyong probinsya mula po nung taong 2003 hanggang 2006 na kabilang po kayo sa pinakamahirap na lalawigan sa bansa noon?
Ang ating ginawa talaga is more of infrastructure. Ang number one, kasi during that time, my first term, in 2001, talagang napakasama ng ating road network. So dito lang ako nag-focus una sa road network and at the same time nabuo yung ating Upland Sustainable Agroforestry Development. So it takes time. Hindi po madali ang pag-develop ng isang probinsya. But there's an advantage. Yung 20 poorest provinces, in fact, natanggal kami ng 2001, ng panahon ni GMA, 2011, but for me it was a disadvantage. Because being included sa 20 poorest provinces, marami pong external na mga funding ang pumapasok sa amin. Lalong-lalo na itong Australian aid. No, I'm proud to say na the province of Agusan del Sur have been working hand in hand with Australian aid since the 1990s. Malaria, nag-umpisa, then human resource development, then we had this provincial road management facility para turuan kami technically yung aming mga engineers at yung buong institution ng provincial government of Agusan del Sur, yung aming mga human resource at pinaigting lalo-lalo na kasi ang main concern namin is really infrastructure, modernized yung aming engineering office. So what we did was really construct ng concrete cemented roads ang atin parati doon. Kasi may kasabihan nga ang OSAID, the road to development is always under construction. Yan naman ang nangyayari din sa ating national government sa ngayon. Ang infrastructure programs talagang napakalawak. But again, after the infrastructure, sisiguraduhin natin na makita naman yung the economic side. What would benefit the people kung meron na tayong magagandang kalsada? So dito kailangan pumasok na naman ang provincial government at national government because like right now, we're already prepared to bring in investors. Kasi nung una, I was trying to bring in investors pero yung infrastructure parati ang tanong. Kamusta ang kalsada? Kamusta yung kuryente? Meron bang availability? So hindi ko masagot yon. So doon ako nag-pick up na talagang importante ang kalsada at kuryente and telecommunications.
Okay.
In which meron na po tayo ngayon yan.
Okay, sir. Para po maliwanagan yung ating mga tagapanood, isa po sa inyong isinusulong dito sa agriculture ay yung tinatawag po nating soil health crisis. Yes. Maaari niyo po bang pakipaliwanag ito in layman's term para maunawaan po namin?
Yun ang dito, no? Kasi ako nabugbog ako sa technical nito. Kasi hindi naman ako soil scientist. But then again, we are lucky enough na meron nga tayong napag-graduate na PhD, now a soil scientist, in the person of Dr. John B. Goloran. ang importante talaga sa soil testing is for us, malaman ng ating farmers kung ano ang kinakailangan gawin niya sa kanilang lupain na tinatinaman ng kanilang palay at mais at whatever crops, no? Gulay, whatsoever, for them to maximize their yield. Kasi ang nangyayari ngayon ng ating mga farmers are practicing blind fertilization.
Tanggap lang ng tanggap.
Pag natanggap, yan ang ibibigay.
Even though hindi bagay yung fertilizer na yon sa uri ng klase ng lupa nila.
Yun kaya ang ina-advocate ko ngayon is really soil testing para malalaman natin kung ano yung klase at gaano kadaming fertilizer ang kinakailangan ng lupa in that particular area. Kasi for example, Rodrigo, yung lupa ng Agusan del Sur or Mindanao as a whole is way different sa lupa ng Visayas at Luzon. So hindi mo pwedeng gawin na isa lang template yung klase ng fertilizer na ibibigay mo sa lahat ng tao. And para sa kaalaman ng ating viewers, ang nag-umpisa ng soil survey at soil testing dito sa atin was still 1964 at ito through US aid, no, US Geographical Survey ang ginawa. So during that time, ang probinsya natin noon 50 plus pa siguro or 40 plus. But now we are already 82. So we have different, and the next soil testing which was done by BSWM was 1982 to 1984. After that, naputol na, nawala na. So ang nangyari, dito lang tayo sa NPK or yung urea, ang kalimitan na ginagamit. Ang problema natin sa urea, which is a nitrogen, I have nothing against this. Kaso pag nasobrahan ito, nagiging acidic ang lupa. At ito ang mga reklamo ng ating mga farmers. Acidic yung kanilang lupa. So lalagyan naman nila ng ibang klaseng fertilizer para mawala yung acidity. So again, this is additional cost. While kung soil testing tayo, kakaroon ng soil testing, talagang malalaman ng ating farmers kung ano ang dapat ibigay. So, minumungkahi ko ngayon ang soil testing so that ang national government magkakaroon ng magandang database para magamit ng ating mga farmers at kinakailangan ng magandang information system from the provincial national government to provincial government to the municipal government and then to the farmers. Na ito yung problema ng soil nila, ito yung kailangan fertilization program. Kasi hindi naman pwedeng isa lang ang fertilization program ng buong bansa. So, minumungkahi ko rin ang National Soil Strategy na gagawin para sa maumpisahan ng ating ng current administration through our President, BBM, na maumpisahan ito ang database natin sa soil health program ng ating bansa. Then, after which, magkakaroon ng National Fertilization Program.
Well, kung ang nais natin talaga, yung gusto rin ng Department of Agriculture na yumabong yung mga pananim ng ating mga magsasaka, kailangan din pag-aralan kung ano yung mga tinatamnan na mga lupain. Sa punto pong ito, pag-usapan naman natin ang ilang issue may kinalaman po sa inyo at sa inyong distrito. And we want to ask for your point of view, stand, and clarification, or how would you like to address those issues? Narito po yung unang issue. Science and agriculture.
Hindi pwede magkahiwalay yan.
Alright.
Magkasama dapat yan. Through science, magkakaroon ka ng better agriculture for your farmers. And ito yung parating hinaing ng ating farmers. Since I was governor, parating ang reklamo nila talagang mababa yung kanilang kita, no? At kulang yung kanilang pagpapaaral sa kanilang mga anak. So ang nangyayari ngayon, yung bata na anak ng farmer, nakikita niya gaano kahirap yung sitwasyon ng kanyang ama bilang isang farmer. Ang nangyayari, yung mga anak ayaw na maging farmer. So, matatanda na ang mga farmers ngayon. Kasi nga, hindi nakikita in the economic side na if you practice really good farming methods, lalaki yung increase your income. So, mabubuhay ng maayos, makakapag-aral ng maayos ang ating taong bayan. At ang importante dito, kasi ako naniniwala, no? Pagka sakto ang labanan siya ng ating mga constituents, babawasan din yung solicitation sa akin. Ito is a very fulfilling thing for me. Na pag na-notice ko na mababa ang solicitation, ibig sabihin, maganda ang takbo ng ating mga constituents. And basically, it's really more of empowerment through agriculture because we are an agricultural province. So kailangan i-empower yung mga farmers for them to have a better opportunity in life.
Well, isa na lamang po, no? Naliyagan Festival about tourism sa Agusan del Sur.
Well, itong Naliyagan Festival natin, ever since talagang dinadayo ito ng karating nating mga probinsya, even from Bukidnon, umaabot dyan during our festival. It's a 5-day festival from June 12 up to June 17. And marami tayong, may Farmers Day tayo, may IP Day tayo, ibinibigyan natin ng magandang importance ang ating mga indigenous people at lalong-lalo na ang ating farmers. Since meron nga tayong yung Upland Sustainable Agri-Forestry Development, which is also supported by A-Share of OSAID.
Alright, wag po kayong bibitiw dahil magbabalik pa po ang The Chapter.
Napakasarap sa pakiramdam yung tumutulong ka ng wala ka namang hinihintay na kapalit.
Kaya po lahat nga po ng lumapit sa akin dito na hanap buhay, pinapasok ko po. Para lang po kami may maibigay ako sa pamilya ko, may masuporto po ako kahit konti.
Kahit po ganyan siya, agresibo po siyang pumasok. Nagsabi nga po sa akin, huwag na daw pong paaralin kasi ganyan daw po siya.
Hango sa kwento ng mga totoong tao. Ang tahanan ng mga dekalidad na dokumentaryo. Public Eye. Tuwing Martes ng gabi sa PTV.
Nagbabalik po ang The Chat Room at kasama pa rin po natin si Representative Eddie Bong Galido Plaza, 2nd District ng Agusan del Sur. Alright, Congressman, ano po itong programa na Securing Food and Nutrition Through Healthy Soils na dadaluhan pa mismo ng ating mahal na Pangulo? Gaano po ito kahalaga sa buhay ng bawat mamamayang Pilipino?
Ngayong, ito yun, itong coming June 21 and June 22, magkakaroon tayo ng first Soil Summit in the Philippines. So, ang kinaganda nito, kasali din yung A-Share, Australian Center for International Agricultural Research, ang tumulong sa akin. Because we have a long-lasting relationship with A-Share. Kasi since 2018, tinulungan na kami. We already have a collaboration between A-Share and the provincial government. Gobernador pa ako noon, kumuha kami ng 5,000 samples in 7 municipalities covering 125,000 hectares. At yung mga soil samples, pinadala pa ng Australia sa Griffith University kasi doon itetest ng kanilang laboratories. Kasi that time, A-Share nag-check sa mga soil slab dito sa Pilipinas at hindi papasa yung kanilang requirements para sa soil testing. So, all the samples, pinadala pa ng Australia. At kung iisipin natin, kung meron tayo dito, meron naman tayong mga regional soil slab. Kaso maraming kulang. Ito po ang, again, binibigyan ko pansin at sinasabi sa ating mahal na speaker, ang kinaganda ay ako'y nabigyan na ng go signal ni Speaker Romualdez na ipagpatuloy yung advokasya ko. So I'm very thankful that napakinggan ako at eto ngayon, involved na ang Soil Society, Scientists of the Philippines. So magkakaroon ng Soil Summit, imbitado natin yung 82 governors together with their agriculturists. Then sa academe, imbitado din mga soil scientists at lalong-lalo na yung sa mga universities na mga agriculturists natin and all other sectors. No? IRI is also invited so that lahat po magkaroon ng mas mabuting pagkaintindi what soil science is all about, and then hopefully makakraft tayo at magkaroon ng isang school of thought lang kung ano ang protocol na gagawin natin to address the soil problems in our country. Alright. So doon unti-unti magkakaroon muna tayo ng parang reviewer sa mga agriculturists at sa governor in the hope na magkaroon ng interest ang gobernador sa kanilang agriculture, sa kanilang probinsya. Then, for the agriculturists to implement, ang kinaganda pa nito, nakakuha tayo ng scholarship grants again. In fact, bigyan ng Agusan del Sur ng 2 slot, 17 slots ang binigay ulit ng Australia para sa atin, sa buong Pilipinas, in different fields of science. So, sana mapalawak pa to. Ito yung aking kinakausap ko ulit. No? I'm trying to talk to Asia again na pwede ba ito palawakin through PICARD kasi DOST ito. No? Collaboration between DOST, PICARD, Province of Agusan del Sur, DA, BSWM in particular, at saka sa Bureau of Agricultural Research. Ito po ang importante din kasi yung sa R&D in agriculture. So, unti-unti nating nabubuo na po sila na umupo ang lahat at magkaliwanagan, okay, ito yung magiging direction natin at ito yung protocol. So, hindi na po magiging magulo in moving forward na isulong itong soil health strategy ng ating bansa.
Alright, marami pa po tayong pag-uusapan sa pagbabalik ng The Chat Room.
PTV Consumer Watch, bantay presyo sa gasolina.
Nagbabalik pa rin po ang The Chat Room. Kasama pa rin po natin si Representative Eddie Bong Galido Plaza ng 2nd District of Agusan del Sur. Ano pa po ba ang mga dapat abangan ng mga taga-Agusan sa inyong pamumuno?
Well, ang number one is really, since andito na ako sa Kongreso ngayon, it's more of sa policy making. Kasi nung ako ay governor, it's an executive role, it's a management of the province and the municipal as a municipal administrator. So ngayon, ang talagang advocacy ko is itong soil science and soil testing as a method that the national government will implement. Ako po'y tumutulong, kasamahan po yung Philippine Soil Scientist Society, ang aking support group, upang makagawa po ng magiging strategy at action plan. Importante yung action plan. Kasi technically, kulang yung, sa nakita ko po ito, kulang yung kakayanan ng ating mga technical people sa Department of Agriculture. I'm not saying that they're masama sila, may pagkukulang. So, kailangan po natin i-address to. At ito voice out ko, sinasabi ko sa ating mga speaker, specifically Speaker Martin Romualdez, na kinakailangan natin i-address ito kung gusto natin makuha yung food security na inaasam-asam ng ating presidente.
Ano po ang inyong mensahe sa inyong mga kababayan?
Well, ang unang-unang mensahe ko, kasi ang nagiging issue ngayon yung aming kalsada, rest assured na bilang inyong representante sa ikalawang distrito ng probinsya ng Agusan del Sur, ako po'y nakatutok at nagpa-follow up parate sa ating mahal na speaker, mahal na presidente, at saka kay Secretary Bonoan ng DPWH, how important the Maharlika Highway is sa Agusan del Sur part. Kailangan katulong natin dito ang taong bayan na mag-regulate sa mga karsada, even the national highway, na kung meron nag-overload, dapat ito mabigyan, mahanapan ng solusyon na bawasan o matanggal itong overloading. First, yung mga dump trucks na malalaki, dapat itigil na itong pagbebenta na nagkakarga ng about 20 to 25 cubic meters up to 30 cubic meters, in which this is already overloading. Kaya madaling masira yung ating karsada, lalong-lalo na sa aming probinsya, na ang aming probinsya used to be a marshland. So nagkaroon lang nagtambak, embankment, but yung ilalim nun, medyo may kalambutan. Tapos ngayong panahon na to, malimit umulan, dadaanan ng mabibigat na truck, gagalaw at dadating ang panahon, bibigay talaga yung kalsada.
Again, maraming salamat po sa lahat ng impormasyon na ibinahagi niyo po sa amin ngayong gabi. Nakapanayan po natin si Representative Adolf Eddie Bong Galido Plaza ng 2nd District of Agusan del Sur. At maraming salamat po sa inyong pagpapaunlak dito sa The Chat Room.
Maraming salamat din, Audrey, lalong-laro na dito sa chat room, and I hope na anyayahan mo ako ulit dito to give more details about soil science.
Again, thank you so much, sir. Bilang responsableng mamamayan, mahalagang magkaroon tayo ng malawak na kaalaman tungkol sa pamahalaan at sa mga pangyayari sa ating bansa. Kaya naman ugaliing tumutok dito lamang sa The Chat Room. Ako po si Audrey Goriseta. Magandang gabi, Pilipinas.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Ganitong araw noong August 1, 1996, 27 years ago, tinalo ni Mansueto Onyok Velasco si Rafael Lozano ng Spain sa semifinals ng Men's Boxing Light Flyweight 1996 Atlanta, USA Olympics. Pinaboran ng judges si Velasco matapos makakuha ng 22-10 na score.
Gold medalist, Philippines.
Nabubuhay tayo para lumaban.
Magandang gabi sports fans. Ngayon po ay araw ng Martes, unang araw ng Agosto
2023. Ako si Meg Siozon.
Ako si Sheila Salaysay. Samahan niyo kami sa susunod na kalahating oras ng maiinit na balitang pampalakasan. Ito po ang
PTV Sports.
Sa ulo ng mga nagbabagang sports balita, Pilipinas nangunguna sa overall ranking ng 2023 Asian Weightlifting Youth and Junior Championships. Kilas Pilipinas Women Mainstay Jack Animam maglalaro sa Wuhan Shengfan Professional Basketball Club ng Women's Chinese Basketball Association. Sa kabila na tuloy-tuloy ng pag-ulan sa Marikina City, Games Extension ng 2023 palarong pambansa, malabo na para sa DepEd. At kasabay ng pagtatapos ng kampanya ng Pilipinas sa 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, nagbukas na rin ang serbisyo ng Australian mentor na si Alen Stajcic sa Philippine Women's National Football Team.
Yan po mga headlines. Narito ang kabuuan ng mga balita. 4 na araw bago magtapos ang 2023 Asian Youth and Junior Weightlifting Championship sa India. Nasa tuktok ng standings ngayon ng mga batang weightlifter ng Pilipinas sa kabila ng kanilang malaking adjustment pagdating sa klima at sitwasyon sa ibang bansa. Ilan pa sa mga nakakuha ng ginto para sa Pilipinas, unang beses pa lang nakakasalang sa international tournament. Kilala rin kung sino sila sa ulat ni Kay Asuncion.
Nangunguna ngayon sa overall ranking ng 2023 Asian Youth and Junior Weightlifting Championships ang Philippine team na ngayon mayroon ng 16 gold, 10 silver at 4 bronze medals na ginaganap sa Gautam Buddha University, New Delhi, India. Mula sa 11 kalaho, kasyam na sa kanila ang nakapagambag ng ginto, kabilang ang mga first time sa international competition na sina Judy Peralta at Alexandra Diaz. 3 gold ang nakuha ng mampang weightlifting club lifter na si Peralta na lumahok sa 49 kg weight class. 1 ginto at 2 silver naman ang galing sa 12 taong gulang na si Diaz na siyang pamangkin ng 2020 Tokyo Olympic gold medalist na si Heidi Diaz at national team coach na si Alan Diaz.
Programa din po ng Saman Weightlifting, ma'am. Kaya may qualifying po kami, ma'am. Makikita yung mga record sa labas, mga kalaban, pasok ba sila, ma'am. Kaya tinama yung sa ma'am, sa delegation, ma'am. Kasi may chances talaga sila sa mag-medal sila, ma'am. Kaya tinama, ma'am. Yun na po.
Nagte-training lang po talaga ng maayos. Tapos, sa tulong din po ni Coach Allen. Tsaka ng mga kasama ko po.
Samantala sa ikalawang beses namang pagsalang ng 17-year-old weightlifting prodigy na si Rose Jean Ramos, nakabulsa siya ng 1 gold at 2 silver sa pagsalang sa 45 kg category.
Then sobrang nahihirap po kasi sobrang lamig ng dun sa venue, sa competition. And kahit isang pawis, wala talaga. Then yung mga pagkain nila dito pangit. Always chicken na lang.
Chicken and then ice cream.
Ice cream.
May lagnat kasi kami lahat dito bago kami dito, ma'am. Nakaupo, gano'n. Pero okay naman ngayon, ma'am.
19 na bansa ang naglaban-laban sa taong ito at kasalukuyang pumapangalawa sa Pilipinas ang Vietnam na mababa lamang ng 2 ginto, habang ikatlo naman ang Thailand. Noong nakaraang taon na pangatlo sa overall ranking ang Pilipinas. Huling lalaban bukas para sa bansa si Vanessa Sarno na susubukang tapusin ang kampanya ng Pilipinas sa pagbuhat ng 3 medalya sa Women's 71 kg event. Kay Asuncion, PTV Sports. Magbabalik bansa na bukas ang ilang Philippine Women's National Football Team members na sariwa mula sa kanilang 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup campaign na ginanap sa New Zealand. At sa kanilang pagbabalik, hindi na nila makakasama pa sa mga susunod nilang laro ang kanilang head coach na si Alen Stajcic. Ngayong tapos na ang kanyang kontrata sa Pilipinas. Nagbabalik si Kay Asuncion. Kasabay ng pagtatapos ng kanilang kampanya sa 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, nagwakas na rin ang serbisyo ng Australian mentor na si Alen Stajcic sa Philippine Women's National Football Team. Natuldukan na ang kontrata ng Australian mentor na si Stajcic kasama ng kanyang assistant coach na si Noel Ararte at hindi na marerenew pa ang kanilang mga kontrata dahil mayroon na silang ibang magiging task. 2021 ang magsimula ang panunungkulan ni Stajcic sa Pilipinas. Sa mga panahong ito, nagawa niyang dalhin ang Pilipinas sa mga historic wins sa international stage na tanging sila pa lang ang nakagagawa sa kahit anong football club sa bansa. Kasama rito ang pagkakapasok ng Pinay Booters sa 2022 AFC Asian Cup semi-finals na naging dahilan ng kanilang qualification sa World Cup. Naka-bronze ng Pilipinas noong 2019 SEA Games. Sa ilalim rin ng pamumuno ni Sajic nang maging champion sa ASEAN Football Federation ng Kapanan noong 2022, naabot rin nila ang pinakamataas na world rankings ng National Women's Football Team na umabot sa 46th place at nakapagtala ng kauna-unahang panalo at goal sa pinakamalaking football event sa mundo, katapat ang higher rank oppositions. Ayon kay Sajic, ang dalawang pinakamagandang experience sa kanyang coaching career ay ang laban nila sa World Cup kontra New Zealand at Norway. Pinasalamatan rin niya ang bumubuo sa Pilipinas, gayon na rin ang mga players at sports fans. Sa pahayag naman ni Pilipinas manager Jefferson Cheng, ang halos 2 taong pamamalagi ni Stajic sa koponan ay magsisilbing magandang alaala para sa kanilang lahat ng hindi nila malilimutan. Samantala, 13 Filipina players ang nakatakdang magbalik bansa bukas August 2. Sunod na tatahakin ng National Women's Football Team ang qualification para sa 2024 Paris Olympics at 19 Hangzhou Asian Games. Kaya Asuncion, PTV Sports.
Sa swimming, itinanghal bilang pinakaunang double gold medalist ng 63rd palarong pambansa ang 16-year-old tanker mula sa Region 4A na si Peter Cyrus Dean. Ang kabuang detalye sa ulat ni Daryl Oclares.
Unang araw pa lamang ng swimming competitions pero 2 ginto na agad ang naibulsa ng incoming grade 11 swimmer na si Peter Cyrus Dean sa 63rd palarong pambansa na kasalukuyang ginaganap sa Marikina City. Nanguna ang Lucena native tanker sa 100-meter backstroke kung saan niya nabura ang kanyang personal record at makapagtala ng oras na 1 minute at 0.69 millisecond. Nasungkit naman ni Dean ang kanyang ikalawang gold sa 400-meter individual medley na tinapos naman niya sa loob ng 4 minutes at 53.29 seconds. Sa panayam ng PTV Sports kay Dean, inilahad niya na hindi siya makapaniwala na makakuha agad ng panalo sa kanyang unang 2 kompetisyon.
Nakaka-overwhelm po and excitement and pure enjoyment, happiness. Minomotivate po ako at the same time ng aking mga magulang and si coach, of course.
May pagkakataon pa ang 16-year-old tanker na dagdagan pa ang kanyang medalya sa pagpapatuloy ng kanyang kampanya bukas sa palarong pambansa.
I'm looking forward po for best times and surely medals.
Ano mga event ko kaya talian mo for the day?
For bukas po is 200 back and 200 IM.
Samantala, bukod sa gold medal, nakabasag din ang 10 taong palaro record sa elementary girls 100-meter breaststroke si Cristal David mula sa National Capital Region na nakapagtala ng oras na 1 minute at 17.98 seconds.
First, I did believe it because I thought it was a glitch. But when I found out it was real, I was really, really happy because I've been working for this for 6 years. Well, I used my coach's strategy, which is pacing. And of course, I had to do a lot of vigorous training, the diet, the nutrition. The sleep schedule was the worst, actually. But yeah, that was mostly it.
Nanggaling din sa NCR ang gumawa ng bagong record sa secondary boys 13 to 18 200 LC meter medley relay na nakapaglista ng kabuuang 1 minute and 49.47 seconds.
Sobrang saya po.
Bakit kayo masaya?
Kasi na-break po namin yung 5-year record ng palarong pambansa 4x50 medley relay. Masaya rin po dahil may tiwala ako matagal hindi mag-break yung record namin.
First time ko po mag-record sa palarong pambansa kahit relay. Like, masaya po kami naka-record since this is our first time din po na maka-break ng palaro record.
Sa panayam naman ng PTV Sports kay Tournament Director Leo Sanchez, naging maayos ang unang araw ng swimming sa kabila ng walang tigil na buhos ng ulan.
Kahit maulan, systematic naman yung patakbo natin ng swimming. At maganda naman yung performance ng mga bata. We gave them enough time to warm up. Meron kaming standards ng mga warm-ups. So, we did some reminders sa mga coaches. SOP na yun, no? And when we started the event 1, dire-diretso na.
Sa kabuuan ay 22 swimming events ang isasagawa bukas sa pagpapatuloy ng palarong pambansa sa Marikina Sports Complex. Daryl Oclares, PTV Sports.
Nagtagisan ang higit 100 wood pushers sa Blitz event ng chess bilang bahagi ng isinasagawang 63rd palarong pambansa sa lungsod ng Marikina. Kilalanin natin ang mga nagwagi sa secondary level kanina dito sa ulat ni Daryl Oclares.
Patalasan ng isip at pabilisan ng diskarte ang naging labanan kanina sa pagsisimula ng chess competition sa 63rd palarong pambansa dito sa Marikina City. Unang sumabak ang mga batang wood pushers mula sa 17 rehiyon sa 7 round ng Blitz Individual Chess. Nanguna para sa secondary girls si Lexi Grace Hernandez mula sa National Capital Region matapos na maipanalo ang lahat ng kanyang mga laro. Aminado naman si Hernandez na mahuhusay ang mga nakatapat niya mula sa iba't ibang mga rehiyon kaya magandang karanasan ito na kanyang una at huling pagsabak sa palarong pambansa.
Masaya po yung experience dito kasi ito po yung first palaro ko and may last po, first and last. Then, I think lahat naman po ng region nahirapan ako kasi lahat naman po sila magagaling. And ayun lang po, strategies, basta yung ginagawa ko lang po every game ko is iniisip ko lang na kailangan magkaroon ako ng magandang positions and kailangan mapanalo ko po yung kada game ko. Basta iniisip ko lang po yung every game po. Yun.
Undefeated din ang pambato ng kalabarso na si Mark J. Bacojo na pinagharian naman ng Secondary Boys Blitz Individual Event. Para naman kay Bacojo, naging malaking tulong para sa kanya ang mga sinalihan niyang international competitions para manaig sa national games.
Actually, inabangan ko lang po sila magkamali. Dahil ang Blitz game po ay 3 minutes and 2 seconds lamang. Siyempre po sa international, mas more pressure dahil ay sa ibang bansa tayo. Naging tulong sa akin para mas less pressure na po sa mga national competitions.
Bukas ay magpapatuloy ang chess dito pa rin sa Marikina Hotel para sa round 2 at 3 ng standard event. Daryl Oclares, PTV Sports.
Muling binigyang diin ng Department of Education ang kahandaan ng Marikina City sa pag-host ng 63rd palarong pambansa sa kabila ng ilang pangamba ng mga delegado dahil sa posibilidad na magkabaha sa lugar dala ng bagyo. Ibinahagi rin nila ang tsansa ng game extension sakaling mas lumala ang weather condition doon. Alamin ang detalye sa ulat ni Kay Asuncion.
Sa patuloy na pag-ulan dala ng bagyong Falcon, hindi maiwasan ang pagkakaroon ng pangamba sa ilang mga delegado mula sa 17 rehiyon sa bansa na nasa Marikina para sa ginaganap na 2023 palarong pambansa. Isang Marikina sa mga catch basin mula sa mga matataas na lugar na nakapalibot sa syudad. Kaya tuwing umuulan, isa ito sa mga flood-prone area sa Metro Manila. Kaya naman nabuksan ang usap-usapan ng pagkakaroon ng extension ng naturang 5-day multi-sporting event sakaling maging malala ang sitwasyon doon.
Well, that will have to depend on how long the rain is going to be. But there are certain adjustments in the schedules of the different sports. But for the indoor sports, I don't think there's going to be any extension in the number of days. But for the outdoor events, we will be looking at adjustments of schedules based on the rules of the specific games. If we can shorten some innings for the batted innings, something like that. But there is going to be an alternative schedule for the outdoor games particularly, so that we will not be extending that long, because an extension of more than 1 day would be costly for the city as well as the delegations.
Tinayak rin ni Department of Education Assistant Secretary for Operations na Francis Cesar Bringas na covered ng Marikina City ang mga kalahok na posibleng dapuan ng sakit at maospital.
For one, in the delegation visiting schools, we have, or the city has stationed a medical team there, and even the delegations themselves brought their own medical teams. If there are going to be hospitalizations, the city has covered hospitalization fees in the 10 public and private hospitals in the city of Marikina.
Kaya naman pagkukumpirma ni Bringas, wala nang mababago pa sa day-to-day schedule ng palaro.
We're going ahead with the August 5 because the Vice President is confirmed to be attending the August 5 closing ceremonies in this same day.
7,200 ang bilang ng mga atleta, coaches at trainers at humigit kumulang 11,000 naman ang kabuuan lang bilang kasama na ang lahat ng mga delegado na nagsama-sama sa Marikina City sa naturang pagbabalik ng palarong pambansa matapos sa 3 taon dahil sa pandemya. Samantala sa opisyal na unang araw ng aksyon, nangunguna ang Central Luzon Regional Athletic Association with 5 golds, 4 silver at 4 bronze medal as of 5 p.m. ngayong araw. Kaya Asuncion, PTV Sports.
Maglalaro ang Premier Volleyball Team Club na Chocomucho Flying Titans sa 2023 Vietnam Television International Women's Volleyball Cup mula August 19 sa Lao Cai. Sa kanilang Facebook page, inanunsyo ng Chocomucho Flying Titans na magbabalik aksyon sila sa International Volleyball Tournament upang irepresenta ang Pilipinas. Makakasama naman ng Flying Titans sa 7-team field ang mga kupunan ng Mongolia, Japan, South Korea, Australia at as host country Vietnam. Ito ang magiging unang pagtatanghal ng VTV Cup sa loob ng 4 na taon mula magsimula ang pandemya noong 2019.
Wala pa ring BBTO teammates
dahil magbabalik pa ang PTV Sports.
Susunod, serbisyo ni Kai Soto at Jordan Clarkson, hindi maaasahan ng Gilas Pilipinas sa pocket tournament na lalahukan ng koponan sa China. Abangan niyan sa pagbabalik ng PTV Sports.
Papalawigin pa natin ang ating programa sa abot-kayang pabahay, lalo na para sa mga mahihirap nating kababayan. Itong nakalipas na taon, inilunsad natin ang pambansang pabahay para sa Filipino Housing Program o 4PH. Nagkaroon na tayo ng groundbreaking sa 25 lugar sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa. Nagpirmahan na rin ng kasunduan upang simulan ang mga proyekto sa mahigit 100 lokasyon. Kung susumahin natin ito, mahigit 1 milyong kabahayan ang maialay natin sa ating mga kababayan sa buong bansa.
Course within 4 miles, 6.5 kilometers ng coast ay tinatawag na links.
Nagbabalik ang PTV Sports. Sa swimming, lalangoy sa finals sina Ernie Gawilan para sa 400-meter freestyle S7 event at Angel Autumn sa 50-meter backstroke S5 event ng ongoing 2023 World Para Swimming Tournament sa Manchester, England. Pinangunahan ni Gawilan na nakasungkit ng 2 gold medal noong nakaraang Cambodia Para Games at quadruple gold medalist Autumn ang nasabing British tournament. Nakuha nila Gawilan at Autumn ang trip patungong United Kingdom matapos mag-qualify sa minimum qualification standard at minimum entry time na itinakda ng World Para Games. Samantala, makakasama rin sa torneo ang 27-year-old si Gary Behino na nakatanggap ng direct invitation matapos ma-turn down ang kanyang wildcard application. Nagsimula ang nasabing event noong July 31 at nakatakda namang magtapos sa August 6.
Bibit-biti ni Gilas Pilipinas women mainstay Jack Animam sa China ang kanyang talento matapos pumirma sa Wuhan Shengfan Professional Basketball Club ng Women's Chinese Basketball Association. Ang 6'4" center ang magiging kauna-unahang Filipino player na tatapak sa Chinese League. Ang Wuhan ang ika-4 na professional team ni Animam pagkatapos maglaro para sa ZKK Rednichi Kragujevac ng Women's Siberian League, Toulouse Metropole Basket at Uso Mondeville ng Ligue Féminine de Basketball sa France. Samantala, hindi maaasahan ng Gilas Pilipinas ang mga serbisyo ni Kai Soto at Jordan Clarkson sa pagsalang ng koponan sa isang serye ng tune-up game sa Guangdong, China. Ito ang balitang ibinahagi ni Gilas Team Manager Butch Antonio kahapon. Ayon kay Antonio, mananatili si Soto sa bansa upang paghilumin ang kanyang iniindang injury sa kanyang likuran. Samantala, inaasahan naman ng koponan na didiretso na sa Pilipinas si Clarkson bago magsimula ang FIBA Basketball World Cup. Nakatakdang lumahok ang Gilas sa isang pocket tournament sa China kung saan makakaharap nila ang national teams ng Iran, Lebanon at Senegal.
Sa basketball, ang kupunan ni Coach Yang Giao na Raider Shine Alaska Painters ang magbibitbit ng bandila ng Pilipinas sa darating na Williams-Jones Cup na magsisimula ngayong Agosto. Kamusta naman kaya ang paghahanda ng kupunan para sa nasabing torneo? Yan ang malalaman natin sa ulat ni Rafael Bandayrel.
Susubukang depensahan ng Rain or Shine Elasto Painters ang korona ng Pilipinas sa 42nd William Jones Cup. Magbabalik ang torneo ngayong taon matapos nitong mahinto noong 2020 hanggang 2022 dahil sa mga epekto ng pandemya. Pero di tulad ng defending champion Mighty Sports na nag-uwi ng kampyonato sa Pilipinas noong 2019. Malaking pagsubok ang haharapin ng Rain or Shine dahil sa kakulangan ng import at oras ng paghahanda. Ito ay bagay na hindi itinanggi ni Rain or Shine head coach Yang Giao sa Philippine Sports Association o PSA Forum kaninang tanghali.
Una, it's a question of time. Last week lang namin na balitaan or na-inform kami na kami mag-represent ng Philippines dun sa World Cup. And actually, may tall order for us. Kasi nga, una, yung lineup namin hindi pa rin talaga kumpleto. Mabuti na lang si Gabe Norwood, nung mabalitaan niya na kami magre-represent ng Philippines sa World Cup. Kinat-short niya yung vacation niya, sa Jones Cup. Kinat-short niya yung vacation niya. So, babalik siya next week to practice.
Gayunpaman nangako si Giao na pagsusumikapan ng kanyang kupunan na ipamalas ang kanilang buong kakayahan kahit pa mabigat ang hamon na naghihintay sa kanila.
Tignan natin kung ano yung But I feel na baka makadisgrasya tayo ng ilang teams doon. Mahirap naman sabihin na magagawa natin ginawa nung team na may 5 import Pero we'll try to approximate. Subukan natin kung saan tayo makakarating.
Sa kabuuan, 6 na titulo na ang napanalunan ng Pilipinas sa nasabing torneo. Aarangkada na ang 2023 Jones Cup sa 5 ng Agosto sa Taipei, Taiwan. Rafael Bandayrel, PTV Sports.
Sa boxing, matapos mabigo si Nonito Donaire sa kanyang misyong makabalik sa pagiging isang world champion. Usap-usapan ngayon ng Pinoy boxing fans kung nararapat na bang magretiro ang tinaguriang The Filipino Flash Donaire. Pero ano naman kaya ang opinyon ng isang Filipino-American boxing analyst tungkol dito? Nagbabalik si Rafael Bandayrel.
Sinubukang gumawa ng kasaysayan ni Nonito Donaire nang lumaban siya para sa bakanting WBC Bantamweight title sa edad na 40 nitong nagdaang linggo. Ngunit sa kabila ng kanyang pagpupursige, nanaig si Alejandro Santiago na dehamak na mas bata sa Pinoy boxer. Dahil dito, mainit na usapin ngayon kung dumating na ba ang panahon upang magretiro ang 4th Division World Champion. Pero sa opinyon ni Filipino-American boxing analyst Ryan Songalia, si Donaire lamang ang makapagsasabi kung handa na nga ba siyang iwanan ng mundo ng boxing.
Drama makes money. Sad doesn't make money. People don't want to feel sad and see a fighter that they had admired for so many years being beaten by guys who wouldn't have been his sparring partner in his prime. So I think that whatever Nonito decides to do, he should take his time and really consider his options.
Dagdag pa ni Songalia, wala nang kailangan pang patunayan si Donaire kung sakaling tatapusin niya na ang kanyang karera.
After losing to Santiago, he may not get another opportunity. So he'll have to go down the rung, rung down in the ladder, and try to get another opportunity by beating somebody who's a young up-and-comer. That's where boxing can get dangerous because, you're talking about guys who are hungry to get to where he had been 10, 15 years ago. So, Donaire is going to do what he wants to do. He's his own man. But after all he's done in the sport, he has nothing left to prove. His legacy is secure. He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Nalasap ni Donaire ang kanyang ikalawang sunod na pagkatalo sa mga kamay ni Santiago noong weekend. Pero bago ito, nagawa niyang umukit ng kasaysayan nang mapasa kamay niya ang WBC Bantamweight belt sa edad na 48 noong 2021. Rafael Bandayrel, PTV Sports.
Kumasa sa ating segment ang combo guard ng Gilas Pilipinas at Asian import ng Sun and Neo Phoenix ng Japan B-League na si 30 Ravenna. Siya ang bida dito sa Fast Talk.
Dance or sing?
Dance.
Favorite movie?
Silver Linings Playbook.
Favorite singer?
Ooh. SZA.
Favorite song?
Right now, Don't Trip by Zakari.
Winning the lottery or finding your soulmate?
Finding my soulmate.
Social media message or text message?
Text message.
See the future or change the past?
See the future.
If you could be someone for a day, who would it be?
Elon Musk.
What is a sport you wish you were also good at except basketball?
Football.
Star of a bad team or an average player ng league team?
Average player on a winning team.
Win the MVP award or team championship?
Championship.
Pass or score?
Pass.
Take the game-winning shot or give an assist to a teammate?
Still take the game-winning shot.
Would you rather own the record for most points scored or most championships?
Most championships, I guess.
Jordan, LeBron, or Kobe?
Jordan, Kobe, then LeBron.
Yan muna ang mga maiinit na sports balitang hatid namin sa inyo mga kapwa naming sports fans. Ako si Meg Siozon.
Ako si Sheila Salaysay. Muli tayong magsama-sama bukas sa patuloy na paglawak na nag-iisang interactive sports program sa bansa. Ito po ang PTV Sports.
Government must fully embrace digitalization to provide better service to the people through its vital frontline services and its back-end functions. All our digitalization efforts will be linked to our payment systems, whose digital transformation has been accelerating at a remarkable rate. The eGov PH app has also been launched. As envisioned, all key government services are to be integrated into the single and centralized mobile app for the convenience of the general public.
Sa mabilis na takbo ng panahon, mahalaga sa amin ang maihatid sa inyo ang pinakabago at makabuluhang impormasyon.
Mula rito sa Malacanang,
Kinilala ni Pangulong Ferdinand
Inihayag ni Remulla ngayong araw 150 billion pesos worth of investment pledges.
Kasama ang mga tapat nating tagapaghatid balita. Kahit saan, kahit kailan, kasama nyo ang PTV para sa bayan.
To the 2023 post-SONA discussions. After a successful State of the Nation address by President Marcos Jr., let us continue to dive deeper into his message as we tackle specific issues in our cluster panel discussions. Ang pag-aalaga ng kalikasan, ang pagbabago ng panahon o climate change at ang ating agarang pagresponde sa bawat sakuna, Ilan lamang ito sa ating mga tatalakayin. And joining us this afternoon are our cabinet secretaries and agency heads for the Environmental Protection and Disaster Management Cluster, while some will be joining us via Zoom as they are attending the ongoing NDRRMC meeting on Typhoon Egay. We have Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Secretary Renato U. Solidum Jr., Department of Science and Technology. Secretary Gilberto Teodoro Jr., Department of National Defense. Assistant Secretary Mylene Capongcol, Department of Energy. Undersecretary Marlo Iringan, Department of Interior and Local Government. Secretary Roberto Borge, Climate Change Commission. Secretary Rex Gatchalian, Department of Social Welfare and Development. Okay, so speaking of emergencies and disasters, the Philippines is highly exposed to natural hazards, such as typhoons, earthquakes, and volcanic activities. Since climate change exacerbates the impact of natural disasters, what are the efforts undertaken by the DOST to strengthen the country's disaster preparedness and resiliency, such as improving early warning or strengthening the capabilities of the Pag-asa and PhilVox?
Thank you, Daphne. To explain the whole range of what the Department of Science and Technology is doing, which is focused on science for resilience, let me quote first a famous part of the book of The Art of War by Sun Tzu, because this would give us the context of why we are doing this. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. So essentially what would this would mean is that we need to know the hazards that will be experienced in all places in the Philippines. When will this happen? And most importantly, how will this impact the people, the communities, the structures, the buildings, the businesses, the agriculture, the environment, and so on and so forth. And so one of the things that the Department of Science and Technology is doing is to conduct hazards and risk assessment by mapping the different hazards related to weather and climate and geological events like earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis, together with the other hazards mapping organizations from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and put this in a platform where everyone can get the information at their fingertips. We have developed the GeoRisk Philippines Initiative, a multi-agency platform participated by many organizations, including PhilVox, Pag-asa, Mines and Geoscience Bureau, Office of Civil Defense, NAMRIA, and all the other agencies, where applications have been prepared so that you can get the information. For example, the Hazard Hunter PH will allow anyone that would use the application to know all the hazards that will visit a particular place in less than 30 seconds. If you are a planner, you can use the Geoanalytics PH, and it will provide you maps, charts, tables, and assessment for political units like barangay, town, city, or province. And if you want to have a nationally consistent database for exposure, things that will be affected by the disaster, we have the GeoMapper. So all of these are now available for use because the GeoRisk Philippines Initiative is the government's platform for sharing hazards and risk information for better, more accurate, and updated hazards and risk assessment. That's knowing your enemy. The second is, when will the enemy strike? Hence, we need to establish monitoring systems for weather and climate, for earthquake, volcanoes, and tsunami, and landslides. So Pag-asa has been developing their Doppler radar systems. Last year and this year, under the President's term, we have inaugurated the most modern solid-state Doppler radar. And so we now have around 19 Doppler radars, and this is actually more than enough because some are for redundancy. We have more flood forecasting and warning centers, and synoptic stations. For PHIVOX, we have at least 120 seismic stations and many tsunami alerting stations. And on volcanoes, we can actually monitor the activities of the volcanoes anywhere we are, from our homes, from our offices, even if we're traveling. So science has improved the detection of what can happen. But how do we relate what we do in this weather and climate systems that are happening now versus climate change? We have to understand that at the Department of Science and Technology, our framing for present and near future hazards and global warming should be in a form where whatever we do now will impact how we prepare for the long-term global warming. There is one continuum process. Climate change is not separated from what we do. So knowing the enemy when it will strike, we would know through science. But next is to know yourself. What are your capabilities? Are the communities able to respond for small-scale events? Yes, definitely. But what our problems are the large-scale extreme events, like super typhoons, or the so-called big ones. So we have been developing scenarios so that our communities, our government, can be prepared for extreme disasters that can really impact not only a city, town, province, or even the whole country. So how do we actually help other organizations prepare? We have developed, out of the Juris Philippines platform, the first ever automated planning for recovery. The Plan Smart Ready to Rebuild, together with the Office of Civil Defense and the World Bank, where we developed an app where you just type the name of a city or town. It will prepare the socio-economic physical profile, the hazard maps, the exposure, the possible impacts. And what you do is to look at intervention options appropriate to the impact that has happened, and just using downdraft menu options, you select the intervention and push a button, the app will prepare a recovery plan for you. This will revolutionize the planning for recovery, which would usually take months because a local government would need to find an expert, hazards assessment expert, a geographic information specialist expert, and a person who can write good English. But the app can do it all for you. And so this would now make things easier for all the rest, because the key to disaster resilience is planning, and the key to planning would be information and data shared across agencies. Now, we need to communicate the risk after we understand. So to prepare ourselves, people have to be informed by sharing an online platform called Project Maganda. And of course, I will make an announcement that tomorrow, starting tomorrow until Saturday, DOST will lead an exhibition of all the technologies that we have for urban risk. This is the Handa Pilipinas exhibition, the first leg of a nationwide tour. We will have one in Cagayan de Oro from Mindanao and another one in Tacloban by November during the Yolanda celebration. So this will showcase the innovations done by Filipino experts, by DOST, the inventors, and our partners. Lastly, when the disaster happens, then we need to assist all the other agencies by providing them science, technology, and innovation solutions to manage the disasters or even combat global warming by lessening the greenhouse gas emission through our electric vehicles. But definitely, science can be an input to all what we have. So, know your enemy and know yourself. For sure, we will win all battles. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Solidum. Let's, okay, from science and technology, let's go to energy. The administration is eyeing to tap nuclear energy to beef up the country's power supply and ensure energy security. For the DOE, what is the government's plan and strategy to ensure the highest standards of safety, security, and safeguards for the use of nuclear energy in the country?
Thank you, Daphne. As part of the President, SONA's statement in 2022 that for the government to adhere or to re-examine the development of nuclear power plants in the country, and of course to adopt the regulations of the International Atomic Energy Agencies, considering there was a Fukushima incident, so that we also look into the new technologies like the small-scale modular reactors for nuclear power. The Department of Energy spearheads the nuclear energy program with the creation or establishment of what we call the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee, which is composed of the various government agencies in charge of providing support and standards for nuclear energy development in the country. So the NEPIAC, we call it NEPIAC, undertakes several studies by virtue of the subcommittees that were created to undertake solution or responses to the 19 infrastructure issues that was defined by IAEA in developing nuclear power or energy development in a country. As we speak right now, there is an ongoing stakeholders on nuclear energy training awareness program in Tagaytay City right now, and that is to provide more information to our stakeholders. Our NEPIAC also is working with Congress in the development and formulation and enactment of law that will spell out the policy, legal, and regulatory framework for nuclear energy program in the country, and that would include the creation of an independent, strong regulatory body for nuclear. Also, we are now spearheading also the development of what we call the nuclear energy roadmap that will encompass all the requirements of the 19 infrastructure projects. Right now, we are in the phase 1 or milestone number 1 of the approach that was taken by the IAEA, which is informed or knowledgeable commitment towards energy development. So as far as renewable energy development is concerned, and vis-a-vis the nuclear, it complements because nuclear power is stable and base load, and the variable in terms of dispatch of energy can support the power. So this is also consistent with the government, particularly the DOE's trust of energy security. So we need to provide supply of electricity to our consumers 24/7, 365 days in 1 year. So that is part of us. And rest assured that we're doing all the transparency as well as decision-making as far as the establishment of nuclear energy program in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Asek. So this is also in keeping with the President's vision to have a healthy energy mix in order to address the energy needs of the country. We'll go back to that conversation also. I'm sure we would like to talk about that with the Climate Change Commissioner here. Let's first move on to DILG. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, ang DILG ay nakikibahagi rin sa kampanya sa pagtitipid ng tubig. Please tell us more about DILG's initiatives in water conservation and other campaigns in environmental protection.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Daphne. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Much earlier when we received the advisory from DOST Pag-asa that we'll be experiencing El Nino in the coming months, upon the directive of our Secretary, Attorney Benjamin C. Abalos Jr., the DILG issued a memorandum circular for the guidance of all our local government units. Particularly, we urge our local government units to come up with policies and enact ordinances for the prudent use of water. Because we believe that, we know, of course, that with El Nino, the result will be less rainfall, which would further result to less stream flows and groundwater. And it will practically affect our supply of water. So part of the guidance that we gave to our local government units is to come up with policies and ordinances for the prudent use of water. Particularly, we highly encourage our local government units to allow water concessionaires to fix leaks in water pipelines. Now, even while the permits for the digging of the roads is yet to be issued by local government units. We also urge our LGUs to do intense advocacy to their constituents, particularly, as minor as fixing the leaks in our faucets. It could seem inconsequential, but if we lump all the households in the entire country, it would we would come up with a large volume of saved water. So as simple as that, these are things that our local government units have been doing for quite some time. Also, per the directive of the Secretary, the Bureau of Fire Protection will only draw water from water hydrants if necessary. So the BFP has that guidance from the Secretary. On environmental protection, the DILG is a key agency in the implementation of the Supreme Court decision to have a Manila Bay clean-up, recovery, and rehabilitation. We have 187 local government units, which is within the Manila Bay area. And part of our collaboration with our local government units and other national government agencies is the conduct of yearly environmental compliance audit. So the last audit that we came up with resulted to like 181 out of 187 cities and municipalities have come up with their sewage and septage management ordinance. 88% of the business establishments, 89% of the factories, and 77% of households have already established their sewage treatment plant or have their own septic tanks. 181 local government units have already their approved solid waste management plan approved by the National Solid Waste Commission, and 165 local government units have already their material recovery facility. These initiatives would contribute to addressing the factors and the practices that contributed to the degradation of Manila Bay. So as I mentioned, in coordination with other national government agencies, we will be monitoring the adherence to these policies by our local government units, and we do it yearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Undersecretary. At this point, we are now joined live by the Secretary of the DNR, Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga, and Secretary Gilberto Teodoro of the Department of National Defense, who are both currently at the Department of National Defense, managing the situation with Typhoon Egay. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for joining us. We know your time is very limited at the moment, so I'll get right into the discussion. First question for DENR Secretary. The President said, considering its fundamental importance, water security deserves our special focus. Our efforts must not be scattershot, but rather cohesive, centralized, and systematic. On July 4th, 2023, Pag-asa declared the start of the El Niño phenomenon. Daily water interruptions started to decrease water level dams around the country. What are the programs being implemented by the government, led by the Water Resources Management Office, or DENR, to ensure water supply?
Thank you very much, Daphne, and good afternoon to everyone. As you know, the WRMO, or the Water Resources Management Office, was organized by executive order to actually coordinate the functions of all the water-related agencies, of which there were more than 20, as you know, in order for us to achieve what we call an integrated water resource management approach to our water security. That means equity, economic efficiency, and environmental sustainability are at the heart of the government's water security program. So in terms of our water security efforts, let me start with the immediate. The WRMO has issued 2 bulletins already. One first, basically to government offices, and the rest for the general public to warn on the impacts of El Niño. This means that conservation is at the top of our list. We do know that there are problems in infrastructure, as well as, of course, the problems of supply because of the decreased rainfall amount. So infrastructure, whether it's the major infrastructure of distribution or whether it's the pipes leading to your very home and your own usage, as Yusek Iringan has already mentioned, We'd like to plug the leaks wherever possible, and this is something that every household can do. We also need to collect and impound water, and so we're working with the DPWH to see whether we can have some of the flood control projects, in fact, be also water impounding projects, to see whether those can be stored for the coming months and years because of climate change and its impacts. Thirdly, we're looking for funding resources and, of course, for cooperation of the local governments. And here's where it gets very interesting for us. We would like, for example, and this is largely through the convergence of the different departments in this administration, led by the DPWH and, of course, NEDA. We have LUA and MWSS also participating, looking at our budgets and our programs to see how we can design multi-purpose infrastructure to actually serve the different needs of agriculture, of power, of water for domestic use, of industry. And so we're looking at this infrastructure that is multi-purpose in order to address the different dimensions of water security in the country. Thirdly, in terms of the longer term, funding is of course a question. So we're now working with the DOF to see how we might be able to incentivize PPPs for bulk water and other projects that could in fact deliver water where it is most needed. And lastly, we're looking at our development partners, such as the World Bank, for example, who are actually interested in looking at multi-purpose infrastructure funding for us to be able to address, especially those that are critically in danger because of climate change. So these are a whole range of projects, and we hope that in fact by August we'll be able to release our integrated water resources management plan. The consultations have already been completed, and therefore that new plan will be released for everyone to examine. Thanks, Daphne.
Thank you, Secretary Tony. Let's move on to Secretary Teodoro. Sir, in the Philippines, climate emergencies, natural disasters are not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And currently we have one right now, and I hope it's not so bad. But seeing as the Philippines is highly exposed to natural hazards, what is the DND doing to strengthen the country's disaster preparedness and resiliency? Go ahead, sir.
Well, great strides have been made by our partner agencies with the primary responsibility for preparedness and resiliency, namely, of course, the DILG, because the first responders are the local government units. In case of predictive capabilities for natural calamities, a lot has been done by the DOST through PVOX and PAGASA, and the DPWH in terms of mitigating and resiliency too, and the DNR. Now, on our part, what we want to be is the bridge between concerted national government assistance and efforts in all these aspects and the local government units. That is what the Office of Civil Defense is all about. So it's a matter of marshalling and coordinating all efforts. And I forgot to mention our very energetic DSWD partner, Secretary Rex Gatchalian, who also has a great deal to do on preparedness and response, and rehabilitation too. So what the OCD is doing is to increase its coordinative functions to get us reliable and timely information and analyze this in as much a real-time situation or scenario as possible for concerted efforts of the national government in case a local government unit cannot cope with a natural or a man-made disaster. That being the case too, we continue also to partner with international humanitarian agencies and response agencies to advocate with the rest of the national government in best practices in disaster risk reduction. That being said, in the DND proper, the Armed Forces of the Philippines too does big share of helping our people in times of crisis and in terms of delivering basic goods and services when communities are isolated, as we see now. We also want to report that last Sunday, under EO24, the National Task Force on Crisis Management for Response was convened by the Executive Secretary and we held our first joint NDRRMC and task force meeting today to study the effects and to coordinate the efforts on Typhoon Egay and the southwest monsoon that it brings, and another tropical disturbance which is forming in the area of southeastern Philippines. Thank you, Daphne.
Thank you, Secretary Teodoro. Right now, let's move to DSWD. Okay, the President said we have learned many painful lessons from past disasters. We continue to be alert and prepared in our disaster response. It has, in fact, been commented that sometimes we are over-prepared for such natural disasters. To continue that, we are reorganizing our response teams to make them more adaptable, agile, and effective in times of calamities and crises. With a clear unity of command. What are the efforts undertaken by your agency to ensure immediate and faster delivery of relief assistance and services to the affected communities, DSWD? And feel free to come in again, Secretary Teodoro or DILG as well.
Well, Daphne, you'll hear this word over and over again in our programs, handa, prepared. In the department, in DSWD, we encapsulated our program in a program called Buong Bansa Handa. We believe that disaster preparedness and response is not just the government's responsibility, but it's every single Filipino's responsibility. Now, for the department, at least we are in charge of the response, making sure that the immediate needs or the immediate relief will be there, the humanitarian side of it. And DSWD has formulated a plan based on the President's instruction to come up with fail-safe mechanisms for our supply chain. The goal there is to be omnipresent, so to speak, making our people, most especially the victims, feel that government is there, in fact, ahead, during, and right after a storm or a natural calamity. So in the Buong Bansa program, Buong Bansa Handa program, we created 2 supply chains. The first supply chain is a government supply chain. It's government-driven, wherein we tap into the warehouse facilities of local government units, provincial governments, other agencies like D&D led by Secretary Teodoro, who lent us a couple of warehouses. So we started pre-positioning goods as, to all our regional offices and as far as we can in the provincial offices. As we speak right now, for instance, we have around 1.3 million family food packs spread across the entire country, read on the ground, so that when typhoons like Egay hit, it's not like we're marshalling things always out of Metro Manila or the urban centers, but the goods are already there. That's part of being omnipresent. But we also know that if we just use government resources, it won't be enough. That's why in Buong Bansa Handa, we procured the services through framework agreements or supply agreements of the private sector. People or companies who are in the food distribution business, grocers. We know that their expertise or their infrastructure is more superior. We plotted out their presence nationwide, and they can fill in the gaps where we don't have government facilities or warehouses. So we're in the process of procuring that, and it should come to a fore very shortly. That will complement the government-driven supply chain line that we created, and thereby now creating 2 supply chain lines. One, government-driven, the other private sector-driven. We'll lean on these 2 supply chain lines to make sure that government relief efforts or government relief packs are spread across the entire country as widespread as we can, because that's about being prepared, getting the private sector involved, as well as making sure that government is omnipresent in the farthest areas of the country where a disaster can strike anytime.
Okay. Secretary Teodoro, would you like to add to that?
Add that the coordination between the Department of Social Welfare and Development, of course, anchored on the much improved predictive capabilities of PAG-ASA and PhilVox, has allowed us to adequately plan beforehand and marshal our resources more efficiently in order to serve our people in a faster manner. And it is a testament to the close coordination between cabinet members that we are able to function this efficiently. And we hope to institutionalize these practices so that the continuing delivery of services for our countrymen in need, when they need it, comes at a quicker pace because of pre-planning and pre-positioning without wastage, of course.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now let's move on to the Climate Change Commission. Of course, all of this whole-of-nation approach is needed to fully respond to the impact of climate change. For the CCC, what are the country's policies on addressing climate change, such as the National Climate Change Action Plan? What is the status of the local action plans of the LGUs? And despite being one of the lowest contributors to carbon emissions, the Philippines remains committed to the 2015 Paris Agreement. For the CCC, what are the policy measures to accelerate decarbonization efforts, and any updates on the country's implementation of the nationally determined contribution?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Daphne, for that question. First and foremost, I'd like to say that the Climate Change Commission is very much encouraged by the presence of the different agencies here. It goes to show that it is indeed a whole-of-government approach in order to address not just the issue of climate change, but other issues of governance. But we'd like to say that climate change is the governance challenge of our generation. And if we can stretch it a little bit further, instead of simply a whole-of-society or a whole-of-nation approach, we would say that it's a whole-of-world approach, because the problem of climate change is global, it's historic, and it's also systemic. And I think it puts a very good context to the work that we do if we also understand not just the responsibilities of the Philippines as a party to the UNFCCC, but also the responsibilities and commitments of the developed countries or industrialized countries that have been historically responsible for climate change. Now, that being said, there are several policy frameworks already that have been implemented and put in place, including the National Framework for NFSS. We also have the National Climate Change Action Plan, of course, and we have our nationally determined contributions that sets an ambitious goal of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 75%. But again, we have to understand that the 75% reduction is dependent on more than 72% is dependent on the assistance being given by our partner countries in order to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. With that being said, it's also important that we understand that we have our nationally NDC implementation plan that's currently being undertaken by the CCC. And it's important to note that what we have under President Marcos is truly a whole-of-government, whole-society approach that is based on nature-based solutions. And with guidance from SENR, we're able to work right now also on the National Adaptation Plan, which its main objective is to make sure that we have a framework and a plan for the country, for our LGUs and our agencies to truly help where it matters. It's important to note also that under this administration, we have been making good headways in our greenhouse gas inventory. And we're working on completing we've already done the 2010, but right now we're completing 2015 and 2020. Why is this important? It's important because the different sectors in the Philippines need to understand the trajectory of our industries, and we need to accordingly plan for that. And I think it's going to be a major accomplishment of the Marcos administration once we get up to date on our 2015 and 2020 greenhouse gas inventory. But that said, there are a couple of questions there. We'd like to focus on the communities and LGUs, and we've been working very closely with the Department of Interior and Local Government on the Local Climate Change Action Plan. Right now, what we have is 85% compliance with the LCCAP. But is that enough? No. What we want is 100% compliance with the Local Climate Change Action Plan. And when we speak about this, it was explicitly said by Secretary Yulo Luizaga that it's important, as she is the representative of the President to the Climate Change Commission, it's important to study not only the quantity, but also the quality of the local climate change action plans. Why? Because it's in the grassroots that climate change is truly felt. And what we're doing right now, together with the DILG, is to make sure that the submissions are both qualitatively and quantitatively good. So these are some of the measures that we have under President Marcos that we're working on in terms of strengthening the actions for climate change. And might we say again that it's important for us to really understand that when we talk about climate change, it's the lives and the livelihood and the future of our country. And President Marcos has been very clear on his vision and marching orders for this.
Thank you, Commissioner Borge. You mentioned the National Adaptation Plan and its the importance of the LGUs, and of course this is all anchored with the DENRs. So let's go back to Secretary Loizaga. What are the DENR's efforts to promote collaboration among the national and local government, private sector, and public to strengthen solid waste management and address plastic pollution, and I suppose as well climate resiliency? Any focus on mitigation and adaptation measures?
Let me start with the solid waste question. As you know, we do have a national solid waste management law, and all the LGUs are mandated to submit their plans to the council, which is the National Solid Waste Management Council. All of these plans have to carry their own estimates moving forward for 10 years in terms of the way their waste will be generated, the kind of waste, the budgets they expect to actually earmark, and of course what it is that they will actually do with that waste. Right now, most of the LGUs are using their sanitary landfill facilities. They locate these within their own properties, their political administrative boundaries, but we know there are challenges. There are challenges in segregation. There are challenges as well in identifying land that will be suitable for these landfills. So there are new solutions that we're beginning to look at. Some of the LGUs have now been working with cement companies, for example, that use the solid waste in their co-processing in order to use that as fuel for their own generation of their product. What this does for cement companies, it decarbonizes them slowly, but what this does also for the LGUs is it gives them a solution where they are short of land and short of technical expertise to actually handle their solid waste problems. Now, on the private sector as a whole, and this is where it gets very, very important that this administration has actually seen the passage into law of the Extended Producers Responsibility Act. Now, that requires all producers using plastic packaging to collect their packaging at the rate of 20% a year until they reach 80% collection. The accountability and the responsibility for the recycling, and the reduction of their plastic packaging now is in the hands of those that are actually producing and using the plastic packaging. This is very important because at the end of the day, we know that we cannot collect all of this plastic packaging and, of course, dispose of them adequately because plastic doesn't degrade. Depending on the type of plastic packaging that you use, it will take hundreds of years before you can actually be rid of it. So the private sector's responsibility is very, very important in this whole effort, but we need to work with local governments as well. It is very much a multi-stakeholder, whole of government, whole of society effort in order to address plastic waste. And here's where we need to also, at this point, begin to think of who are involved in the solid waste management sector and make that an industry in itself. Why that's important is this. There is a whole group of informal sector participants in the solid waste management activities of our country. These individuals, these families, many of them lived for generations beside the large landfills that we know. They need to be given a fair wage. They need to be valued for their contribution to the solid waste management effort of this country. And that means they need social protection, they need the just pay that they actually should receive, and they need occupational hazard and safety training in order for them to actually be more protected against the hazards of this actual profession. So let's not forget that the private sector, the local governments, they're key actors, but we need to also include in this particular problem of solid waste management the role of the different partners and contributors to what we see as a value chain for the solid waste management industry, if you will, and to give those sectors a fair wage and the social protection and the benefits that they need. Lastly, I would like to say that marine plastic litter is a big issue for us. We are now baselining and actually looking at methodologies as to how we can baseline our marine plastic litter. The development partners have been very, very generous with us in trying to work with us. not just the UN agencies, but organizations like the World Economic Forum. We are working with all of these groups in order for us to establish the baseline for marine plastic litter, and then look at the methodologies for us, not just to be picking it up when it's already in the ocean, but of course to prevent it from actually reaching our rivers and streams. This is a whole of society effort. It can't just be the government. And we look across our different department partners as well as the local governments vertically to help us in this regard. Thanks, Daphne.
Thank you, Secretary Loizaga. Sabi nga ni Pangulong Marcos, we can never lose sight of our responsibility to the future. The economic agenda cannot and will not ever be incompatible with our climate change agenda. Climate change is now an important criterion in our integral national policies in planning, decision-making, up to the implementation of programs. And with that, maraming salamat sa ating panel ngayon. Thank you especially to Secretary Teodoro and Secretary Loizaga, who's currently handling a disaster management situation. Thank you so much for joining us today. As we head on full speed to a modern and bagong Pilipinas, disaster resiliency, dealing with climate change, pushing for clean energy production, and government assistance during times of calamities will remain key areas for our sustained progress through, of course, our dynamic environmental protection and disaster management cluster. Join us again later at 4 p.m. for the last session. We will tackle the administration's report card on good governance, peace, and security. This has been Daphne Oceania Paez. Thank you for joining us in the 2023 Post-SONA discussions.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV. Gusto mo ba ng career sa broadcasting? Ito na ang pagkakataon mo para maging bahagi ng PTV. Kasama ang mga batikang broadcaster na naghahandog ng mga award-winning na programang pang-telebisyon para sa Pilipino. Ipadala na ang iyong resume. Panahon ng ibahagi ang iyong kakayahan, para sa bayan.
For the unlimited na talakayang pambayan, dito natin yan pag-uusapan. Ang inspiring stories nyo, i-flex namin yan.
Dahil dito sa Schoolmates, deserve nyong mapakinggan.
Patuloy na maglilingkod sa bayan at kabataan. Is Schoolmates tuwing Webes ng gabi sa PTV. Disaster Watch. Alamin ang heavy rainfall warning system ng Pag-asa. Yellow rainfall warning. Maghanda sa posibleng pagbaha sa mga mabababang lugar at tabing baybayin. Pinapayuhan ng lahat na mag-monitor ng mga weather updates sa inyong lugar. Orange rainfall warning. Mas malawak na pagbaha ang inaasahan at posibleng magka-landslide sa mga tabing bundok. Bumuo ng isang emergency kit at maghandang lumikas sa anumang sandali. Red rainfall warning. Inaasahan ang matinding buhos ng ulan sa loob ng 2 oras na magdudulot ng malawakang pagbaha at landslide. Para sa inyong kaligtasan, lumikas agad ang mga nasa mabababang lugar, baybayin at tabing bundok. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo. Tatlong bagong programang sumasalamin sa kwento ng Pilipino. Mapapanood na sa inyong People's Television.
Mr. President, what do you do every day? Maraming bagay naman talaga na ginagawa ng isang Pangulo na hindi alam ng publiko. Kaya dito ko na lang sasagutin sa vlog yung katanungan na yan.
The Philippine President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., like you've never seen him before on BBM Vlog.
Madami na ako nakitang picture ng beach at iba pang lugar sa Pilipinas. Pero ngayon ko lang talaga masasabi. Ang ganda pala talaga ng Pinas, no?
Tunghayan ang mga nakakaantig na istorya ng buhay ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa On the Ground.
Ang oras ng pagpapatrol ko sa dagat, 8:00 ng gabi.
10 taong gulang pa lamang ako nang matuto akong magpayot.
Ako pala si Alvin Cristobal. Isa po akong mandarames.
At sumabay sa pagbuo ng mga bagong pangarap, katuwang ang mga programa ng pamahalaan para sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Tinupad niyo po yung pangarap namin. Na ang pangarap po namin ay pangarap niyo rin po pala para sa aming mga mahihirap.
BBM Vlog, On the Ground, Bagong Pilipinas. Mapapanood na dito lang sa PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Our independent foreign policy, a friend to all and enemy of none, has proven effective. We have formed strategic alliances with our traditional and newfound partners in the international community. We have embarked on foreign trips to promote the interests of the country for peace building and for mutually beneficial purposes. These economic missions have yielded an estimated total investment value of 3.9 trillion pesos or 71 billion US dollars, with a potential to generate 175,000 jobs.
Ang matapang na news anchor at komentarista, sasabak muli sa matinding isyung pambayan.
Good morning Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Tayo po ay muling magsama-sama sa umagang ito.
Mike Abel Live. Hitik na pagpabalita at pagtatalakay sa mga headlines. Mapapanood tuwing umaga. Simulcast on radio nationwide over Radyo Pilipinas. Mike Abel Live. Dito lang sa inyong People's Television. 50 taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
We will not let a student's financial constraints be an hindrance to his or her education. We have activated social safety nets, such as skills development training and youth employment programs. Tertiary education in state universities and colleges will remain free for our qualified students.
PTV Consumer Watch, bantay presyo sa gasolina. Sa paglipanan ng maling balita, dito ka na sa Subok at Totoo. Kumpletong pagtatalakay sa mga usaping pambayan at mga programa ng pamahalaan. Dito nyo malalaman. Samahan ang veteranong mamamahayag na si Aljo Bendijo sa Public Briefing. #Laging Handa PH. Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa PTV.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Walang makapagsasabi kung ano ang mga numerong mananalo sa lahat ng PCSO game. Huwag maniwala sa mga text messages, liham o tawag sa telepono na nagsasabing magbibigay daw sila ng tip kapalit ng pera o cellphone load. Bumili ng ticket sa mga PCSO authorized outlets at PCSO branches bago ang actual draw.
Good evening, Lotto Philippines! Welcome po sa game show kung saan may pag-asa na kayo manalo ng naglalakihang papremyo. Nakakatulong pa kayo sa kapwa Pilipino, ang PCSO Lottery Draw. It's a big time Tuesday night, August 1, 2023. First day of a brand new month. Ibig sabihin, bagong pag-asa para humakot ng exciting Lotto prizes. Ako po si Sherry, ang makakasama nyo sa pagpapapremyo tonight. Good evening, Sherry.
Yes, good evening din sa iyo, Eric. At sa mga nakatudong ngayon sa PTV Network at sa ating social media accounts. Handa na pong muli ang mga loto pa premyo, kaya dapat handa na rin po ang mga tickets ninyo. Sabi nga ng ating Pangulo, babangon ang bagong Pilipinas at dito po sa PCSO, wish namin ang pag-unlad ng bawat buhay ng bawat Pilipino. Kaya naman tuloy ang saya from the PCSO Games at syempre ang tulong through our charitable programs.
Tama. At dahil ready na po ang lahat, simulan na natin ang pagpapapremyo. To witness our live Lotto Draw, narito po ang ating Lotto Draw panel of judges from the gaming public. Good evening at welcome po sa PCSO. Lahat po ng bola ay tinimbang bigat ng bawat bola. Properly documented at covered po ng video ang bawat activity. Matapos ba siguro na ito'y kumpleto, ang draw team member ang maglo-load ng draw balls na gagamitin sa mga draws. Unang bibida ang Ultra Million Jackpot. At dahil wala ho tayong jackpot winner last Sunday, tonight's jackpot prize is 68,600,405 pesos and 40 centavos net of the agent's prize commission. Mr. Assistant Draw Coordinator, please press that button and let's play. Ultra Lotto 658. Thank you, sir. Lotto players, simula na ng papremyo. 58 draw balls numbered 1 to 58 ang nasa loob ng draw machine. We will be waiting for 6 lucky balls for tonight's winning combination. The first number is 15 sa ating jackpot bearing games. Gaya ng Ultra Lotto, paghahatian equally ang jackpot kung dalawa o higit pa ang winners. Second number, 52. Exciting manalo sa Ultra Lotto. Sa kahiling makuha ang 3 winning numbers, panalo ho kayo ng 100 pesos. The third number is 7. Getting 4 out of the 6 winning numbers instantly wins you 2,000 pesos. The fourth number is 47. At kung 5 numbers po ang mag-match sa winning combination, 120,000 pesos ang inyong papremyo. The fifth number is 31. One more lucky number to complete our Ultra Million combination with a jackpot prize of more than 68 million pesos. The sixth and final number is 41. Recapping the official Ultra Lotto 658 winning numbers. In any order, we have 15, 52, 7, 47, 31, and 41 with a jackpot prize of 68,600,405 pesos and 40 centavos net of the agent's prize commission. Super Million Jackpot coming right up. Let's play Super Lotto 649. Wala rin po nakapag-uwi ng Super Jackpot last Sunday. So tonight's jackpot prize is 15 15,840,000 pesos net of the agent's prize commission. Once again, sir, please press that button and let's play Super Lotto 649. Maraming salamat po, sir. At maraming salamat po sa mga patuloy na tumatangkilik sa mga PCSO gaming products. This time, 49 draw balls numbered 1 to 49 ang hinahalo sa loob ng draw machine. 6 na bola pa rin ang ating aabangan. And the first number is 43. Lotto winners, ingatan mabuti ang Lotto tickets. Huwag hong babasahin at huwag paplansyahin. Tandaan, kailangan ma-validate ang winning ticket sa pag-claim ninyo ng inyong premyo. Second number, 33. Masaya pong manalo dito sa Super Lotto. 50 pesos ang inyong papremyo pag naswertehan ang 3 winning numbers. The third number is 25. Kung 4 winning numbers naman ang makuha, 1,200 pesos ang take-home prize. And the fourth number, we have number 9. At kung 5 winning numbers ang nasa ticket po ninyo, 50,000 pesos ang mapapasa inyo. Ang Super Lotto po nalalaro Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Fifth number, 11. Isang bola na lang makukumpleto ng Super Million Combination. Good luck po sa mga may tickets for tonight's Super Lotto 649. 15.8 million pesos nag-aabang. Sixth and final number, 44. Again, here are the official winning numbers for the Super Lotto 649 in any order: 43, 33, 25, 9, 11, and 44, with a jackpot prize of 15,840,000 pesos net of the agent's prize commission. Alamin naman natin ang isa pang multi-million combination tonight. Let's play Lotto 642. Wala rin po nanalo ng jackpot sa Lotto 642 nung Sabado. So tonight's jackpot prize is 13,690,185 pesos and 60 centavos net of the agent's prize commission. Once again, sir, please press that button and let's play Lotto 642. Thank you, sir. Sa mga late tuners, nasa Lotto 642 draw na tayo. 42 balls numbered 1 to 42 ang nasa loob ng ating draw machine. At mag-isa po yung pipili ng 6 na bola for tonight's official Lotto 642 winning combination. Ayan, nakapili na po ng unang bola. First number is 25. Reminder ho sa lahat, huwag magpapaloko sa mga nagpapakilalang PCSO officials or employees. Nagsasabi, mabibigyan kayo ng tip ng winning numbers. Isang malaking scam po yan. Second number, we have 33. Dito sa Lotto 642, panalo kayo ng 20 pesos pag nag-match ang 3 numbers nyo sa ating winning numbers. And the third number is 6. Sakali naman maka 4 winning numbers kayo, automatic 800 pesos po ang inyong premyo. And the fourth number, we have 42. At kung 5 winning numbers ang nasa ticket win ninyo, 24,000 pesos ang instant panalo. Ang Lotto 642 nagpapapremyo naman Martes, Huwebes at Sabado. Fifth number, 40. One more lucky number, makukumpleto na ang Lotto 642 winning combination. Good luck ho doon sa mga may tickets for tonight's Lotto 642. The sixth and final number, 35. Muli po, tonight's official Lotto 642 winning numbers in any order. We have 25, 33, 6, 42, 40, and 35 with a jackpot prize of 13,690,185 pesos and 60 centavos net of the agent's prize commission.
Digit Game players, get ready with your tickets dahil kayo naman ang maglalaro sa aming pagbabalik.
Maraming nagtatanong tungkol sa loto. Maliban sa 20 pesos, swerte ang puhunan para maging instant milyonaryo. Oportunidad at pagkakataon ay di mabilang para makamit ang swerte. Tunay na pinagkakatiwalaan sa anumang sulok ng mundo. Ano pang hinihintay ninyo? Sugod na sa mga Lotto outlets at bumili ng mga tickets ninyo. Para sa bayan, PCSO laging nandyan. Araw-araw, let's play Lotto!
Digit Game players, milyong pa-premyo rin ang pwedeng mapanalunan sa unang Digit Game ngayong gabi. As of our last 6D Lotto draw, umabot na po sa over 1 million pesos ang first prize na hindi pa rin napanalunan. At para manalo, kailangan lang mag-match ang 6 numbers nyo sa ating winning combination in exact order. May premyo din pag nakuha ang first or last 2 to 5 numbers in exact order ng winning combination. And here is our 6D Lotto winning combination. The first number is the number 9. The second number, number 8. For the third number, we have the number 2. The fourth number is the number 3. For the fifth number, we have the number 5. And the sixth and final number is the number 8. Again, tonight's 6D Lotto winning combination is 9, 8, 2, 3, 5, and 8 in exact order. Lucky 3 combination, nasa ticket mo na kaya? Let's find out as we now play the 3D Lotto game. Dito po sa 3D Lotto, 3 numbers nyo, pwedeng manalo ng 4,500 pesos per 10 peso play. Kapag nag-match sa mapipiling 3D Lotto winning combination in exact order. 750 pesos or 1,500 pesos naman ang pwedeng mapanalunan kung nag-Rambolito system play. Thrice daily po ang papremyo nito. That's every 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m. At eto na po ang ating 3D Lotto winning numbers. The first number is the number 5. The second number, number 2. And finally, the third number is the number 4. Recapping tonight's 3D Lotto winning combination, we have 5, 2, and 4 in exact order. Bibida naman sa pagpapapremyo ang lucky 2 numbers ng 2D Lotto. Lotto players, 4,000 pesos per 10 peso play ang panalo kapag nag-match ang 2 numbers nyo sa ating winning combination in exact order. Kung nanalo naman via the Rambolito system play, 2,000 pesos ang maiuwi ninyo. Reminder lang po sa ating mga Lotto winners, may 1 year po kayo to claim your prizes. At narito na po ang resulta ng ating 2D Lotto draw. For the first number, we have the number 13. And the second number is the number 30. Muli po ang ating 2D Lotto winning numbers ngayong gabi. 13 and 30 in exact order. Congratulations to all the winners! Para naman sa mga mag-besties, ilang araw na lang po at deadline na ng submission ng entries para sa photo collage making contest ng PCSO. Excited na po kaming makita ang mga entries ninyo. At para po sa mga nais pang sumali, eto po ang mga detalye. What's up, Lotto Peeps? Sa mga mag-besties, best buddies, or partners for life, it's your time to shine. I-flex na ang BFF goals bonding ninyo with PCSO's Bet on Your Best Buddy FB Photo Collage Making Contest. Basic lang ang pagsali dito. Bumili lang ng Lotto 642 System 7 ticket at mag-selfie sa Lotto outlet together with your bestie holding the purchased Lotto ticket. Collect your best shots together at your photo dumps at gumawa ng collage highlighting your BFF goals of playing and winning Lotto together. Fill up the entry form and submit your photo collage to marketing@pcso.gov.ph kasama ang entry form. Copy ng inyong valid ID at picture ng Lotto 642 System 7 ticket purchase within 5 days bago ang submission ng inyong entry. Exciting prizes await you! Submission of entries is up to August 4, 2023. Winners will be announced on September 15, 2023 during our 9 p.m. lottery draw and in our social media accounts. For more information, bisitahin ang PCSO Facebook page, PCSO Games Hub Facebook page, at ang PCSO website.
Paunawa sa publiko. Ipinababatid ng PCSO na ang Saturn Gaming and Amusement Corporation ay hindi authorized agent corporation ng Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office para sa Southern Leyte at Cebu simula April 6, 2023. Ang authority to operate ng Saturn Gaming and Amusement Corporation ay binawi at tinanggal sa ilalim ng PCSO Board Resolution No. 55 Series of 2023 na inilabas noong March 8, 2023. Ang mga gawain na patungkol o konektado sa pagpapatakbo ng PCSO STL ng Saturn Gaming and Amusement Corporation sa mga naturang lugar ay hindi pinapayagan ng PCSO at paglabag ng Presidential Decree No. 1602 prescribing stiffer penalties on illegal gambling at Republic Act No. 9287, an act increasing the penalties for illegal numbers games, amending certain provisions of Presidential Decree No. 1602, and for other purposes.
Good evening, STL players! Narito na po ang resulta ng 7 p.m. STL Departmentalized Draws for Visayas, excluding the provinces of Aklan, Antique, Capiz, Guimaras, Iloilo, and Negros Occidental, and the cities of Bacolod and Iloilo. Sa STL Pares, we have 26 and 6 in exact order. Sa STL Suerto, we have the numbers 1 and 3 in exact order. At sa STL Suatri, we have 6, 7, and 4 in exact order.
Congratulations po sa ating mga STL winners! Sa mga gusto namang maging kapartner ng PCSO sa ating STL operations, tumatanggap na po kami ng applications. At para po sa detalye, eto, panoorin po natin.
Starting July 31, 2023, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. until August 14, 2023, at 3 in the afternoon, PCSO will be accepting applications for small town lottery operations for the following areas. Provinces of Camiguin, Cebu, excluding Metro Cebu, Misamis Oriental, excluding Cagayan de Oro City, Samar, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi, as well as for the cities of Cagayan de Oro, Makati, and Naga, and the municipality of Pateros. The start and opening and evaluation of applications shall be on August 15, 2023 at 9 in the morning. For the list of requirements and guidelines, you may call the PCSO Branch Operations Sector or visit the PCSO website.
Important reminder po sa mga game players, huwag pong basta maniniwala sa mga nakikita online. Gaya na lamang ng Lucky Pick 3 at ng Sword Press Hearing Facebook pages. Huwag pong maniniwala na konektado ang mga yan sa PCSO. Maging yung Pakiloto at Sure Lotto ay hindi rin po produkto ng aming tanggapan. Para sure na legit ang games na sinasalihan ninyo sa mga authorized lotto outlets at authorized STL representatives lamang bumili ng inyong mga tickets.
At sa pagtangkilik po ninyo sa mga PCSO games ng PCSO, marami po tayong natutulungan. Isa po sa paglalaanan ng pondo ng PCSO ang mandatory contributions. Gaya na lamang po sa darating na Sabado, August 5, 2023, ang malilikom na charity fund mula sa 6D Lotto Draw ilalaan ng PCSO para sa mga programa ng Philippine Sports Commission. Alinsunod po ito sa Republic Act 6847. Kaya sana, supportahan po natin and make sure to have our tickets.
Ito naman po ang pampag-good vibe sa mga nangangailangan ng medical and dental check-up. Sagot na yan ng PCSO. Pumunta lamang po kayo dito sa PCSO Main Office, Conservatory Building, Shaw Boulevard, Mandaluyong City from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Dalhin po ang photocopy ng inyong valid ID, pati na ang inyong mga vaccination cards. Dahil fully vaccinated individuals lamang ang makakatanggap ng nasabing serbisyo.
At doon naman po sa mga nais magpakonsulta sa ating mga espesyalista. Ito po ang schedule sa ating multi-specialty clinic. Panoorin po natin.
Libreng konsulta ba ang hanap ninyo? Meron tayo niyan dito sa PCSO. Inihahandog ng PCSO Multi-Specialty Clinic ang free medical services para sa inyo. Tuwing Lunes, ready to serve you ang aming mga cardiologist and neuropsychiatrist mula alas 9 na umaga hanggang alas 12 ng tanghali. Available naman ang ating mga ENT doctor and pulmonologist every Tuesday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. At pagsapit ng Miyerkules, pwede kayong kumonsulta sa aming mga gastroenterologist and endocrinologist. Sa mga may problema sa buto, handang maglingkod sa inyo ang aming orthopedic surgeon every Thursday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. At kung may problema sa inyong paningin, worry no more dahil ang ating ever-reliable ophthalmologist na ang bahala sa inyo. Tuwing araw yan ng Biyernes mula 2 p.m. hanggang 5 p.m. All these services are free, kaya bumisita na sa PCSO Multi-Specialty Clinic. Pero reminder lamang po, fully vaccinated individuals lamang ang makakapag-avail ng mga nasabing serbisyo. Kaya dalhin po ang inyong mga vaccination cards, pati na din ang inyong mga valid ID with photo. For your inquiries and appointments, tumawag lamang sa aming Medical Services Department sa telephone number 8846-8757.
The results of our 2 p.m. draws for the 3D Lotto, the winning numbers are 0, 7, and 7 in exact order. For the 2D Lotto, the lucky numbers are 19 and 22 in exact order. And the results of the 5 p.m. draw for the 3D Lotto, we have 8, 0, and 1 in exact order. For the 2D Lotto, the lucky numbers are 23 and 10 in exact order. Uulitin na po namin ni Eric ang ating 9 p.m. draw results. Unahin natin ang 2D Lotto winning numbers. We have 13 and 30 in exact order. For the 3D Lotto, 5, 2, and 4 in exact order. For the 6D Lotto, we have 9, 8, 2, 3, 5, and 8 in exact order.
Para po sa ating Lotto 642 in any order, 25, 33, 6, 42, 40, and 35 with the jackpot prize of 13,690,185 pesos and 60 centavos net of the agent's prize commission. Sa Super Lotto 649 in any order, 43, 33, 25, 9, 11, and 44 with the jackpot prize of 15,840,000 pesos net of the agent's prize commission. And for the Ultra Lotto 658 in any order, 15, 52, 7, 47, 31, and 41 with a jackpot prize of 68,600,405 pesos and 40 centavos net of the agent's prize commission.
Nasa exciting part na po tayo. Alamin na po natin kung may jackpot winners tayo ngayong gabi. Ayon po sa PCSO Data Center, for the Lotto 642, we have no winner. Sa Super Lotto 649, we have no winner. At sa Ultra Lotto 658, we have no winner.
Consolation prize winners, congratulations po. Tandaan, you have 1 year to claim your prizes. Kaya ipavalidate na po ang inyong mga winning tickets para ma-claim at ma-enjoy na ang napanalunan. And here is how you can claim your prizes.
Napakasaya ng panalo, napakadali pang mag-claim ng premyo sa mga Lotto games ng PCSO. Kung isa ka sa pinalad na maging Lotto winner, isulat ang iyong pangalan at pirmahan ang likod ng inyong winning ticket. Kung 20 pesos hanggang 10,000 pesos ang napanalunan, maaaring i-claim ang inyong premyo sa kahit saang authorized Lotto outlet near you. And for winners of more than 10,000 pesos up to 300,000 pesos, you can claim your prizes at the nearest PCSO branch in your area and present 2 valid IDs. Kung ikaw naman ang super swerteng jackpot winner, dalhin lamang ang inyong winning ticket at 2 valid IDs sa PCSO Main Office, Shaw Boulevard, Mandaluyong City. Tandaan lamang, may 1 taon kayo mula sa petsa ng inyong pagkapanalo para makapag-claim ng inyong premyo. To all the winners, congratulations po!
Join us again tomorrow sa ating 2, 5, and 9 p.m. draws. Ang games natin, 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 4D Lotto, Mega Lotto 645 with an estimated jackpot of 28 million pesos. Sa Grand Lotto 655, 36 million pesos. Don't forget your tickets for your chance to become the next Lotto millionaire.
And that's all for tonight para po sa PCSO. Ako po, si Sharipa Mintuan. Take care, Pilipinas!
Ako si Eric Gameson. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Stay safe and healthy para sa bagong Pilipinas.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial in Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV. Tatlong bagong programang sumasalamin sa kwento ng Pilipino. Mapapanood na sa inyong People's Television.
Mr. President, what do you do every day? Maraming bagay naman talaga na ginagawa ng isang Pangulo na hindi alam ng publiko. Kaya dito ko na lang sasagutin sa vlog yung katanungan na yan.
The Philippine President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., like you've never seen him before on BBM Vlog.
Madami na ako nakitang picture ng beach at iba pang lugar sa Pilipinas. Pero ngayon ko lang talaga masasabi. Ang ganda pala talaga ng Pinas, no?
Tunghayan ang mga nakakaantig na istorya ng buhay ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa On the Ground.
Ang oras ng pagpapatrol ko sa dagat, alas 8 ng gabi.
10 taong gulang pa lamang ako nang matuto akong magpayot.
Ako pala si Alvin Cristobal. Isa po akong mandarame.
At sumabay sa pagbuo ng mga bagong pangarap, katuwang ang mga programa ng pamahalaan para sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Tinupad niyo po yung pangarap namin. Na ang pangarap po namin ay pangarap niyo rin po pala para sa aming mga mahihirap.
BBM Vlog, On the Ground, Bagong Pilipinas. Mapapanood na dito lang sa PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Tonight's top stories. The Department of Agriculture estimates the cost of Typhoon Egai's damage to agriculture at 1 billion pesos, but assures there is ample supply of rice. Following Senator Risa Hontiveros' proposal to seek the help of the UN General Assembly for the resolution of the territorial disputes in the West Philippine Sea, the Senate meets with stakeholders to clarify matters. Barely reeling off from the big-time petrol price hike, consumers now have to deal with increased price of liquefied petroleum gas, or LPG. The Light Rail Transit Line 1 is set to raise its fare rates by 5 pesos by tomorrow. 5 days after Typhoon Egai leaves the Philippine area of responsibility, affected provinces remain flooded and damages in different sectors now run in billions of pesos. All these and more in PTV News Tonight.
Good evening. Welcome to PTV News Tonight. The country's rice stockpile is good to last another 40 days. But then to ensure a good amount of buffer stock, a rice importation deal is in order to the tune of 1,300,000 metric tons. Our Kenneth Pacienta sums up the details of the agricultural sectoral meeting at the Palace earlier today.
Following the whip of Typhoon Egai, the government assures a sufficient of rice in the country right now and the near future. The situation of the agricultural sector in the country was discussed at the sectoral meeting in Malacanang earlier with the Department of Agriculture. Here, the President assured the public should not worry because the supply of rice is sufficient.
Nag-usapan namin ang effects ng EGAY sa ating rice production at kung anong dapat gawin para maging sapat ang ating supply. Mukha naman, sa ngayon, the supply is okay. Yun lamang ay yung mga inputs pa rin ng agricultural inputs ay tinitignan natin na mabuti para tiyakin na hindi naman masyadong tataas ang presyo ng bigas.
The preparation of the government for the possible effect of the dangerous El Niño phenomenon was also tackled, like increasing the country's buffer stock of rice.
Gagawa na kami ng schedule kung saan tayo kukuha ng production, kung saan tayo bibili dito sa local, kung kailangan mag-import, mag-import na naman tayo. Mabuti naman at sa usapan namin, nakita naman na ang pag-import natin ng bigas ay pababa naman ang pababa.
But during an emergency such a typhoon, importation cannot be avoided. Therefore, the government is looking at the possible importation of 1.3 million metric tons of rice.
What we're going to be doing is to really encourage the private sector to get this in. No, I think the president will really have to do some discussions, consultations with the private sector, so that for them to help us. I think we really need the help of the private sector in situations like this.
The DA also noted NFA's allegedly low buffer stock and will review the data to ensure sufficiency in supply.
Their stocks really is very low. We really need to beef up their stocks, and there are some ways by which we have identified also for them to help them beef up their stocks.
The DA said the cost of damage to agriculture is more than 1 billion pesos, but the government assured affected farmers support or help is on its way.
Baka maging alternative yung livestock raising na muna kung hindi nakapag-ani yung magsasaka. Kaya ito yung mga scheme ng ginagawa natin. Sapat naman ang mga supply natin sa binhi. Hindi tayo magkukulang, mabibigyan natin lahat ng mga nangangailangan.
Kenneth Pasyente for the Nation.
There is no price adjustment for sugar for now. This is the Sugar Regulatory Administration's assurance to consumers despite the continuous heavy rains due to various weather disturbances. The country's sugar production is good enough. Here's Rod Lagusad with the details.
The Sugar Regulatory Administration assured consumers not to worry about sugar prices despite the surging cost of produce and food items that go up when the weather goes bad. SRA Administrator and CEO Paul Luis Ascon explained there is no reason for the price of sugar to go up even in the next months despite consecutive storms that hit the country.
Sa ngayon, this is the rain at the moment is still welcome because some of the sugarcane is still growing. So rest assured, so far, this will not affect our sugar supply as of the moment. For the consuming public, there is actually no reason for the retail prices to go up at the moment. Okay talaga yung supply natin, both raw and refined.
Ascona added that the price per kilo of sugar remains stable at 85 pesos and should be there any adjustment, the amount wouldn't be that much depending on the brand of resellers. According to the SRA, there should not be any worry about the effects of El Niño, particularly in Negros province, since El Niño's dry spell does not directly affect the sugarcane, especially during harvest time. At the same time, acts of mitigation are continuously performed to prepare for certain situations like changing weather, especially in sugar production.
We are trying our best to come out with an accurate weather forecasting as well, and we are checking effects of weather on productivity. So that's all part of the El Niño mitigation program. Meron din tayong shallow wells program, solar pumps, and other mitigation factors including cloud seeding.
Meanwhile, the SRA also clarified its position on the issue regarding the increase in the tax on sugar, which could lead to a decrease in demand. Stakeholders hope the tax increase should be uniform on all kinds of sweeteners. Rod Lagusad for the Nation.
Government's Foreign Service and national security agencies gathered today at the Senate office building to find reason and common ground on how to pursue a successful strategy in holding the Chinese accountable on their abusive behavior on the country's exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea. And the DFA, NSA, and AFP came together to pursue Senator Risa Ontiveros' plan to elevate the country's complaint and petition against the acts of abuse by the Chinese Coast Guard and militia vessels. An encounter encounters with Filipino fishermen, harassing and depriving them of their sustenance and means of living. But a lone voice in the Senate pushed back on the early and nearly unanimous decision, warning his colleagues to tread carefully on a gamble that may not work or draw support on the world stage if and when the petition is brought to the United Nations General Assembly. In addition, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano proposed to send former President Rodrigo Duterte to hold back channel dialogue with Chinese President Xi Jinping, who trusts him and may open up to viable solutions of cooperation or perhaps a code of conduct in the disputed maritime territories.
Napakahirap po na makakuha ng consensus sa 24 na senador na iba-iba ang perspektibo, pare-parehong nagmamahal sa ating bansa.
This bipartisan effort tells the Filipino people that when it comes to matters of national sovereignty, we will never be bullied into submission.
Ang Pilipinas ay para sa Pilipino. Ang yamang dagat na nasasakupan ng teritoryo ng Pilipinas ay kailanman hindi pag-aari ng kahit na anong banyagang bansa.
Now we gave them several options to choose on how to deal with our neighbors in the north. And the beauty of this is with proper consensus and of course consultation amongst our colleagues, we had come out unanimous with these options. And we thank our dear colleagues that we stand by each other and by our country, regardless of political color.
The House Ethics and Privileges Committee is deliberating on the course of action to take following the suspension of Negros Oriental Representative Arnie Teves, who has been declared a terrorist of the state. Meleles Moras has the full story.
The House Committee on Ethics and Privileges has yet to decide on their next move against Negros Oriental Representative Arnie Teves after his second 60-day suspension ended last July 30. Earlier today, the committee conducted a closed-door deliberation on the matter. According to Ethics Panel Vice Chair Jill Bongalon, it will take around a week or two before they come up with a new recommendation against Teves, as all options will have to be exhausted. Another member of the committee, Congressman Bienvenido Abante Jr., admitted everybody is affected by the situation, so they will do what's best for all.
We are doing everything we can. Let our people realize na hindi ito railroading, hindi ito yung nais na natin makalimutan. No? Pagkatapiktado rin kami dito. So we really would like to be very objective sa decision namin.
Earlier, House Secretary General Reginald Velasco confirmed that they receive a certified true copy of the Anti-Terrorism Council's resolution designating Congressman Teves as a terrorist. This will definitely be one of the factors in deciding what's next for the embattled lawmaker.
Kasama yun sa mga issues na kinoconsider ng Ethics Committee.
Secretary, bakit po kaya nagtatagal? Mahirap po ba?
Hindi, kasi kailangan pakinggan kasi dapat yung mga resource persons DOJ, ATC, NBI, and Bureau of Immigration. DFA also was there.
Prior to this, Congressman Teves along with his lawyer attorney Ferdinand Topacio faced the media virtually at exactly the same time the deliberation of the House Ethics Committee was ongoing.
Unang-una, dapat kung ako yung nililitis, dapat akong pakinggan. They never gave me the chance.
Kita niyo naman, hindi naman coincidence ito na ilalabas nila ito at this moment. Alam naming lalabas ito sooner or later, pero tinimingan pa talaga nila. I'm confident na dito sa kasong ito, lalabas din eventually ang katotohanan.
Congressman Teves once again denied the allegations against him, and when asked about his location right now, he said,
Nasa farm. Hindi nyo naririnig mga manok?
Cock farm yan, sir?
Oo, hindi nyo naririnig manok panabong? Hindi ko pwede ipagpalit ang aking buhay. Diba? Pero as I promise, pag naglakad na ang mga tao sa EDSA, I will be there.
Meleles Moras for the Nation.
After an oil price hike on petroleum products yesterday, several companies will also implement an increase in their prices of liquefied petroleum gas or LPG. Solane and Petro will also implement a 4 pesos and 55 centavo increase for every kilo of LPG, which translates to a 50 peso increase in the price of a 15-kilogram LPG tank. While Petron Auto LPG will also increase the price per liter of their LPG by 2 pesos and 54 centavos. According to Petron, the price hike on LPG is based on the international contract price of the said petroleum product for August. In the meantime, for the LRT management, the expected fare increase tomorrow is long overdue and much needed to help them improve their operations. But for commuters, it is simply a burden that they hope government can stave off for a bit more. At least still, the situation becomes a little bit better than now. Karen Villanda presents the two sides of the coin in this report.
Amid the heavy rain downpour, Paul chooses to take the LRT1 train going to Manila instead of getting drenched while waiting for an e-jeep. Aside from this, the fare in LRT1 is also much cheaper. He admits that even though there is an anticipated fare hike tomorrow on LRT1, he can still save more in fare money here.
Actually, mas okay pa rin compared sa UV. Kasi mas mahal pa rin. Pero kasi ngayon, since yung mga bilihin din nagmamahal, diba? Parang kahit pa paano sana, balanse kung sa pag-commute, hindi masyadong mataas yung price.
But Trisha, who just had a 40 peso raise as a minimum wage earner, is disappointed.
Siguro dapat ma-enjoy muna ng mga commuters, ng mga manggagawa yung increase kasi alam naman natin na lahat ng bilihin tumataas. So, what if hayaan muna nilang i-enjoy yung pagtaas ng sahod ng bawat. Parang naaalat din po yung increase dun sa expenses natin. Hindi rin siya ganun ka-affected sa pantustos sa araw-araw.
Starting tomorrow, the end-to-end fare of LRT1 from Roosevelt to Baclaran will be increased by 5 pesos. This will apply to both single journey tickets or stored value cards. The minimum fare for the stored value card will be 14 pesos after an increase of 1 peso, but it will stay at 15 pesos for the single journey ticket. LRT2 will also implement the fare hike tomorrow. According to the LRT1 management, the fare increase is necessary for them to be able to recoup the cost of operations, especially the high electricity bills.
Hindi rin naman po naging exempted ang rail, ang aming kumpanya sa unang-una sa pandemic effect, and also number 2, yung rising electricity cost, dahil over the years, since we filed the request for new fares since 2016, di pa siya nag-run ever, and we know that the rates before are very much different now.
Moreover, this will help replace the old LRT1 trains whose busted air conditioning unit are often complained about by passengers. This will also help ensure the completion of the construction of the LRT1 Cavite extension, which commuters may use on the target date next year. Karen Villanda for The Nation.
The Department of Tourism in Caraga is trying to come up with new strategies on how to best disseminate information on social media. With the resurgence of tourism after the pandemic, the Tourism Department is also helping improve the capacity of its personnel in effectively sharing information to the public to help promote tourism more. DOT Caraga Regional Director Ivoni Dumadag says it is important to let the people know of the agency's worthwhile programs and campaigns through social media. That's why their personnel is actively participating in workshops being conducted by the Philippine Information Agency in the region. Meanwhile, the DBM, CSC, and GCG have signed a joint circular for night shift differential pay rules and regulations. Government employees and appointees who work from 6 o'clock p.m. to 6 o'clock a.m. are eligible for the compensation premium. Not covered are those who work from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, but are on call duty, uniform personnel, job orders, and contracts of service status. It was February of this year when CSC issued IRR for RA 11701, or the law to provide night shift differential pay to government employees.
Let us stand united in our commitment to implement this policy with utmost diligence and transparency. Together, we can create an environment where the contributions of our night shift workers in government are recognized, inspiring even greater dedication and excellence in public service.
Coming up, Twitter's new giant strobing logo has been taken down following complaints from Frisco locals on the intrusive lights. More details when we return. Stay with us.
The shortage of classrooms and facilities is being addressed. Aside from new construction, schools and facilities are being retrofitted to become ready for the future, ready for hybrid and high-tech learning, and also climate-ready and disaster-proof. Through the DepEd Partnership Assistance Portal, private sector partners continue their assistance in the rehabilitation and improvement of schools as part of their corporate social responsibility programs.
Aiming for a career in broadcasting? Then PTV wants you to be part of its dynamic and talented on-air team, who bring to the Filipino its roster of award-winning programs. Email your resume. Your future in television starts now. Pasiglahin ang inyong weekday mornings kasama ang #1 kabalitaan ng bayan. Siksik sa mga balita at kaalaman. Mga dagdag impormasyon at istorya na inyong kagigiliwan. Tara at makibanding na kasama ang inyong RSP barkada. Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Dito lang sa PTV.
Sa pinagandang konsulta package ng PhilHealth, 21 klase ng mga gamot at 13 laboratory service ang ibibigay ng libre. Ngayon, meron na tayong mahigit 2,000 konsulta center sa buong bansa. Ang bilang na ito ay mas marami ng 35% mula nung nakalipas na taon. Upang mas lalo pang makatulong sa mga pasyente, ang dating 70 libreng dialysis session ay inakyat na natin sa 156. Mga kababayan, libre na po ngayon ang dialysis para sa karamihan.
Patid sa inyo mga konkretong impormasyon at serbisyong may aksyon.
At muli, ang tunay na malasakit ay laging at work.
Balanseng balitaan at napapanahong talakayan. Sentro Balita. Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 12:30 ng tanghali. Sa PTV. PTV Consumer Watch. Bantay presyo sa gasolina.
Following locals taking videos of its intrusive lights and 24 complaints filed with San Francisco's Department of Building Inspection over the weekend, Elon Musk's company X, formerly Twitter, has voluntarily taken down its giant strobing X logo atop its high-rise office on Monday morning. The city's Department of Building Inspection assured the property owner will be assessed fees for the unpermitted installation of the illuminated structure. The European Union has no apprehension over any uranium shortage following the takeover in power of the elite presidential guard on July 26, toppling Niger President Mohamed Bazoum, a Western ally who won in the country's first peaceful election. The EU has strongly condemned his ouster, and France has announced its preparation to evacuate its nationals after hostile people gathered on Sunday outside its embassy. Niger was the EU's second largest supplier of natural uranium in 2022, which is used for nuclear fuel. But the bloc assured EU utilities have sufficient inventories to curb any short-term supply risk.
And here are the results of tonight's multi-million peso lotto draws from the PCSO.
Good evening, Lotto players. For those who missed our draws today, August 1, 2023, I'll be doing a recap of the winning numbers. Let's start with the results of the 2 p.m. draw. For the 2D Lotto, we have 19 and 22 in exact order. For the 3D Lotto, the winning numbers are 0, 7, and 6. Is 23 and exact order. And finally, the result of the 9 p.m. draw. For the 2D Lotto, the winning numbers are 13 and 30 in exact order. For the 3D Lotto, we have 5, 2, and 4 in exact order. For the 6D Lotto, we have 9, 8, 2, 3, 5, and 8 in exact order. For the Lotto 642, we have 25, 33, 6, 42, 40, and 35 in any order for the jackpot prize of 13,690,185 pesos and 60 centavos, net of the agent's prize commission. For the Super Lotto 649, we have 43, 33, 25, 9, 11, and 44 in any order for the jackpot prize of 15,840,000 pesos, net of the agent's prize commission. And finally, for the Ultra Lotto 658, we have 15, 52, 7, 47, 31, and 41 in any order for the jackpot prize of 68,600,405 pesos and 40 centavos, net of the agent's prize commission. Do we have jackpot winners tonight? According to the PCSO Data Center, for the Lotto 642, we have no winner. For the Super Lotto 649, we have no winner. And for the Ultra Lotto 658, we have no winner. And that's all for tonight. I'm Shari Pamintuan for the PCSO Lottery Draw Recap. Thank you and good evening.
The index declined by plus 0.33 points or positive 0.04% to finish at 6,593.80. Value turnover was lower at 3.96 billion pesos against 4.66 billion pesos yesterday. Foreign funds were net sellers by 131.91 million pesos worth of shares. Pagasa says Typhoon Falcon is outside the Philippine area of responsibility. This weather disturbance was last spotted some 835 kilometers northeast of extreme northern Luzon. Up to 215 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, the southwest monsoon enhanced by Typhoon Falcon Bales, Bataan, the central and Barzon, Mimaropa, the Bicol. What the weather will be like in key Philippine and Asian. Coming up, Despite Typhoon Egay leaving the Philippine area of responsibility since Thursday, tune for more.
Sa mabilis na takbo ng panahon, mahalaga sa amin ang maihatid sa inyo ang pinakabago at makabuluhang
150 billion pesos worth of investment pledges.
kasama ang mga tapat nating kahit saan, kahit kailan. Kasama nyo ang PTV para sa bayan. Disaster Watch. Alamin ang Modified Tropical Cyclone Wind Signal System para sa mga paparating na bagyo. Signal number 1. Isa itong tropical depression na nagtataglay ng bahagyang lakas ng hangin at tatama sa loob ng 1.5 araw. Posible itong makadulot ng pinsala. Ito ay tinatawag na tropical storm na may dalang katamtamang lakas ng hangin at posibleng tumama sa loob ng 24 oras. Wala ring pasok ang mga mag-aaral mula sa preschool hanggang high school. Signal number 3. Ito ay severe tropical storm na posibleng tumama sa loob ng 18 oras. Pinapayuhan ang mga residente na lumikas sa mabababang lugar, baybayin at tabing ilog. Ang antas ng edukasyon. Maaaring tumama sa loob ng 12 oras at nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin. Signal number 5. Ito ay isang super typhoon na nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin at posibleng magdulot ng malawakang pinsala. Manatili sa loob ng matibay na gusali at mag-monitor sa mga weather update para sa inyong kaligtasan. Sa panahon ng bagyo, dapat laging listo.
The DNR and the French Embassy have found a point of collaboration that is beneficial to the environment. How exactly? Bernardo talks about it in this report.
The two-day visit of French Minister of State for Development, Francophonie and International Partnership, Crisula Sacropolo, had been productive. He met with several cabinet members. One of them is Environment and Natural Resources Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga. The French Embassy in Manila, in partnership with the department, inaugurated the Plastic Flamingo Recycling Factory in Muntinlupa City. This facility collects plastic waste and turns them into sustainable construction materials used to build schools and shelters. It was initiated by a French couple, and the DNR said it is more than willing to replicate this.
We actually can work together with you, and we'd like to do that in terms of the department working with your group and the partners to actually build that flamboyance.
The French official also met with Health Secretary Ted Herbosa. The two officials discussed opportunities for Filipinos interested in studying medicine and healthcare. France also pledged 200,000 euros to the Philippines for school meals.
It's very important that we can do everything to give access to food to the children.
Zaccaropolo also insisted the stability in the Indo-Pacific region is vital to France. Thus, they promote non-confrontational and peaceful means to resolve differences in the region.
To underline the importance for us, you saw that we have significantly increased our presence
French destroyer Luran made a port call in Manila last June. During the visit of European Mission President Ursula von der Leyen in the country, she said that the regional bloc is willing to provide help to the Philippines in addressing the South China Sea dispute by way of intensified information sharing and threat assessment. He also expressed EU support to the 2016 arbitral ruling which favors the Philippines. Bea Bernardo for The Nation.
Many schools were damaged and destroyed by Typhoon Egai's fury. According to the Department of Education, 169 schools from different regions in the country were damaged by the typhoon, including CAR, NCR, Calabarzon, and others. An estimated amount of 810 million pesos are needed for the reconstruction and rehabilitation of the school buildings. As of July 25, there are already 68 schools that serve as evacuation centers.
Leptospirosis is one of the common diseases one can catch during the rainy season. As the wet season prevails, the Department of Health is now giving precautionary measures on how to avoid such illnesses which could turn fatal. Meleles Moras has the full details.
Amid floods and the onset of the rainy season, the Department of Health said the number of leptospirosis patients or cases has been increasing in the country. According to the DOH, there were 182 new cases reported from June 18 to July 1, a 42% increase from 128 cases reported 2 weeks prior. As of July 15, there were more than 2,000 reported cases of leptospirosis since January 1 this year, 225 of whom have died. Region 3 exhibited a continued increase in cases in the recent 6 weeks, reporting 9 cases over the last couple of weeks. Meanwhile, the DOH also noted a continuous rise in dengue cases. More than 9,400 new cases were reported in the past 3 to 4 weeks, a 16% increase compared to the previous 2 weeks. Nationwide, a total of 80,318 cases have been reported since January 1 this year. The DOH said all regions except Region 2, Barm and Caraga showed increase in cases over the last 3 to 4 weeks. Almost 300 have died from dengue. Nearly 40 of them had a disease without warning signs. To avoid leptospirosis and dengue, the DOH reminded the public on proper waste disposal. It also advised and always bring with them a go bag in case they need to evacuate. Meleles Moras for The Nation.
The Senate has stated that it will hold a hearing with officials from the Department of Public Works and Highways and the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority in response to the persistent problem of unresolved flooding in various parts of the country, particularly in Metro Manila whenever it rains. Revilla expresses deep concern over the ongoing issue of flooding in the country. And troubling challenge. The lawmakers said that solution should be discussed. Meanwhile, various parts of the country are still experiencing rain, including Metro Manila, due to Typhoon Falcon and increased south
massive precipitation dumped by the confluence capital. A huge number of Bocaue residents sought the safety and security of seeking refuge in higher ground. Closed doors and cozy shelter the 2 evacuation centers in of all evacuees are intact, while handing out vitamins to all, especially children, youth, and the elderly. And in the notoriously flood-prone town of Hagonoy, Bulacan, the municipal or town hall has turned into a water park where only military trucks has access besides rafts, boats, dinghies, and other flotation devices. At least 26 barangays are seriously flooded. Roughly 48,000 hold up in evacuation sites. And where Typhoon Egai made exit, certain places are still underwater with persistent floodwaters refusing. Has been assessed on damage to crops, particularly hectares and hectares of corn, houses, floodwaters. Battered them onshore or blew them out to sea. by the typhoon and excessive rainfall.
In the province of Cotabato, the first ever vineyard was newly opened to the public, offering fresh and delicious grape varieties worthy to sink one's teeth in. Shahana Duerme Mangasar of PIA Socsargen guides us in this tour of a report.
A newly opened mini vineyard beckons tourists to visit Purok 5, Barangay Malayan Lang of Cotabato Province. The Glitter and Rizas Vineyard, a first in the municipality, opened last month and is visited not just by the locals in Lang but also from neighboring towns of Magpet, President Rojas and Makilala, as well as Kidapawan City. Girlie J. De La Cruz Chan, owner of the tourist site, said the vineyard is her husband's idea.
Actually, hindi gini siya akong idea, kundi sa akong gini husband. Kay favorite niya abi ang grape since ano pa siya bata. Una-una, disagree pa ko sa iya kay syempre. Wala pa may nagatanom diri sa grapes ba what if mapatay. Kaso lang amo to gintry ko man siya tanom hasta nga nakapabuhi man tapos sa kapabunga so valid daw na motivate naman ko eh.
At present, there are 90 grapevines in the vineyard with at least 30 grape varieties. The Glitter and Rizas Vineyard is open every day. Mike Calixtro, a local in the town, invited the public to visit the vineyard and support the local tourist destination.
Sa mga friends and relatives, gina-invite lagi ko mo nga maglagaw diri to support sa aton nga farmers kay sa aton nga locals pod sa aton banwa.
With an entrance fee of 20 pesos, visitors can enjoy taking pictures in the vineyard in support of this small but growing community of Barangay Malayan. Shahana Duerme Mangasar of PIA Socsargen for The Nation.
The United States has tightened its visa conditions for Hungarian citizens Tuesday due to what it sees as Budapest's failure to address the security vulnerabilities in passports issued since 2011. Washington has often criticized Hungary's fast-track passport system espoused by nationalist leader Viktor Orban for being prone to security breaches. About 1 million people have been naturalized Hungarian since 2011 under an alleged fraud scheme.
Whether at the bottom of the ocean or on the way to the roof of the world in India's Himalayas, the ubiquitous presence of human litter is clear. And though a boom in tourism has brought economic prosperity to the town of Dharamshala, loads of trash are spread all over the place. Thanks to a group of volunteers, cleaning up an awareness campaign is helping to preserve the environment while keeping the town's residents reaping the windfall from tourism, as per this VOA report.
Pick up the trash bags, don the gloves, then start cleaning the litter left behind by tourists who flock to these Himalayan slopes in ever-growing numbers. Volunteers of the Dhauladhar cleaners fan out every Sunday near Dharamshala, a popular stop for visitors, trekkers and paragliders. Named after a mountain range, the group's inspiration is to conserve the fragile mountains from plastic and other waste. Some lies in plain sight, some is tossed behind bushes. The campaign, launched about 3 years ago near a paragliding point, has picked up momentum.
It is now spread to the entire Himachal state. Many college students
The sacks full the volunteers clean up. It is to raise awareness about the hazards of plastic.
We all travel to the mountains to find the peace that we don't find in the city lives. But we should do it responsibly, and that is the message that we want to spread.
The group also promotes sustainable practices among local communities. Several temples have been persuaded to stop using non-biodegradable plates while serving community meals.
Let us first learn to manage our own trash. It is a time-taking process and will take time, but people are cooperating. It's a good sign for our mountains.
New volunteers joined the effort
Our aim is not just to pick up garbage, but also to raise awareness. I noticed this week there were fewer glass bottles and less garbage.
The participants include young and old, and even a German citizen who lived here for 2 years and visits frequently.
I feel like I've done something useful during my day. Again, you see the nature.
Ends with a get-together where they draw up plans for the next campaign and reaffirm their commitment to protecting the mountains they call home.
Absolutely not. And that's including Stevie Wonder's phenomenal album. Seriously, the planet went through its hottest 30-day cycle on the record ever. VOA's Arashara Basadi tells us more.
The sun scorches the streets of Phoenix, Arizona in the southwestern United States. For nearly all of July, temperatures have been at or above 43 degrees Celsius. Here, in a tent city known as the Zone, are the people most likely to die in the extreme desert heat, the homeless. Extreme heat forced the city of Phoenix to deploy creative measures to keep people cool.
The city's been sending one of the Valley Metro extended buses out here. It sits out here for a couple hours so we can sit in them and stay cool, not sitting in the sun. That's different. I never experienced that before. It's a nice way to stay cool.
Experts say urban communities suffer the harshest effects of heat, a product of city planning.
These extreme heat waves are disproportionately dangerous for communities of color and lower income communities, simply because these areas tend to have many fewer trees and much more infrastructure like parking lots and roads in them that actually absorb more of the sun's energy and then raise the air temperature in these neighborhoods.
That persistent high heat threatens even the healthiest members of the population if they ignore their body's warning signs.
If you're out in the heat, you should be sweating. If all of a sudden you're feeling hot and you're not sweating, it means your system is starting to shut down. You don't have enough fluids and you run.
Far from alone in suffering sweltering heat this year. The National Weather Service is reporting a full 60% of people living in the United States were under heat advisories or flood warnings as of late last week. Meanwhile, India's weather agency issued alerts for heavy to very heavy rainfall in multiple regions amid a monsoon season that's already dropped 2% more rainfall this year than normal. More than 100 people have died in the rains, with around 1,600 hectares of land sunk in floodplains. Because of climate change. It's a different picture from what's happening in the capital of Afghanistan. The global heat wave and severe drought have forced residents of Kabul to pay high prices and travel long distances for water. One resident told the Associated Press he spends half of his salary on rent and the rest on water. Climate scientists say this July, by far, has been the hottest month on record. That means all of us have lived through the hottest weeks in recorded history, and likely the hottest in 120,000 years. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
The Philippine Coast Guard will always be heroes for courageously fulfilling their duty to rescue and save people's lives while risking their own. In a handful of cases, they unfortunately pay the high price for such heroism. Heading back to local news, Noel Talakay has the full story.
Edlyn has been mourning her son since he went missing last week. Her son is among the 4 Philippine Coast Guard or PCG members who scored the Cagayan River to conduct rescue operation during the peak of Typhoon Egay. However, their aluminum boat tipped over because of the huge waves and raging waters.
Ramdam na namin ang sakit. Ang bagal-bagal, sir, kung ano nila ng PCG.
Her son Lester Renz Piocampo, 29, who is kind and reliable, joined the PCG in 2020. She said every time she misses her son, she just grabs the picture frame of her son and presses it close to her chest.
Mabuting anak yan. Yun lang ang inaano ko kung bakit siya pa.
PTV News caught up with a dumbfounded Marilo staring at and into Cagayan River and Babuyan Strait. She said she has been doing this for 6 days now, praying to the sea for help to hopefully keep her son alive.
Sana nakaligtas na silang lahat, na sana maibalik na. Kinakausap ko po yung dagat na kahit ganyan nasa mabuti pa po silang kalagayan.
Her son, Rodel Rita Garado, 27 years old, was also among the 4 missing PCG in Apari. She said that her son has been the sole provider since his father passed away last year.
Gusto niya makapagtapos lahat yung mga kapatid niya. Gusto niya na mapagandang buhay namin, sir, kasi siya lang inaasahan ko sa kanilang lahat.
She also admitted that she is not yet ready to accept her son's death during the typhoon.
Ano man mangyari, hindi ko kaya, sir. Mamamatay siguro ako, sir, kung mawala ang anak ko.
Meanwhile, the PCG assured the victim's family that they will continue the search and rescue, foot patrol, and aerial search with the help of Cagayan PDRRMO, PNP Maritime, and Office of the Civil Defense. Previously, the aluminum boat used by the 4 PCG rescuers was recovered off the waters between Calayan and Fuga Islands.
Ongoing pa rin yung search and rescue operations natin dun sa apat na nawawalang tauhan ng Philippine Coast Guard. Lumayo na po yung ating mga rescuers. Lumabas na po sila ng hanggang Babuyan Island.
Today is the 6th day since the 4 PCG members went missing, but the PCG will continue their search of the waters of Camiguin, Fuga, Calayan, Babuyan, and Ritigatin Island zealously.
Tayo ay gagawin nating lahat ang kaya natin gawin. At ang mga kasama natin yan sa Coast Guard, hindi natin sila papabayaan.
Noel Talakay for the Nation.
Amid apprehensions of participants on the worsening floods and the national tournament's possible extension due to inclement weather, the Department of Education reaffirmed Marikina City's capability to hold the 63rd Palarong Pambansa. Kay Asuncion gets us into the details.
The incessant rains brought by Typhoon Falcon has raised apprehensions among delegates from all 17 regions nationwide who went to Marikina City to compete in the 23rd Palarong Pambansa. Marikina is one of the catch basins of the higher areas of Metro Manila, which makes it a flood-prone area. So the possibility of extending the 5-day multi-sport event came up considering a worst-case scenario.
Well, that will have to depend on how long the rain is going to be. But there are certain adjustments in the schedules of the different sports. But for the indoor sports, I don't think there's going to be any extension in the number of days. But for the outdoor events, we will be looking at adjustments of schedules based on the rules of the specific games. If we can shorten some innings for the batted games, something like that. But there is going to be an alternative schedule for the outdoor games particularly, so that we will not be extending that.
Department of Participants covered if they get sick or hospitalized. Brigas also confirmed that there are no changes in the day-to-day schedule of the national games. There are 7,200 athletes, coaches, and trainers in all, or around 11,000 in total number of delegates who came together in Marikina City for the reopening of the Palarong Pambansa after a 3-year hiatus due to the pandemic. Or CLRAA has been leading the pack with 5 golds, 4 silver, and 4 bronze medals. Kay Asuncion for the Nation.
Meanwhile, here's a recap of today's lottery draws. For the 2 p.m. draw, the winning numbers are 0, 7, 7 for the 3D Lotto and 1922 for 2D Lotto. For the 5 p.m. draw, the lucky numbers for the 3D Lotto are 8, 0, 1 and 2310 for 2D Lotto. For the 9 p.m. draw, beginning with the 6D Lotto, the winning numbers are 9, 8, 2, 3, 5, and 8. And for the 3D Lotto, the winning numbers are 5, 2, and 4. While the lucky numbers for the 2D Lotto is 13 and 30 in exact order. For the Ultra Lotto 658 with a jackpot prize of 68,600,405 pesos and 40 centavos, the winning numbers are 15, 52, 7, 47, 31, and 41. For the Super Lotto 649 draw with a jackpot prize of 15,840,000 pesos, the lucky numbers are 43, 33, 25, 9, 11, and 44. For the Lotto 642 draw with a jackpot prize of 13,690,185 pesos and 60 centavos, the lucky numbers are 25, 33, 6, 42, 40, and 35. There are no winners for the Ultra Lotto 658, Super Lotto 649, and Lotto 642.
Tonight's top stories. The Department of Agriculture estimates the cost of Typhoon Egai's damage to agriculture at 1 billion pesos, but assures there is ample supply of rice. Following Senator Risa Hontiveros' proposal to seek the help of the UN General Assembly for the resolution of the territorial disputes in the West Philippine Sea, the Senate meets with stakeholders to clarify matters. Barely reeling off from the big-time petrol price hike, consumers now have to deal with increased price of liquefied petroleum gas, or LPG. The light rail transit line 1 is set to raise its fare rates by 5 pesos by tomorrow. 5 days after Typhoon Egai leaves the Philippine area of responsibility, affected provinces remain flooded, and damages in different sectors now run in billions of pesos.
Tonight's food for thought comes from a French poet, journalist, and novelist with several bestsellers, Jacques Anatole Thibault, otherwise known as Anatole France. He dominated French literature for half a century, and today his stories still charm readers with his irony and clear, graceful style. And he once said, "Until one has loved an animal, a part of one's soul remains unawakened." This is absolutely one of my all-time favorite quotes. I always tell people that one of the best ways to kind of get a reading on a person's character is to watch them on their unguarded moments. Try to see how they treat people or things that can't do anything for them. So animal lovers have a special place in my heart. Monique.
I totally agree with you, Charms, but I want to take this opportunity, since it's rainy season, to say if any stray cat or dog takes shelter near your home or business, please, please, please do provide them with shelter, food, and water. And if you're evacuating, please don't leave your pets behind.
And so goes PTV News Tonight's roundup of tomorrow's headline stories.
I'm Monique Tuzon.
And I'm Charms Espina. Join us again tomorrow here at PTV News Tonight.
Ang presyo ng mga mahalaga at pangunahing gamot ay bumaba ng humigit kumulang ng 40%. Mayroon ding iba na bumaba na hanggang 70%. Aside from the maximum retail price regulation being implemented, strategic VAT exemptions also lowered the prices of 59 essential medications such as those for cancer, diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease, and mental illness.
Ang matapang na news anchor at komentarista, Sasabak muli sa matinding isyung pambayan.
Good morning Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Tayo po ay muling magsama-sama sa umagang ito.
Mike Abel Live. Hitik na pagpabalita at pagtatalakay sa mga headlines mapapanood tuwing umaga. Simulcast on radio nationwide over Radyo Pilipinas. Mike Abel Live. Dito lang sa inyong People's Television.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
My kids and I would definitely like to have some time machine and to, some magic stick to make this all never happen and to go back home. My kids are definitely homesick. Me too. We miss, first of all, our family members. My mom and dad, so their grandmom and granddad, are in Ukraine. Here we go. Все добре, тише. Так. Нам яблучки в школу. Не забудьте взяти. Все, їмо і мені теж. And my breakfast. Being a single mom of 2 kids, I realized that taking my kids back there would be too dangerous for them. So I made a very, very hard decision to stay. We thought it was just a day or two, maybe a week, and everything would go back to normal. Unfortunately, значить, на цьому тижні будеш чистити. А хто, звичайно, її чистить? At some point, I thought I had to do something, anything, to help. If I couldn't help over there in Ukraine, I had to help somewhere. І так, хто перший? Давайте, давайте. Да. Хлопчики, дівчатка, швидше, швидше. Оце буде у нас імпровізовано. Ми тут всі, аудиторія тут. Не забуваємо потім аплодувати. Потім будемо вирішувати, в кого найкраще вдалась презентація. Голосувати будемо. Трошки ближче сюди. Все, слухаємо.
Якось також довели борщ та кашу. Перекладайте, вибираємо серденько, товстенький переклад, щоб швидше розігрілися.
The most important for them academically is to get acquainted and to learn the work of this writer. Emotionally, it's very good for them to role play because they get distracted from what's going on and they start living in that moment, and this is a comedy.
Чорнемом постояли, а родому зась.
А хіба ж я родий? То тільки собак дражнять родими.
Some remote learning is available for the students right now. This remote learning, of course, is not sufficient because the teacher might start the lesson and then 5 minutes later announce that there is a siren and she needs to go or he needs to go to a bomb shelter, and the lesson is over for the rest of the day.
До речі, мене не буде десь до наступних тому що ми з батьками виїжджаємо, і на таборі мене теж, скоріш всього, не буде, тому можливо це останній взагалі день в цій школі, я поки не знаю. Дякую. Добре.
Так, кому молочка хлібчика? Пішли до мене, пішли за молочком хлібчика. На автобусі. Так, хлопчики, дівчатка, хлібчик беремо.
Ще й плакать пішла.
Будь ласка, кому потрібно, беремо. Ну, ми будемо сумувати. Дитина, хоч позвони, напиши. Звичайно.
Ти куди йдеш? У мене взагалі своя фабрика.
Так. Тільки воно важке. Можеш?
Так я боротьбою з 7 років займаюся.
Молодець. Так. Їси таке? Їси, тримай. That's amazing that the Hungarian schools are ready to open their doors for Ukrainian children. It's just that for high schoolers, that is definitely not an option because they are almost graduating, they are ready for their exit exams. They need definitely education in their own language. For middle schoolers and primary school children, that will be just another trauma of not speaking the language, of not understanding what's going on. It would take them months and months to integrate into the system.
Okay, it's time running.
We felt if we had the space, we would use the expertise that were here, the Ukrainian teachers that had moved here, and try and match that up and just provide the space so that children could move back into their home language as quickly as possible and continue their learning. These children have not chosen this. They deserve their education, they deserve their childhood. We should be doing everything we can.
Кращий варіант не тільки вести самому, але передавати паси.
I'm going to hold the microphone here and I'm going to listen really deeply and you're going to share the word of how you're feeling.
Комфорт. Flabbergast. Комфорт.
Masha and Julia, here's some questions and see what you think.
And I will ask it.
No, you're gonna sit and you're gonna be on camera.
Just what? Just I?
Yeah.
Я там хоть красивая.
Красотка, да, прям так. Она чернота.
Тихо, ты голову сейчас этот микрофон заденешь.
How did you get here?
I get here by car with my family, with my mom and sister. We came from Kharkiv and we spent the first night in Chernivtsi, the city in Ukraine, and then I go abroad and now I stay here.
I cried a lot because there was the worst day in my life, I think, because I don't know what will be with my dad. I don't know what should I do. My mom didn't know what should she do, and
we say him goodbye.
In 25th of February, I thought that I will cross the board with my mom, but she couldn't because she works in government and she needs to help. She needs to be like volunteer and help to Ukrainian abroad alone.
He said like, you must be strong, you must help your mom because it's so hard to her. Now I will be okay and you will be okay. We'll meet as soon as we can and just believe in you. Live your life like you want. Like, be strong.
I say goodbye to my grandparents. I don't cry. I tried to not to cry because it was a strange moment in our life, and I understand that if I will cry, my grandparents will cry too, and it will be so stressed for them. But when I say goodbye to my mom, I cried a lot because she told to me that if it can be our last meeting.
Would you like to share some of the cell phone images that you took and what that was like to film those for yourself and what was going on? What was going on in your body? What kind of sensations you had when that happened?
I saw it by myself, by my eyes, and it's really scary and it's really dangerous and frightened, and I think I thought that it's impossible, but now it's real. It's the awful sound in my life. It's really scary, and I never want to come back and I again listen to this sound.
Імені 5. І 5.
Чому Олег?
Ну, він найменший, ну хай маленький вже йде. The children definitely miss their friends, miss communication. Communication for them means now their psychological health. The possibility to speak their own language with Ukrainians, with people from their own country.
На морі стати. І з бабусею.
Я саме більше
вся сім'я з моря.
Приїхати додому, взяти свою любиму пісню, яку я завжди з нею сплю, маю на постійному пісні, і як ти з нею спати.
І зараз ми по колу називаємо традиції.
Новий рік празднувати у бабусі і разом красити яйця. Кожне літо ми їздимо в Одесу на один і той же дім.
Одне те саме місце.
Тому це записуємо в зошит, добре? Давайте тепер щось важкіше спробуємо.
Давайте.
Що ми бачимо? Підіть, будь ласка. Так, дужка, абсолютно.
I really want to study in my school like it was before, but I know that maybe it won't be so.
I felt alive because I didn't spoke with Ukrainians here in Hungary, and I needed to have a friends here. So now I'll have it. I think I changed a lot because I grew up and I started appreciate all the moments in my life. I appreciate every day when I with my friends, with my family, with my mother, and I really hope that as soon as possible I will be meet with my father.
I'm smiling and laughing not because it's funny. It's only because it's hard to like feel this one more time, because when you talk, when you tell this to someone, you feel this one more and more times. So it's easier to laugh than to cry.
Let me just show you the offer. You and the boys, 60 minutes in the
Це буде українська школа і документи державного зразка українські. От таким чином. Так. Ні, не угорські. Це українська школа з українськими документами буде. Ну, в Україні. Ну, якби ви в будь-якій українській школі. For me, it's not the 1st of June now. It's the 24th of February at the moment. We will continue as long as the children need it. Once the Ukrainian refugee children are ready to return, we will happily close this program and announce our job done and go back to rebuilding the country.
Disaster Watch. Alamin ang Modified Tropical Cyclone Wind Signal System para sa mga paparating na bagyo. Signal number 1. Isa itong tropical depression na nagtataglay ng bahagyang lakas ng hangin at tatama sa loob ng 1.5 araw. Posible itong makadulot ng pinsala. Walang pasok ang mga bata sa preschool. Signal number 2. Ito ay tinatawag na tropical storm na may dalang katamtamang lakas ng hangin at posibleng tumama sa loob ng 24 oras. Pinapayuhan ng lahat na isecure ang kanilang mga bahay at kagamitan at huwag na munang maglakbay. Wala ring pasok ang mga mag-aaral mula sa preschool hanggang high school. Signal number 3. Ito ay severe tropical storm na posibleng tumama sa loob ng 18 oras. Pinapayuhan ang mga residente na lumikas sa mabababang lugar, baybayin at tabing ilog at maghanda sa pagkawala ng kuryente at komunikasyon. Walang pasok sa lahat ng antas ng edukasyon. Signal number 4. Ito ay isang ganap na typhoon na maaaring tumama sa loob ng 12 oras at nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin. Dapat manatili muna sa bahay at lumikas mula sa mga mapanganib na lugar. Signal number 5. Ito ay isang super typhoon na nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin at posibleng magdulot ng malawakang pinsala. Manatili sa loob ng matibay na gusali at mag-monitor sa mga weather update para sa inyong kaligtasan. Sa panahon ng bagyo, dapat laging listo. Babiyahe ka ba patungo o palabas ng Pilipinas? Register muna sa etravel.gov.ph. Pumunta sa eTravel website o iscan ang QR code. Sagutin ang online form. I-screenshot o i-download ang iyong personal QR code. at ipresent ito sa inyong airline representative bago sumakay at sa quarantine officer sa inyong pagdating. Kailangan mag-register sa loob ng 3 araw bago dumating sa Pilipinas. Gayon din sa mga Pilipinong aalis patungo sa ibang bansa. Ang e-travel registration ay libre at walang bayad. Ang Philippine One-Stop Electronic Travel Declaration System ay pinagsamang inisyatiba ng Department of Information and Communications Technology, kasama ng Bureau of Immigration, Bureau of Quarantine, Bureau of Customs, Department of Tourism, Department of Health, Department of Justice, at ng Department of Transportation.
El nopal es una planta endémica de México maravillosa y que sirve para muchas cosas.
Su contenido energético del nopal lo hace adecuado para la generación de energía.
Empezamos a pensar en cómo le haríamos para generar biocombustible vehicular. No se pueden imaginar qué bonito se siente cuando tú subes a tu vehículo y estás moviéndote con el biogás del nopal.
Este sistema de biotecnología es único en México y en el mundo. Por eso queremos darle a nuestros jóvenes ese instrumento.
Es un nicho de mercado inexplorado.
Y yo soy Rogelio Sosa López, nací en Tiquicheo, Michoacán. Soy hijo de campesinos y agricultor. Todavía estudiaba en México, en mis vacaciones me iba al rancho. En las vacaciones entonces era en septiembre, la época de los cultivos del campo. Yo llevaba de comer a mi padre en la labor, me ponía a ayudarle a escardar el maíz, el ajonjolí. Era un gusto, porque no lo hacía por obligación ni porque me obligaran, era un gusto ayudar. Y irme dando cuenta de lo que es realmente el campo y ahora pues lo entiendo perfectamente bien. Tengo ya 50 años en la industria del maíz para masa y tortillas. La tortilla es una de las principales fuentes de alimentación del mexicano. Entonces yo siempre me di la tarea de buscar cómo la tortilla tuviera un precio no tan agresivo y no fuera tan grande los brincos.
Yo me llamo Miguel Ángel Aque Madera, soy ingeniero electricista por el Instituto Politécnico Nacional. Me trasladé aquí a la Ciudad de México e ingresé al Instituto Politécnico Nacional. Me dediqué entonces a investigar el tema de las energías renovables. Incrédulos decían, no, pero esto, estás loco, esto no es el momento, no es el tiempo. Pues estamos hablando de 1973, cuando yo termino la carrera. México está nadando en petróleo. Exportaba México en ese entonces 3 millones de barriles de petróleo por día. Tenía que pasar mucho tiempo hasta que conocí a un grupo de personas que estaban interesados en trabajar buscando la biomasa ideal para generar energía.
De manera circunstancial, conocí al señor Rogelio y supe que él, en sus procesos de elaboración de tortilla, utilizaba el nopal mezclado con el maíz. Y yo le platiqué lo que nosotros estábamos haciendo con el nopal, pruebas experimentales para generar energía.
El nopal es una planta endémica de México maravillosa. En México no se le había reconocido ni dado la importancia que tiene. Es un excelente alimento, permite un ahorro del 50% del maíz. Este es con nopal y esta es de nopal, porque tiene más nopal, tiene un olor, color y sabor a nopal, y esta con nopal tiene color, olor y sabor tradicional. Y después me doy cuenta que con el nopal se podía producir el gas.
El nopal se reproduce de manera casi matemática, de manera vertiginosa, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Pero además de eso, el nopal a los 2 meses ya está listo para el consumo humano y a los de 4 a 6 meses ya está listo para ser utilizado para generar energía. Creas energía limpia y cuidas el medio ambiente. Encontré a Rogelio Sosa López, a quien le pregunté si podría escucharme, que yo le presentara la idea, y me dijo, sí, pues te espero aquí en Zitácuaro. Y le dije, oye, ¿cuánto terreno tienes aquí de guayabos? Me dijo, 2 hectáreas. Le dije, préstamelas para sembrar nopal. Es un buen proyecto, que es un proyecto innovador, que no existe, pero aquí lo podemos probar.
Y cuando me visitaba, me insistía que tiraran los guayabos para poner nopales y hacer energía eléctrica, biogás. Y pues no me parecía muy buena la idea hasta que trajimos a un especialista en agronomía. Y me dice, ¿usted le gusta tirar su dinero? Dice, eso que va a hacer no sirve.
Y claro, en un principio me dijo, ¿estás loco? ¿Cómo crees que voy a tirar mis guayabos, que son una fuente de ingreso importante para mí?
Pues terminó convenciéndome.
La dicha, la alegría y la satisfacción de lograr un proyecto como este. Tu proyecto personal de vida.
Aquí vamos a triturar el nopal para convertirlo en una especie de licuado que a esto le llamamos biomasa. Esta biomasa la vamos a subir por medio de unas bombas al biodigestor.
Uno de los momentos más satisfactorios fue cuando escaseó la gasolina y había colas en las gasolineras. Y yo pasaba y decía, hijo, qué problema. Pero si tuviéramos un poco más de siembra de nopal, esto no sucedería y no tendríamos que andar preocupándonos por la cuestión energética. Y la contaminación se evitaría. Ese fue uno de los momentos en que realmente sentí que íbamos por buen camino y que había mucho que hacer todavía.
Aquí en el Instituto Tecnológico de Iztapalapa, y lo que estamos haciendo es replicar en pequeño la planta de Zitácuaro para que los muchachos tengan su propio laboratorio de biotecnología aquí en su escuela.
Sí. Este nopal es la primera.
Es la primera muestra que trajimos.
La primera hornada.
Inicialmente pensamos que el nopal había que determinar una variedad en especial.
Así es.
Al principio, porque no había ninguna experiencia, pero ahora ya que tenemos experiencias, ya
las pérdidas del nopal, ¿no?
Lo podemos hacer hasta con la sábila esa que está ahí.
Sí. Lo vamos a mezclar, vamos a echarle sábila.
Es biomasa también.
Sí, claro.
Y además es de la familia del nopal. Son parientes cercanos.
Necesita un equipo especial, camión especial para transportar biogás. Tiene que ser como...
Buenas tardes, ingeniero.
Hola, buenas tardes, verano.
¿Qué les puedo dar una vuelta al biodigestor para ver el avance?
Sí, claro, vamos.
Este laboratorio consiste básicamente en 2 biodigestores de 18 metros cúbicos cada uno, que van a ser utilizados para procesar inicialmente nopal, para hacer biogás que surta las necesidades de la cafetería de la escuela. En un segundo paso vamos a generar energía para los talleres y laboratorios de la escuela. Si hay fuga van a tener que quitarle todo esto que se hizo. Pero si hay fuga, atrofia el proceso de biodigestion.
Estamos haciendo el análisis y los detalles que puedan controlar ya como tal bien el biodigestor. Estamos aquí en el tanque de pruebas.
¿Ya se tiene una fecha prevista para que funcione?
Fecha fija no hay, porque han surgido detalles y problemáticas como personal, material, y se alarga el lapso.
Desarmamos 3 veces unos ductos, que es el enfriamiento del biodigestor. Quitarlo, volverlo a soldar y todo, entonces alguna vez sí nos estábamos pues desesperando.
Teníamos fuga en el sistema donde ya pasa el gas. Una de las compresoras que almacenan todo ese gas tenía fuga y no se estaba llenando.
Si no concluye el biodigestor, pues sería mucha pérdida de oportunidades para los estudiantes de este nuevo conocimiento del biogás o de las energías renovables.
Si no se termina este biodigestor, tendría muchas consecuencias, ya que primordialmente habría mucho tiempo perdido, espacio y dinero, además de los recursos de los estudiantes, los cuales estamos invirtiendo tiempo y estamos trabajando para que este biodigestor tenga todas las normatividades y reglamentos para que funcione al 100%.
Esta es la inauguración del triturador. Realmente funciona muy bien. Hay que poner la toma del agua porque necesita 30% de agua para poder moler, para que se haga la biomasa.
Para que encienda la flama, necesitamos checar primero que todo el equipo esté funcionando correctamente.
Estamos en la etapa, ya trituraron, ya cayó al cárcamo. ¿Qué es lo que sigue?
Sigue la succión de la biomasa hacia los biodigestores.
De acuerdo con la teoría, debe prender, debe encender la hornilla.
Puede ser que por alguna deficiencia en el sistema de biodigestión, las primeras emanaciones de gas no tengan el poder calorífico suficiente para que encienda, para que prenda.
Adelante. Ahí está. Muy bien, muchachos, felicidades, así se hace. Eso es tecnología mexicana.
Felicidades, gracias por todo. Igual, qué bueno esa colaboración con Rogelio, ¿no? De manera pues solidaria, ¿verdad? Altruista, muchas gracias.
Hay muchos tecnológicos, señor, de corte agropecuario, que tienen mucho terreno, no lo están ocupando, pero si sembramos ahí nopal o cualquier otra biomasa o utilizamos los residuos de la ciudad capital, ahí podemos poner sistemas de biomasa para que esto se vaya.
Que se replique en todos los institutos tecnológicos del país donde haya carrera de energías renovables y que tengan el panorama completo desde sembrarlo hasta cargarlo en lugar de gasolina en un vehículo. Ese es el mayor fruto que podemos esperar.
Este biogás ya no produce gases de efecto invernadero. No hay dióxido de carbono, no hay ácido sulfídrico, no hay partículas contaminantes.
Creas empleo, creas energía limpia y cuidas el medio ambiente.
Sa mabilis na takbo ng panahon, mahalaga sa amin ang maihatid sa inyo ang pinakabago at makabuluhang impormasyon.
Sa buong Europa, mahigit sa...
Iginiit naman ng Department of Education na
napagkasunduan ng Department of Agriculture.
Kasama ang mga tapat nating tagapaghatid balita. Kahit saan, kahit kailan, kasama nyo ang PTV para sa bayan. PTV Consumer Watch, bantay presyo sa gasolina.